What up, guys? Why is my camera slanted? Sorry about that. I'm still packing stuff up, so if my room looks messed up and my figurines are gone, it's because I've got a bunch of shit in the back. But good to see you all in here. We're just waiting for Leon and C4 to get here. Just real quick, I know some of you are from Leon's stream, so I appreciate you all being here. It's C4's birthday today, so just when he comes in, just say happy birthday to him. Being too rough on the desk. Yeah, I moved a bunch of stuff around. So like my treadmill's there, my boxes are all packed, my figurines are all gone. So I'm just how long till I leave? 28th of March, so about 17 days. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. There's a lot to get through today, a lot to get through. It's not my birthday, Al. It's C4's birthday. Jess Frame, thank you for the £2. Hope all is well, Mike. Bring back the beef sets. We've got one in the works, but they're actually very difficult to set up to get everyone's schedules to line up. But we've got one in the works. Might have it ready for next week. But yeah, so I'm moving, which is why my streams have been hectic and they've been all over the place in different times. So I apologize for that. But today we're going to be talking about Brittany Venti. Now, Brittany Venti is a very popular YouTuber. She's been around for ages. She's written an article about how anime ruined a generation of men. We're going to be reviewing the article. I know Leon has his thoughts on it. I know he released a video that I watched earlier. C4's probably got his thoughts on it. I've got my thoughts on it. I've got my thoughts on the situation in general. It's not a very long article. I'd go as far as to say it's more of a post. But I think there's a wider conversation to be had about it. Also, yesterday I put up my DOA video about what I think about the direction of DOA. If you guys didn't see it, it's because it got age restricted, which was kind of my point. I was talking about the DOA 5 costumes, and showing the DOA 5 costumes got my video age restricted. And I was like, fine, it's fine. I'm not going to like edit it so the age restriction goes away. I wanted to prove a point, and the point was proven. But I know a lot of people on that video didn't like the things that I was saying, and they wanted to jump on today to challenge the things that I said. So as promised, if you guys think I'm lying, I'll show you guys that my video got age restricted. Let me bring it up here just so you guys can see. Where's the community tab? Where's newest? Okay, so can you here we are. Yeah, so I put DOA on screen and it got age restricted, and I was like, really? There you go. 18 plus. Do you want to know why it got age restricted? Because I showed I think it was Rachel's costume. It was the costumes at the beginning, the DOA 5 costumes. YouTube was just like not having any of that, and they age restricted the video, which was kind of my point with trying to like we want to play DOA on stream, obviously. Now, for me, it's not a big deal because I've played Mortal Kombat before when I used to stream MK11 way back when, and all of those videos are demonetized. I don't mind getting demonetized. You guys know that I'm cool with it. I'll keep stuff up, but it's not just about me. It's about everybody else, right? If people are going to be playing MK, there should be a mode where you can toggle the blood off just so that the streamers can play it and they're not going to get age restricted, because some of them do it full time. But that's the same logic I was using for DOA, but some people got their knickers in a twist about it. Didn't like what I was saying. So we can definitely talk about it. I know Leon is here now, so I'll bring him on.
Yes, man.
Long time. How you been?
Oh, living the dream, dude. What about you?
Yeah, I've been good, man. I've been all right. I've been trying to I've wanted to message you for a while to be like, oh, do you want to jump on this? Do you want to jump on that? But I haven't found the right sort of stream that I think would really pique your attention. And then when I saw your post about Brittany Venti, I was like, yeah, I've definitely got to get him on for this.
Man, no, I'm stoked. Like I said, you've been on my show a few times, and your show's fucking great. I've rated it multiple times, watched it. Okay. Your show is great. Sometimes your guests got some questionable ass takes, but no, man, I'm stoked to be here. Thank you so much, man.
No, I appreciate you being here. I know the time zones can be difficult, but and I appreciate the raid as well. What I was saying to these guys is that, like, I know that you're a big fan of fighting games as well, and you have your own takes on like DOA and Fatal Frame and all that. I think my takes might differ from yours, and I thought it might be good to discuss it whilst we're waiting for C4 to get here. Before we go over the article. So I don't know if you saw what I was saying on Twitter or anything.
Yeah, no, but yeah, lay it on me. I am a huge fan of fighting games, and horror games are my favorite genre out there. I will say, unlike you, I'm not good at them. I just enjoy them. So there's the difference. I love DOA. I'm also terrible at it as a technical fighter. But anyway, after you.
Yeah, so basically, all I was saying, well, I made a 30-minute video, and I went over some points on what I think would be beneficial to DOA. Now, before I made the video, I was well aware that there's a contingent of the DOA fan base that are very passionate about how the game is presented, and obviously that was displayed when DOA 6 came out, and I understand. So I started off the video by saying, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody when I say this. So these are just my views and my opinions. And I went from there. But obviously, me saying that really didn't matter. People felt disrespected by it. And one of the main things people didn't like about my takes were that I said that I prefer the way DOA 1 to 4 is presented, like artistically, or how the women are presented in the game costume-wise. I know the game's got like very spicy endings and cutscenes, but just the costumes, those are the DOA games that I think look the best. And I was told that I'm not a real fan of DOA because
I'm confused. You prefer the original version? Because I started with DOA 2 on Dreamcast personally, but you prefer the OGs, and yet you're not a real fan?
Yeah, so I prefer 1 to 4. I think, in my opinion, I think 3 might be my favorite in terms of presentation. But I was told that because I don't like 5, I like 5's combat. As a fighting game, 5 is fantastic. It might be the best one. But presentation-wise, the way the girls are presented, I don't really
the best as well. But 5 is still good. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I don't appreciate the artistic direction of 5. Let's say the costumes in 5. I said I don't mind if they're in the game either. If they make it into DOA 7, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. But then my suggestion was, if you're going to put costumes in the game that get YouTubers demonetized, or people feel a little bit, I don't want to say embarrassed, but the costumes are a bit crazy, some of them, then why not just put a streamer mode in the game where you, for example, might pick like Ayane, and you might want to pick like the micro bikini, and that's fine. That's up to you. But I might not want to see it, and I might want to stream the game without being demonetized or getting sent warnings from YouTube. So just have a little streamer mode or an exposure mode where I see what I want and you see what you want. But that was like a step too far. That was like egregious, and I couldn't understand why.
Well, I mean, if you don't mind me saying, I think I can understand why. Now, I have to sit and think about how I feel about this, so I'm going to just kind of play devil's advocate. But I would say one of the core identities of, I mean, look, DOA is a great fighting game. It's a fun fighting game. I would argue that in terms of 3D arena fighters, both Soul Calibur and Virtua Fighter are probably the technically better games. Because a lot of DOA's identity is its visual style. So when you start putting things in place that would even come off as censorship, when we live in such a censorship heavy age, whether it's artistic choice, whether it's, hey, you feel it's the right thing to do, whatever it may be, we've already had censorship effectively forced down a lot of gamers' throats comparatively to what we had growing up and whatnot. So it doesn't look, no matter how much you try and claim it is, you as in developers, not you as in you personally, but like no matter how much the developers try and claim, no, this is authentic, this is what we want, this is our artistic vision, people aren't going to believe that given the road we've gone down, the slippery slope that we've gone down. So when you say something like, well, hey, let's just put it in a streamer mode, that's a band-aid that doesn't solve the problem, because the fact of the matter is, streamers and whatnot shouldn't be getting demonetized for fucking video games anyway. These characters aren't real. So it doesn't really solve the overarching problem.
But don't you think that, like, I don't know how to solve the YouTube problem, because we've had issues with YouTube for all sorts of things. Like, we couldn't even talk about certain situations that were happening around the world without getting in trouble.
Right.
And in my opinion, at least for me, that seems like too tall of an order to deal with. Like it doesn't seem realistic for me to be like, we're going to change the way YouTube does things. At least it won't come from someone like me or smaller YouTubers. But with DOA, I'm not saying that it should be censored. And even if they put those costumes in the
Mind you,
game,
I'm not saying you're saying that, and also I'm just making a devil's advocate argument. I just want to make sure that you in the chat understand that as well. But go on.
yeah, I'm not even saying they shouldn't be in the game. Like I don't, if the game sells off of its costumes, then fine. I'm just saying that maybe a compromise can be met because these big platforms, they're not gonna have it. And then what will happen is people will just be like, well, I'm not gonna play it on stream then, and the exposure will just go down. Whereas everybody could win. It could be maybe like I love DOA's like rich battle mechanics, and I loved the way DOA 1 to 4 were presented, but I didn't appreciate the way 5 was presented. Does that mean that I want censorship or that I'm not a fan of the game? Doesn't it just mean that there's one game in particular that the sex appeal might have gone too far?
Oh, yeah, first of all, I definitely 6 went too far, and all manner. I mean, whether it be censorship, whether it be monetization. I mean, 6 got some problems all across the board.
6.
But,
Yeah, I agree.
I thought you said 6 there at the end. I want to make sure I heard you right.
No, 5.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, 5. I mean, I also really like 5. I'm also like you. I appreciate. Well, to be fair, I never played the first one. I started with 2, and so I love 2 through 4. I also really like 5, but again, I'm just an old head in general. So I think the difference between a streamer mode, like in theory, it's not a bad compromise. I don't think it's a bad compromise. I need to actually sit and think about how I feel about it. But in theory, it's not bad. Here's the issue I run into with it. It's a logistics issue. So when you take a game like, did you ever play Hi-Fi Rush?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Incredible game. Shinji Mikami, greatest game creator of all time, in my opinion. Hi-Fi Rush was amazing, but it's a rhythm-based, it's a rhythm-based hack and slash game, effectively. And so you could play streamer mode that didn't have copyrighted music. That way, you could play it on stream. Well, copyright's enshrined in law, so it's very easy to make a streamer mode. Whereas, I mean, you and I have been on the platform for ages, and even longer than us. We've been watching people on the platform. TOS changes all the fucking time. So for them to program in a quote unquote, streamer mode, yeah, sure, maybe that's TOS friendly for now, but what happens in 6 months when YouTube decides to update or change their TOS, or Twitch decides to update or change their TOS or anything like that? Well, then that streamer mode is irrelevant. So I don't think that there's actually a logistical way to even do a stream friendly mode, because these platforms can just change what they consider their TOS on a whim.
Yeah, but I think even if the TOS would have to become so extreme that fighting games are just not allowed to be viewed on here because you're punching people, I can see that being a reality.
That might not be the road we're headed down. I mean, YouTube changed its TOS literally like, what was it, about 6 months ago for that affected violent video games, and it affected like Resident Evil. Mortal Kombat actually got hit hard because they actually outlined in the TOS that during gaming, extreme gore qualify as something that's demonetization worthy, and Resident Evil and Mortal Kombat streamers got hit with it.
Yeah, no, I saw that. It sucks. I just want to address this comment. If you intend to stream the game, then why deliberately choose sexy costumes on stream? I feel like I was pretty clear. Yeah, I was pretty clear on this. It's not me choosing this. The reason that the streamer mode exists is that you chose the sexy costume, and now I have to see it. So a streamer mode would mean that I just see the default costume, and you still get to wear whatever you want to wear. Like for example, I was playing DOA 6 today. I was going through the costumes on there. Like I would never buy those costumes. I think they're ridiculously priced, and they're everywhere as well. But like her main costume wouldn't be. It's not going to cause a problem. It's just her in like MMA gear. But my only issue is that I hear it like YouTube will update its guidelines, and there might come a day where we actually can't play fighting games on stream because men are seeing hitting women. But as that doesn't sound unrealistic, but it sounds a little bit further away. It doesn't
sound unrealistic at all, especially if platforms like YouTube or Twitch or whatnot. I mean, for example, you're in the UK and you guys have much stricter laws than we do when it comes to a lot of things revolving around speech and revolving around what is and isn't, like video nasties, as you guys call them over there. So since not all countries are created equal in that way, it also makes creating it. TOS is always going to shift and ebb and flow in favor of one culture or one country or something or another, and it seems like it'd be just something that would be unrealistic to maintain, even if it's not a bad idea in theory. At least that's my thoughts off the top of my head.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think that an immediate like it based on what we're talking about, it sounds like a band-aid fix. So we're just slapping a plaster on it.
That's my thought. Is it's a band-aid, but that's DOA and video games in general are more of a victim of it, and this is absolutely a government and big tech overreach issue more than anything, and that's the real unfortunate part is that any video game could hypothetically be victim to this in the future.
Yeah, but with that said, I still think that there's still measures that we can take. Like with Mortal Kombat, the streamer mode was like proposed. I don't know if they ever put it into MK1, but everyone that I've spoken to from the MK scene are like, yeah, it makes sense to like put a streamer mode in the game because the people that play this game for a living, basically, they can't make content on it. YouTube just won't allow it. If there's no blood in the game, then they would be allowed to make content on it. Now, I'm not saying remove blood from Mortal Kombat. That would be crazy. I'm just saying, like, if you have a mode, like, I think it's in the old games, the blood looks like sweat. You can, like, put no blood, or, like, even in WWE games, you could put, like, no blood. My view is that I want people to be able to play the game and streamers should be able to make money from it. I don't feel like that is a call for censorship. It might be tricky with TOS, and it might be something that doesn't fix the problem long term, but it doesn't feel like a call to censorship to me.
Well, I guess it depends on how people define. Well, that's a bad way to phrase it. It might not be a call for censorship in like a moral sense. I would agree with you there. It by definition is still censorship. Just like by definition, what censorship means, it is in fact censorship. Now, whether or not like there's a threshold of censorship that people will and won't accept. So if you even got a mode, like if you got 6 games in a series, or I guess really in the case of DOA, 5 games because 6 was heavily censored. But if you got 5 games in a series that's built its identity on being uncensored, even adding an optional censorship mode is still a bend from what the identity of the game was founded on. And optional or not, people are going to look at that and think, hey, that's a problem. Right or wrong, there's going to be that prevailing thought. And so if this is something that, I mean, if we just leave the TOS out of it, if we leave how hard the TOS or whatnot would be to maintain out of it, just the fact of the matter is people who love something, who have been with something for, 10, 20, 30 years, whatever it may be, and they see the conversation in the world around it changing, and at least from their purview, and they might be right about this, for a net negative, I mean, they're justified in being upset about that. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that have changed about franchises and series that I've loved, whether it be video games or otherwise, that it has done long-term damage to the brand that I don't think that we'll ever get back. I mean, I might turn the chat against me on this, but I'm a fucking Resident Evil 9 hater. I loathe it. I think Resident Evil 9 has been it's not even been destructive. I think that Resident Evil 9 is the encapsulation of everything destructive that's happened to Resident Evil since the Resident Evil 2 remakes. And it is, I truly loathe Resident Evil 9. I've beaten it 3 times now. So, and it's my favorite franchise. Resident Evil is my favorite franchise in all of gaming. So when I put myself in the position of somebody who might hold Dead or Alive near and dear to them, like I hold Resident Evil near and dear to me, well, I hate that happened to Resident Evil. So I would absolutely at least appreciate them feeling the same way about their favorite franchise.
Yeah. I haven't played Resident Evil 9 yet. I've only heard good things, but I don't know if this is a controversial take. I didn't like Resident Evil 8.
Resident Evil 8 is a fine horror game. It's a terrible Resident Evil game.
That's exactly what I thought. I played it and I was like, this doesn't really feel like Resident Evil. Like, it was the first one where I was not engaged with it. But 9 looks like a fun game, but I'll take your word for it. I mean, I'll play it and make up my own mind, but I've only heard good things about it, so I'm surprised to hear that you hate it.
Well, and now, Dead or Alive, I don't know if this would really apply to Dead or Alive. I don't know if there's fans out there that are into Dead or Alive in this regard, because it's obviously is a far more mechanically, it's a gamer's game. It's a gameplay based game. I'm a lore hound. I've always been a lore hound ever since I was a kid, whether it be Star Wars, Spider-Man. I'm a lore guy. Mechanically, Resident Evil 9 it's mostly good game. I got a few mechanical gripes. Mostly it's a solid game. It's the destruction of the lore and the characters and things like that that just breaks me. And now Dead or Alive has definitely got lore and frankly, it's got some of the better lore as far as fighting games go, because Mortal Kombat, in my opinion, doesn't have great lore, but it's also not, huh?
Historically or recently?
Recently, okay. Mortal Kombat up until like 8 or 9 had good lore, and then it got destroyed. But so the damage that Resident Evil 9 has done, and again, really Remake 2 and onward has done to the lore, that breaks me in a way that you have to just be autistically obsessed with the franchise to feel like that towards it. So I get why all these people love it, and it hurts a little. I don't know if there's a core lore following for Dead or Alive, because it's a very technical and frankly just aesthetics based game that you seem to take priority over lore.
Yeah, most of the conversation has been around presentation, but I knew that the streamer mode thing would be somewhat controversial. So my other suggestion was that I purposefully did this on video and on stream multiple times just to test it, is we put DOA 2, DOA 3, and DOA 4 on stream. Like, I had Tom Brady on here, and we would show matches from those games. Never had an issue with them. And I personally prefer how those games are presented. So I said that I would prefer if DOA 7 was designed in the vein of 1 to 4, one of those games, preferably 3. And that was seen as a call to censorship.
I'd agree, preferably 3.
Yeah, but that was seen as a call to censorship. And I was like, how is that a call to censorship to say make it like DOA 3? It's still a DOA game, right?
That sounds like, without even bringing in the streamer mode stuff or anything, to me that sounds like a call to return to the roots. And as an old head gamer, much like you, I will never be upset for someone to call for a return to the roots of a game or a series or anything that is, in my opinion, lost its way. I mean, I think we can both agree Dead or Alive 6 is, by that point, it had lost its way.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, I agree. I was playing DOA 6 today, and I'm trying to. I've gotten better at the game. I'm enjoying it, but I can definitely see what people's problems are with it, having spent like quite some time on DOA 5. But the I don't understand why people were so bent out of shape when I was like, oh, make it like DOA 3, in like maybe in the combat and in the aesthetics. I didn't see that as a call to censorship. But a lot of the people that I spoke to, no matter what I said or how many times I said it, it was always like, if they don't do it like DOA 5 and they don't have the over-the-top costumes like DOA 5, then it's censored.
Well, have you ever looked at your demographics on YouTube to see what like your age groups are? What your like most common age groups are? Because I'm curious if you've got the same. I wouldn't call it an issue, but like same thing going on as me, where a lot of my viewers agree with a lot of what I'm saying. They're also my age or older, they're in the mid 30s, 40s, things like that. So they of course would likely agree, hey, yeah, let's take it back to when I was a teenager, early 20s. Whereas you got a lot of, like, some people say tourists, other people say new gen fans. Whether you want to be pejorative about it, it really doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is they didn't come into the game until later. So they're going to prefer this newer stuff because that's what they grew up with. So like anytime you got a long running franchise, there's going to be a divide amongst fans, and depending on how negative you want to get with it. Me, I'm always in favor of cater to the old fans, because the system and the game and the IP and whatnot wouldn't be as big as it is without them. So they should take priority.
Yeah. Well, just to answer your question, my biggest demographic is 25 to 34 with 51%.
Okay, the key demo. That's good.
Yeah, and then the second biggest is 35 to 44, 27%. And then 45 to 54. And then fourth place is 18 to 24. So my viewers are older than not. So it probably tracks with what you're saying.
And yeah, because that's exactly how it is with my viewers as well. And so you'll see, like, when people like you or I, whether we're talking about video games or movies, just these nerdy hobbies that we're into, a lot of times we're talking about these games, and it's not, you're given the accusation of, oh, nostalgia this, nostalgia that, and sometimes it's not nostalgia. Sometimes maybe the older thing is just objectively better. Like, most people don't find this to be controversial with, let's say, Indiana Jones. Everyone knows Indiana Jones 1 through 3 are objectively better than, the most recent movie we got, for example. So why is it weird or bad to say that, like, guys, maybe Dead or Alive 3 kind of was the apex for certain aspects, as opposed to 5, 6, whatnot.
Yeah, and the other thing is that like whenever these conversations pop up, uh, I don't like invoking other people's names, but I've kind of been forced to in this situation because whenever the conversation pops up, it's always like, "Oh, Itagaki's vision, Itagaki's vision." But as far as I was aware, Itagaki worked on 1 to 4, and 5 and 6 are not the games that he worked on. And so, if it's about Itagaki's
He leave
vision,
after 4 after. Well, I guess he didn't leave. He died, but it was after 4 after 5. I actually don't know.
I believe he worked 1 to 4, and then 5 was the one that he didn't work on, and 6 obviously is one that he didn't touch.
Okay.
So I don't understand why people are invoking his name, but then someone says, "Oh well, just make it like 3." Then they're like, "Oh no, that's censored." I'm just like, that doesn't even make any sense.
Well, invoking someone's name if you're wanting to honor their legacy isn't necessarily like, depending on how it's phrased, how it's brought up, isn't a bad thing. Like, for example, Stan Lee. Let's use a name everyone's going to recognize. Stan Lee, one of the visionaries from Marvel. He was obviously a very progressive dude. I mean, if you look at Marvel in the '60s, very progressive comic book company. However, he said, and he quoted that Peter Parker, can't change. He is a straight white guy, and that is, because that's the character he wrote. So when let's say they start trying to alter Peter Parker or make is something to that effect, you've got people out there clamoring for Peter Parker, Spider-Man, whatnot to be changed. People will invoke Stan Lee, being like, "Hey, this was his vision. This is what he made. Make something new." And I think it's because there is an honor and a reverence and a legacy that comes with these characters, these IPs. You can't stand on the shoulders of giants and change and alter the work that they made that you're using to prop yourself up. So invoking someone's name isn't necessarily a bad thing if you're being intellectually and philosophically honest about it. Now, if you're using their name in vain just to push an agenda or whatnot, yeah, that's going to be a problem no matter what side of any agenda or aisle you're on. But if you're actually doing it, like I invoke Shinji Mikami's name when talking about Resident Evil because I hold Shinji Mikami to be honestly probably the greatest game creator in all time, in my personal opinion. I think that his view and the direction of Resident Evil should have been revered instead of altered, in my opinion, bastardized. And I'm not saying it to push an agenda. At least I hope not. I revere the man, but that's my take on that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Like I would agree with that. I don't like the cherry picking going on. And also, I do want to stress that in this entire time we've been having these conversations, I've tried to be as respectful as possible to people, and they are just flying off the rails. I was literally in an argument with this guy called Punisher just now on Twitter about DOA. And I tried to in my video, I started off by saying I'm not being disrespectful to anyone. I'm not shitting on anyone's booby pixels or whatever. Nothing like that. These are just my opinions. And somehow, and no word of a lie, these are his words, not mine. Somehow, because I gave my opinions on a game that I enjoy playing as well, I've started drama in the DOA community. And I'm just like, how? I'm just talking about it.
Again, like, I don't know. You try me. You're a much better person than me. I'm gonna be like, just like from a nice inside feely part perspective, you're a much better person than me. I'm not trying to go to my way to piss people off, but by the same token, I don't give a fuck if I do. So you're more cognizant of that sort of thing than I am. I can tell you're being genuine about it, whereas I'm just like, fuck them. They're not real fans. I'm the real fan. So again, kudos to you. You're a better person than me.
Yeah, I don't. The thing is, I would like to talk to these people. I like, I like having people on to talk to them. But every time I try to have the conversation, it just turns into like a shit slinging match. I don't understand why. I don't know if people have like attached their personalities to these characters and their identity is attached to DOA. But I'm gonna say it again. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm not gonna not post my views, and I'm not gonna stop saying what I'm saying. Like, that's not gonna happen. But I'm not attacking people. Like I don't know why the conversation of sex appeal when it comes to DOA it's almost vitriolic. Like if you say stuff, I actually got a message from somebody. I won't say who it was, but he messaged me. He said to me, "Tread carefully when you're talking about dead or alive and sex appeal because you're gonna land yourself in problems." And I was like, "Wow, really?" I was shocked.
It's something that in the time of Dead or Alive 3 or 4, what year did 5 come out? 2009?
I don't think was it 2009?
It may have been later. It was PS3, I know that. So it would have been like 9, 10, somewhere around there.
Let me see. I don't know because I'm.
Point is, even definitely in the era of 2 through 4, and maybe
No,
even
it's
by 5.
2012.
2012. Okay, my bad. 2012. This wasn't a conversation that was happening then, because this is all in a pre-Gamergate world. And I know that people hate invoking Gamergate. It's 2026, not 2014 anymore. But at the end of the day, that did have ramifications on the gaming industry. Like that's an objective fact, like it or hate it. And so Dead or Alive, part of the sex appeal was part of the game's identity. You didn't see that in Virtua Fighter. You didn't see it in Soul Calibur. It was baked into the game's identity, and everyone knew that and was fine with it because just the gaming landscape was different then. And I would argue objectively better then, but that's neither here nor there. So, but here we are. We find ourselves in 2026. So 14 years later. And 14 years is a long time for new generations of individuals to come up and play these newer games, or for the older games to be lost to time for these newer generations. And you've got just a cultural divide that there are people who on both sides are not even going to attempt to try and understand the other side of, because it's again, there's no other way a better way to put it, I guess, than a cultural divide.
Yeah, no, it's very evident to me because in my video I did say that I don't really care if it's like tournament viable. Like if DOA 7 never makes it to either, that's not gonna keep me up at night. What I care about is the game working properly online, having rollback, having good battle mechanics. It doesn't have to be balanced because I liked Mortal Kombat X and that shit was broken to hell. But it just needs to be fun. That's my main thing. I want the game to have longevity because it's fun. If they want the naked costumes or the bikini stuff in the game, that's fine as well. But I feel like there can be a healthy middle ground. But whenever I talk about it, it's like, because I've had a lot of pro players on my stream. I've had Tom Brady, I've had Ponton, I had Master on here, who's the community manager of Ninja Gaiden, and he was a pro player as well. I had Hoodless, who's the DOA 6 world champion. People, I think on that side of it, like the sex appeal side of the conversation, they think that I'm advocating for DOA to become like an esports game. But I was just talking to these guys because they love DOA. And so you can see where like the line is drawn. Like they see certain things and they're like, oh, he's on that side. And I'm like, I'm just trying to have fun.
And the thing is, when you say something like, I'm just trying to have fun, now I think I know what you mean. And obviously you know what you mean because you're the one saying it. But that's such a vague and nebulous term when you've got this cultural divide. Like to me, when I say, hey, I want this to be fun, not necessarily about DOA, really just any game series in general that's been going for a long period of time. When I say I want it to be fun, what I mean is I want it to be fun for the real fans, and maybe real fans is the wrong way to say it, but for the classic fans first. Because again, the way I think about gaming, the way I think about comics, the way I think about movies, any, just again, hobbyist IP or anything, these things would only be popular and only still be going because of the people that have been there from day one, the people that have supported it when it was small, when it was niche, and have gotten it to the point where it blows up the way it does. That's something that happens organically. We all saw what happened to High Guard. You can't force shit like that just to be the next big thing. It's got to happen organically. And so when these companies and these sort of like inorganic and manufactured apparatuses try and make things, start changing things that stray away from what the classic fans know and love the thing for, that's a problem. I honestly don't give a fuck how good your mechanics are if you at the same time aren't acknowledging and catering to the people that got you where you are in the first place. And so part of what makes something fun is it retaining its core values of who made it. So basically there's a give and take, but I think the original fan base should always be respected first and foremost because they are the reason you're successful.
I agree. I 100% agree. The only problem with that is that the people I'm arguing with don't sound like they're from the original fan base. They sound like they're fans of
not
DOA
surprised
5.
by that at all.
Yeah, they sound like they're fans of DOA 5 and DOA volleyball. Because whenever I talk about DOA 1 to 4, suddenly like it turns into an argument. So I agree with you. The original fans should be looked after. But I don't know if the original fans are in the room with us. That's the only problem.
And I mean, that's an excellent question because I don't know. I'm going to be real. DOA is one of those games that, I mean, I've always loved. I'm a fucking child of the Dreamcast, favorite console of all time. But it's also, it hasn't had the mainstream relevance that again, these other 3D arena fighters had, and certainly not other 2D fighters like, Street Fighter, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom, things like that. Thanks for the Leather Warlord. So DOA is comparatively still relatively niche, which makes it a very weird, at least for me out from the outside, a weird franchise to try and break down the fan base stuff, because I'm not as intimately familiar with it, if I'm being honest. While I love the games, I'm intimately familiar with the fan base.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I think what we'll do is we'll come back to DOA. I'm just going to read out some of the super chats, and then I wanted to talk to you about Fatal Frame, because the Fatal Frame. I don't know if you've seen the discourse on Twitter, but it turned a bit spicy as well.
I haven't seen it. There's people that have some of the same complaints as me, and people that are complaining about things that I think are irrelevant. So I'm interested to see what direction we go with it.
Okay, cool. All right, let's see. Tom, thank you for the $20. I'm gonna say this early and say it wasn't anime that ruined men. It was the normalization of hating men in media, Me Too movement, false accusations spreading like wildfire, and the overall hypocrisy between men and women.
There's a lot more to it than that, but that's a great start, Tom.
Yeah, do I give my thoughts now, or was I gonna? I'll come back to the super chat because there's a lot to unpack there. But yeah, no, thank you for the super chat, bro. I appreciate that. Oh, Tom again, thank you for the $5. I will say one more thing. Do y'all notice in these articles and hit pieces, sexism only exists when a woman is affected, real or not, affected or not? Wait, did I read that? When a woman is affected?
What he's saying is that basically men can be objectified or sexified, or there can be women that are misandrous against men, whether the men are real or not. But when it's against women, when it's misogynist or anything like that, doesn't matter if the woman is real or not. Basically, it's lopsided. It's only one side. This only happens to women, real or fake.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Do you know, I have to come back to these super chats when we do the Brittany Venti review, because I think they'll be good to reference. Tom, thank you for the $5 again. Last thing from the words of It's a Gundam. Women have thirst, just not thirsty for anything that resembles an average man in social media. How do you feel about the thirst that women have for Leon in the new game? I haven't seen him myself like too much. I've seen one screenshot where he seems to be more hench and everyone's going crazy about it.
So I feel a couple of ways about it. One, guys, Leon always been a sexy fucking character, even back on the PS1 days. So look, Resident Evil in general, up through about Resident Evil 5, has had sexy characters of both gender. I ain't got no problem with that whatsoever. I do have a massive issue with the hypocrisy surrounding it. You can continue to make Leon a very obviously attractive man, while it's Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6, if we're being honest, was the last game to have an equal level of sexiness for the females. 7, 8, and 9 absolutely do not. So yeah, I find that hypocrisy bothersome. And I also I find the fact that people are thirsting over Leon's good looks and whatnot, and they're overlooking the character assassination that happens to his character. Like, for anyone that's played the classic Resident Evil games, Leon's character's jack out of whack in this game. He is basically not the same fucking character, and it is the fact that fans TM are overlooking that because he's hot, that bothers me. But again, that's a lore purist thing. But no, Leon's always been hot. Most of the RE females have also always been hot. Most of the dudes have always been hot. Thirst away, but I would like to see equal representation on both sides, because let's be real, it's fiction, it's a video game, and Resident Evil was never like Tomb Raider or DOA. The characters were always sexy, but they were always tasteful, and most of the like super sexualized costumes and shit were unlockables after you beat the game. So like it's not like they're running around in the main canon mode in like sexy nurses outfits and stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, fair enough. We're going to come back to that as well, because I do want to make some comments on that. Preacher Jenkins, thank you for the $5. Unrelated, but thanks for being one of the only people with an audience for defending Mewtwo King and critiquing Smash. The community I used to love is ruined. Yeah, man, they bully that guy to no end, and I really can't understand it. Like, I understand he might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I don't know if you've been following how the Smash, not everyone in the Smash community, obviously, but a large contingent of people on Twitter, like, go out their way to bully this guy.
See, I don't know if I remember that controversy. I watched your controversy when it came to Smash stuff a couple months ago about the I'm trying to say this in a way that's safe for your channel, because I would say it in a very different way. Is it trans man? trans woman. The one that Joey Swole called out. I don't know what the proper terminology is. Because again,
yeah.
I would be rude on my channel because I'm an asshole. But basically, the one that Joey Swole called out, that's the last Smash controversy I remember. And your video on that was fucking great.
Yeah, no, I got a lot of flack on Twitter for that one. But I didn't mind because I was like, you know, I love going to the gym. There's certain things that I do not want to see. And I certainly, like, I don't want my girl to go to the gym and have to be in a situation like that. But the Mewtwo King fiasco, they just bully this guy. And it baffles me because, you know, Hax was bullied as well. And other people have been bullied. Unfortunately, Hax isn't with us anymore. And you would think to yourself that you would learn from those situations. Don't dogpile a guy. Don't.
Was Hax the one that was accused of very, very bad things that are untrue, but he offed himself because of the accusations? Am I thinking of the right guy?
No, that's not Hax. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Don't know who. No, Hax's situation was absolutely ridiculous. He made a stupid documentary on Leffen and drew comparisons to Hitler, and because of that, that just started a shitstorm, like a spiral that he never recovered from. That was basically pushed by the tournament organizers. They would not allow this guy to come back into tournaments in peace. It was one thing after another. Obviously, like he got depressed over time. He unfortunately he jumped in front of a train and he didn't die, but he had his leg amputated. And even then, it was like there was like no mercy. I showed the guy some sympathy. I think he got sick in hospital afterwards, and he just didn't make it. But they have allowed people to operate in their community that have done far worse than call someone.
Oh, dude, the Smash Bros. Community is awful. I don't admit to most people that I'm a tournament Smash Bros. Player. I go in, I play the tournament, I shut the fuck up, then I leave because I don't want to be associated with 90% of them motherfuckers. Like, I'll be real.
They're some of them say the wackiest shit, and like you've got someone like Technicals who calls out their bullshit, and I messaged him the other day. I said to him, "Are you okay?" Because I was in Australia reading through my tweets, and it was hundreds of people attacking him. Obviously, like Technicals has a backbone, so he said to me, "No, I'm all good." But it was just one thing after another, and it's like this guy calls out pedos and he calls out people that are doing things bad in the community, and they hate for it just because he doesn't get top 8 in some Smash tournament. Like, you have to prove yourself in a tournament and not acknowledge that people in your community are doing terrible things.
And again, like Smash Bros. Especially is like not that would be okay in any community. I'm not trying to give a pass to, like, again, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom, Dragon Ball Fighters, you know, all these Evo games. But Smash Bros. Is a very comparatively more child-oriented community because, like, it's Nintendo. All the kids have Switches. I mean, I got into Smash Bros. Back in the N64 days. I must have been like 6 years old or something. Like, a lot of kids play Smash Bros. So you, of course, more than any community, want to look out for kids and something like that. Like, yeah, you need to be calling that shit out.
Yeah, 100%. I've always got his back. I've told him if you need anything, you can always reach out. But he's doing a good enough job on his own. Freelancer, thank you for the $4.99. That's how I feel when I talk about how very sexualized MK9 was, and certain fans get mad. I'm like, you're not fans of MK. You're fans of Mortal Kombat 9. I didn't think MK9 was that bad.
I can't think of anything on the top that was too different than Mortal Kombat 3 back on the SNES. I mean, yeah, the graphics are better, so you can see more, but you could tell that was the edge. That, at least in my mind, it seems like they're pretty congruent.
Yeah, I would say the 3D era of Mortal Kombat was probably the most sexual out of all of them. But even then, like, Mortal Kombat's always had sex appeal, but it's never been a thing where I'm like, oh, damn, they need to censor that. Like, that's too much.
Well, I know it's never been as bad as as bad. It's not bad at all, but like it's never been to the level of DOA. But again, it's just an artistic design choice more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm not gonna. I know some people would see this comment and like rip you for. I'm not gonna get mad. I don't agree, but yeah, I don't know. Mortal Kombat. I've never seen Mortal Kombat as like being over the top. I know the MK9 costume from Melina is the one that people really look at. But even then, I'm just like, she's just in bandages. Like, it doesn't seem like the biggest deal in the world. I don't know. It's just to me.
And I'm always going to err on the side of, A, if you don't like the costume, don't choose it. And B, it's a fictional character. It's not real. You're not objectifying lines of code.
Yeah. No. Well, actually, you know what? That's a good segue to Fatal Frame. I will come back and read the rest of the super chats in just a moment. But Okay, so you're a fan of horror games, so I know you've probably played Fatal Frame before.
While Resident Evil is my favorite franchise of all time, not just horror games, but of all time, I would make the argument that Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly is the single greatest horror game ever made.
I think that there's a strong argument for that. I think for me, it would be between Forbidden Siren, Fatal Frame, and it would. I think you got to put Silent Hill 2 up there, the original Silent Hill 2.
Look, I love Silent Hill 2. It's a classic for a reason. I'm gonna get some heat for this. Silent Hill 4 is the best Silent Hill.
I don't agree, but Silent Hill 4 is a great Silent Hill game. I think it didn't get.
I'll take it.
It didn't get the credit it deserves.
Like, okay, I'll agree with you there. We'll put the kibosh on 2 or 4, which is better. I'll agree it doesn't get the credit it deserves.
Yeah, 100%. When I played it the first time, I'll admit I was a little bit underwhelmed, but I was much younger. When I played it the second time, I was like, do you know what? This was actually a really good game.
Yeah,
I think the room. Yeah, that's the one. But okay, so I've got the original Fatal Frame somewhere here. So, I might have packed it away, but I saw the trailer for it. I saw people getting really pissed about 30 frames per second and the film grain and whatever. And I was like, okay, yeah, I hear those arguments. But there was one argument in particular that overshadowed all the other arguments. And it was the
overshadowed is a very funny word to use if you're about to talk about what I think you're going to talk about.
I'll bring it up on screen so people can see what we're talking about. I'm probably going to get demonetized again for this. But the one thing that I saw being spoken about more than anything was the censorship in it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I was like, what did they say? Because I watched the trailer and I didn't catch it at first. I really didn't. It went over my head. I went back and looked at the screenshots of what people were saying is censored. And I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Like, maybe this is the take that gets me cooked today. I thought it was fucking pathetic that people are getting angry over this. And I actually cringed at some of the things people were saying and posting about it. I'll put it up on screen just before you give your take, just so
no, by all means, because I think we're actually going to disagree here, but hopefully I'm going to do it in a way that doesn't sound pathetic.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Like, we can disagree, but I'm never going to disrespect you.
No, I know. I was being facetious.
Yeah, no, these guys on Twitter though, when I said certain things and they were like, oh, they wanted to have my head on a plate, and I was like, bro, it's just that I just disagree. Like, it's not that deep, but I'll put it up on screen so people can see. This was the image that was flying around.
Yeah.
And when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, are you being for fucking real? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Leon, but this is where we're going to heavily disagree, I think.
I think so as well.
The characters in this game are 15 in the original one, but they were changed to 17, and I think in one of the re-releases. But I think in this one, they've gone back to being 15. Am I wrong about that?
So you're not technically wrong. I would say you're wrong, and here's why I would say you're wrong. It defaults back to what I was saying earlier. So like canonically in lore, you're correct. But also they're not real, therefore it's fucking irrelevant. That's my viewpoint on it. I don't like attributing real life laws and real life ideologies and whatnot that can be applied to actual humans that, you know, do go through like crimes, abuse, things like that. I don't like people doing that to lines of fucking code. I think that it detracts from far worse things. And again, they're not real. And I think that separating fiction from reality is a problem that a lot of terminally online motherfuckers have.
So I actually disagree.
Fair enough. Let's hear it.
Now I'm just gonna bring it up on screen because people are saying they couldn't see the difference. Let me save it to my computer and then bring it up just so people can see. I'll zoom in a little bit, not too much. Okay, so for those of you that couldn't see what the difference was, the difference here is that in the original Fatal Frame game, when she's knocked her, when she gets scared of the ghost and she falls over, as you can see here, it's somewhat revealing. And then in the remake, she's wearing shorts. Now, this is where I stand on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they re-released Fatal Frame 2 in its original form, like the way she's tripped over in the first screenshot, I would still play it because I played the original. I'll be like, whatever, like I don't care that much. My problem with this is how crazy people are going on about it on Twitter. This change makes no difference to the game whatsoever. It's not like Silent Hill 2 where the game was heavily influenced by sexual themes.
Right.
This change makes no difference. And to see people losing their shit over it, over a character, I know you're saying they're just pixels in that, but I don't see it.
I actually agree with a bit of what you said there. For this meme is like, dude sits down to play it. He sees the censorship. Oh, he packs up the chair and like, something like this would not keep me from buying the fucking game. That's retarded. Like me at the end of the day, I want a 1-to-1 recreation of the story. I don't want to see the story altered. I don't want to see the characters altered. The things that are intrinsic to the narrative. I don't want to see the horror toned down like in the Silent Hill 2 remake. Something like this would not keep me from buying the fucking game. I think that is absolutely retarded to die on that hill. That being said, I also, again, I do think it is a terminally online issue with people treating fictional characters as if they're real. That is fucking distressing to me. It's like, hey guys, that's the internet's bred a weird thing where people are not able to separate fiction and reality. And the other aspect of it is that if they're willing to censor this, and like all we have to go off is trailers and marketings. If they're censoring this, what else might they censor that we don't know about that could be story or character or narrative related? It's the idea of the slippery slope, which I think is an incredibly fair thing considering, I mean, did you see what happened with Visa and Subscribestar?
No, I don't think so.
So do you know what Subscribestar is?
No.
Subscribestar is
is this the anime thing that was going on where they were like Visa was trying to like cut off people from
sort of, yeah. So Subscribestar was a free speech alternative to Patreon because a few years ago Patreon went super censorious. And
I saw Quartering talking about that.
Yeah, today today or yesterday, Subscribestar basically stated that we now have to be censorious as well, or Visa said they're not going to allow us anymore. And so the idea that censorship is a major issue because it's that slippery slope argument. If people can't use, if they can't spend their own money on what is objectively legal products, that basically some larger corporation or entity is telling you what you can and can't spend your money on, that is a completely legal product, that is a huge issue. And there are people that are willing to die on the hill of this right here, as meaningless as it may seem, is a slippery slope to what we're now seeing with Subscribestar, Visa. And I don't think that's an illogical argument since we have seen this many times over at this point. There have been manga sites that are entirely shut down because they host manga that have, like, again, themes that I'd find fucking weird and creepy. Wouldn't read those manga, but that doesn't mean they don't have the right to exist. Incest things or tentacle porn, whatever the fuck it might be. So if Visa, MasterCard, they've pulled their payment processing from those sites, those manga sites, gone overnight. So yes, if people see this as a slippery slope to that happening, we have there's historical precedents to see where that ship leads. Now, that's my argument is that, like, look, do I give a fuck that they did this? Not in context of the game itself, but it does make you wonder how far it's going to potentially go the more that we just basically give up these concepts of our money being used for legal products.
I hear that. I 100% hear that. I think my issue with this is that I was more perplexed at like the things people were saying. Like some comments, we looked at them on stream the other day. Some of them have been removed because they were pretty odd comments. But I don't know. I think I hear what you're saying, but it's hard for me to take some of these people seriously or believe that it's because they're looking.
I completely agree. I don't take the people seriously. I take the logic seriously. Because there are people that are outright not going to buy this game because she's got shorts on now, and like that. Look, there's weirdos out there, and not taking them seriously makes complete fucking sense to me. I don't take those people seriously either. It's again, I try and hold all my arguments just to where does the logic take you, not what do these foaming at the mouth idiots on X say.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair argument. I understand the slippery slope argument. I think I was too I was just reading the comments and I was disgusted at some of the things I was seeing because some of the things people were saying was pretty wild. But I hear your argument. Let's say, for example, though, that if a developer brings out a game, like they had a game like this back in the day that they released, and then they took a look at it and they actually said, you know what, I don't really want to present my characters in that way because of their age. Let's just say I design a character to be 14 years old. I don't really want to present it that way. Is there any way that they can change it without people losing their shit over it, or do you think it's too much of a thing where the battle lines have been drawn and anything is going to be seen as a negative?
Well, I think there's a couple of questions there that need answered before I can give an answer myself. One is this change, because obviously when you get games released in different regions, they've got different levels of censorship, stuff like that, right? So this is a Japanese game, Japanese company. Are these changes only being done in the West, or is it being done in Japan as well? Is it to fit the current Japanese cultural zeitgeist? That's question one. Question two is it the original developers themselves making this change because they want to do it? Or is it, back to my Stan Lee argument from earlier, is it someone else standing on the shoulders of these giants now making the decision to change it, even though they were not there in the beginning? So they're altering the work of somebody who made this what it is. So my answer, at least personally, would depend on that. Like, if it's the original dev team or at least the original creators involved or whatnot, and he says, look, I want to change this, and it's also changed in the Japanese version, I'm good. Original creator's word is God, in my opinion. If Tolkien was alive and decided tomorrow, Sam and Frodo are gay now, I'd be like, well, fuck, Tolkien said it. That's good enough for me. Because in my opinion, original creator, their word's what goes. If it's somebody else imparting their own, I know better than so-and-so person, or it's only being done to fit the cultural sensibilities of a culture that land or game or whatever is not from, that's when I have an issue.
Okay, no, that's fair. I guess my question to you on that would be then, earlier you said that like you laid out your argument and I understand it, but you also said that would this stop you from buying the game? So my question is, if it doesn't stop you from buying the game, are you part of the problem?
Absolutely. And there's things I'm absolutely hypocritical on, and I will admit it. There's some IPs or franchises or whatnot that I love so much, I'll fully admit to being a fucking hypocrite on. And this would be one of them. Like, while I am absolutely against censorship, in most cases, now I will say there are times when censorship is okay. Censorship is not inherently bad. It's just being used as bad in a lot of ways nowadays. But yeah, no, I knew from I didn't like Resident Evil 2 as a remake. Yeah, I still bought Resident Evil 3 because well, maybe this will be the good one. It took me way too long to give up on Disney Star Wars because I loved Star Wars so much. I kept just hoping. It was like, all right, maybe this will be the good one. And even when I knew it was going to be bad eventually, still kept watching that shit. So yes, I will admit to my hypocrisy that I'm part of the problem.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's an honest answer. I know I asked someone the other day and they were like, no, and they gave me a bunch of bullshit reasons, and I was like, that doesn't even make any sense. But
nope,
I think that's
be a
fair.
hypocrite.
No, that's fair. I'm a hypocrite about things as well. I bitch and complain about stuff, but then they announce a new one, and I'm like, I'm a child again. So I completely get it. All right, well, I guess that's really all there was to really speak about Fatal Frame. C4's here now, so I'll bring him into the conversation. I guess we'll start talking about this anime discussion. I know this is probably going to be, I think this discussion might get one of us cooked. Someone here is going to get cooked by the chat today. I don't know who it is. I feel like it's going to be me. But all right, all right, C4, how you doing, bro?
Nice. What's going on? Howdy. What's going on, guys?
Leon C4.
How's it going, dude?
Living the dream. Dig the Street Fighter in the back. What's up?
Yeah, I'm a big nerd. Big nerd.
Also, just before we get started, quick happy birthday to C4.
Oh shit, it's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, dude.
Yeah. Thanks. I don't like being the center of attention. Let's move on. Let's talk about anime titties. That's way more interesting than my birthday.
All right, cool. Well, let me bring up the article then. Right.
Have either of you guys read it yet, or will this be your first time going through it? Because I covered it on my video earlier, so I know if you guys have actually read it.
Yeah, I've read it.
Yeah, I read it. I didn't read there was like a screenshot of someone else's thing. I didn't read that.
Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't read that either. I completely ignored it because it was irrelevant.
Right. Yeah. Cool.
I read it. I watched Leon's video as well on it.
Thank you.
So yes, I guess we'll get into it and we'll go over everything here. And should I read out the whole article and then we talk about it, or should we go paragraph by paragraph?
I'd say paragraph by paragraph, or if anybody like has an idea, like when they want to jump in and say something. I mean, that way we can. Because I mean, the thing is long-ish, and so there's a lot that could just be lost in the memory of the chat if we're not breaking it down piece by piece. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm cool with doing paragraph by paragraph.
Okay, so well, just to give people so people understand what we're doing here, Brittany Venti is a very popular YouTuber. She's been around for eons. I've only really seen her getting into back and forth with just Pearly Things and Fresh and Fit and all that, but she covers loads of different things, and she posted this article called "Anime Ruined an Entire Generation of Men." Obviously, very controversial. The reason that I invited Leon on was because I saw his response to it, and I was like, "Oh shit, that was a fiery response." So I know that.
Full disclosure, I've hated this broad for a hot minute, so this was just sort of like final nail in the coffin sort of thing. I've got an anti-Brittany Venti bias going in.
It was kind of obvious from the video.
I dislike some of the newer things that I've seen her doing. When I used to watch her when she would go at the red pill stuff, I used to be like, oh, this is pretty good content. She makes pretty good points. In recent times, I don't know if she's just being a troll or if she's just like, I don't know what she's doing, but the whole blackface thing and whatnot, I was like, I guess she was like trying to be funny. It just seemed like it was less about trying to inform people of stuff and more about now just getting clicks. I don't know.
Well,
maybe
yeah,
I'm reading that wrong.
that's what, like, you can, not you as in you personally, but like you, the royal you, people can chalk it up to, oh, she's trying to troll. And no, I mean, it may start off as that. Like, this is just my take and a general thing about her individually is that, you're a provocateur. You're in there to cause outrage because it, fills some need for whatever. But also, even if it did start off as a troll, you're kind of like a Melanie Mac just dropping the F, the F slur, which I won't say on your channel, but it's you're a one-trick pony. When your troll is the same over and over, it stops becoming a troll and starts becoming a, whether you intend it to or not, call to action, and you've only got that one thing going for you, and you got to keep that shtick up, otherwise you lose whatever audience you've gained. That's my belief.
What's your take on this?
It's going to be like it's a blanket statement. I'll stand by it. I'm going to carpet bomb all content creators. Once you start earning money from content creating, everything turns into clickbait. Her blackface was just engagement farming to get people to watch. I think all content creators that are either trying to get a lot of followers or enough money, I see no difference between her doing blackface to someone doing a clickbait title. It's just trying to garner people to watch. It's all the same to me.
Okay, fair enough. Do you view the type of clickbait, like, do you see clickbait as the same across the board, or do you think that there's some things that people do for views that are like more severe than what other people do?
I think there's like different severities, yeah. But I think the intention always has to ramp up, where saying sensationalize a title is kind of like the bottom level. And I get mad at that. I've obviously been in here arguing with Yaya. So it can escalate. Obviously, they're not on the same level, but it's under the same umbrella to me. I think I remember the blackface thing, and she was trying to defend it with saying like her dad's black or something like that. And I was just like, you're just trying to get clicks. Whatever. You do you, get your bag, whatever. I just think when she went after Purdy things, that was funny. Like,
that was very funny. That was pretty funny.
I didn't get any information from it, but the rubbish bag comment on her clothes, that was funny. I laughed.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, cool. I'll read out the article. Whenever you guys want me to stop and you want to reference something, just let me know. Sexual vulgarity seems to be half of the engagement on this platform. I wanted to talk about the vulgarity culture as a new writer on this site. I think the sex talk is an overindulgence of degeneracy while giving the illusion of aristocracy. So I can never say that word properly.
No worries, I got you.
And it's cop-out for interesting writing. I define interesting in this context as either a niche topic or a unique take on any topic. I'm not expecting perfection, but I'm expecting some goddamn effort on a writing social media. I didn't want to contribute to what I find
Actually, can we stop and just analyze that first paragraph?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think this actually boils down one of the major issues I have, which is with the article in general. But before we even get to our arguments, so if your title is anime ruined generation of men, you kind of need a thesis statement. And at no point in this first paragraph does she even begin to give any sort of thesis statement. And then beyond that, she says, I'm not expecting perfection. I'm expecting some goddamn effort in writing on social media. But this is actually a very poorly written article, just objectively, like not even her idea, her opinions. If you look at the grammatical errors, if you look at the issues, if you look at the lack of structure. So I think that I think that speaks a lot about an individual is when they say, I'm expecting this, but you're also unable to provide what it is you're expecting. To me, that already is a red flag.
Okay.
She's critiquing Substack, right? This isn't about anime. She's just talking about people in Substack.
Yeah. This is about Substack in general.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I think that she did on Twitter. She did kind of extend it to that as well. So even though this article is mainly referencing this website, which I didn't even know existed, I think she was also extending it to Twitter. At least that's what I read today.
I mean, probably. She can say that, but that's a self-retcon. She didn't say it in the article. Like to me, that reads as a sort of backpedal to. She can say add more context, but really it just reads as, oh, I was getting dragged on X, so now I can apply these same criticisms to X because I kept it vague enough because I'm bad at writing.
Yeah, I'm not very good in the whole grammar category. To me, I think I heard you guys talking about it. I just don't care about hypocrisy. I don't care if you've got terrible grammar or terrible spelling, you can't write for shit, and then you write up an article saying no one else can write. It doesn't take away from the point. She could be correct. I don't know because I don't read Substack, but she could be making the point that everyone is uninteresting by her definition, and she could also be uninterested. It would be good if she says that, but I don't know if she does. I don't know if she says, yes, I am one of the people I criticize. I don't think she says that, but that would help.
She sort of alludes to it in this first paragraph where she puts writer in quotes about herself, which is a way to kind of deflect. It's like, oh, look, I'm also bad about this. And I find that to be sort of a cop-out, kind of like in a movie when you hear someone say, as you know, well, bitch, if we know, then why are you saying it? Like, to me, it reads like a cop-out, but...
Fair.
I didn't want to contribute to what I find to be an issue, but I do want to address it. I only recently became active on Substack, and yes, I am new around here. That was the part that got me. I was like, well, if you're new on Substack and it's like you haven't had much interaction or you haven't been on the website for too long, can you really be making an article about how everyone's a degenerate anime watcher on this website? I mean, how much experience does she really have?
In my head, could be wrong, because I was reading going, I've only recently come to Substack, and yes, I'm new. That seems like you're saying the same thing twice. So what I think she meant is she's new to writing on Substack, but she's read a lot of Substack. It could be a reach.
That's how I took it as well, but it is poorly worded. But that's what I took from it.
Yeah, even I know that's like that. Those 2 points were basically the same, and I was like, no, I have to kind of predict what she meant. But yeah, I think she's read a lot of Substack stuff. This is the first time she's writing on Substack. So I guess if you read a lot of Substack, you can critique everyone's writing.
And I actually don't doubt that she has been on this website to read a lot because you said, I don't remember if it was Mike or you, C4, one of you guys said that you weren't familiar with Substack until, this and whatnot. What Substack more or less originated as, or at least what popularized it, I don't know about originated, what popularized it was during the very censorship-heavy times on the internet in the recent past, for political reasons, a lot of journalists that spoke outside of the mainstream were getting fired, canceled, things like that. So this website popped up to basically be a sort of free speech outlet for journalists that were not, that were no longer seen fit to be in the mainstream. Like, for example, this is where Barry Weiss and Paul Tassi, who are very award-winning journalists, the people that broke the Twitter files back in 2022. This is where they host their work. So it has some level of prestige to it that others consider it a joke. Think of it like kind of you know how Joe Rogan will have on guests that some people will think he is incredible, and it's very obvious why the mainstream doesn't like him, and other people think, wow, this guy's a kook. This is kind of like the Joe Rogan guest gathering place of journalism on the internet.
Right. Okay. My medium is YouTube, writing my scripts for YouTube and streaming, which I have done for over a decade since the original internet, before everything was cheapened by oversaturation. And I pray that doesn't happen to this website. I am noticing a theme, and it's that half this site is people talking about some whore that they fucked in a harsh way, in the same manner that I'm writing in right now. Here's an excerpt of what I'm talking about. Black evil lady stole my virginity in Japan. I read that title and I was like, I don't know if I can read that sentence out on YouTube without getting cooked. Right.
Yeah.
Now, just before anyone doesn't, because people have been doing this to me lately, these are not my words, okay? If anyone's listening to the audio, because I got this message from someone the other day who listens to me while he's driving his truck, these are not my words. I'm reading it from a website, okay?
You might need to start working on like a reading voice. I was too much of a pussy.
All right. I was too much of a pussy to cold approach women. So back at the hostel, I Tinder swiped endlessly. Humiliation ritual. Surprisingly, got my first match pretty fast and immediately got half hard. But I read that and I was like, this guy's already a problem.
This sounds like an anime script. I can't lie.
To me, this sounds, and I got no proof to back this up, but to me, this sounds like a woman writing erotic fan fiction from the perspective of a male. Like, okay, full disclosure, I own Morning Glory Milking Farm. Bought it as a troll to do for super chat reads. Just open, give it $50 super chats, open to a random page, start reading. This dude's either actually a pussy like he's saying, or this is a woman writing erotica from the perspective of a male. It's the internet, so we'll never know.
It does sound like fanfic.
When I read it, I was like, there's no way. Has anybody here swiped right and gotten hard when they got a match? Like, that is I even feel sick saying that.
You guys get matches?
I'm married. I opt out.
I'm divorced.
I'm a taken man. Thank God, man. Thank God I'm not in the dating pool. These dating apps sound like humiliation rituals. I'll agree with this person there. They sound pretty rough. I was looking at the swipe rates for men. Apparently, like only 3% of men get like a match a day or some shit like that.
I've heard, like, again, they're very like red pill podcasts and whatnot, but they talk about 97% of women get like 3% of the men. Like, with some stat like what you were saying. What else, you guys? I haven't used apps like this in ages. There was a time where I did. That was before I was married. I was a loser, but it's been a long fucking time.
Yeah. But I was about to say real quick, most dating apps just seem like an insult incubator. I sometimes you've got to do what you got to do, but yeah, like I think if you rely on it too much, it just will turn you into an incel.
Yeah, I only know of like 2 cases where being on Tinder worked out for people. Most of the time, it is just they're not worth it, man. Like it's much better to like meet women outside or whatever. Anyway, we don't need to get into that conversation. Surprisingly, got my first match pretty fast and immediately got half. Why am I reading that part again? To my dismay, it's not someone I found immediately attractive. I have to convince myself she's pretty. It's not that she's bad looking; she's just below average. But her D breasts allow her to punch above her weight. This is this is bullshit. Someone definitely made this up.
Yeah, it sounds like a woman trying to pretend to be a man. Like, I know a lot of misogynist dudes. They don't actually talk like this. It sounds like the way women think we talk. Maybe I'm crazy.
It could be. I think on the other hand, when you're anonymous, you do kind of go a little bit. You get a bit fragrant with the word.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah. Well, is it anonymous? Is this person anonymous? The person who reads?
Yeah, they've taken the snippet. They haven't said who it is. Oh, actually, no, sorry. It's from Bad Decision Maker this year.
So yeah, they're definitely, if that's what they go by, then they're anonymous.
Yeah, they're anonymous. Yeah. She's not Japanese or Asian. She's black. Well, light skin and Dominican. but black. I had this fantasy in my head that I'd lose my virginity to a well-kept Asian girl with soft, pale skin, straight black hair, and long, thin legs, like the maid cafe girls or the sex workers. But this girl will do. I'm horny from earlier, and I'm also desperate.
Sorry, because I skipped over this when I was reading this article. If you think you're gonna lose your virginity to a sex worker, why not just pay a sex worker? This story can't be real. That logically doesn't track.
It doesn't. You're right. This sounds like bullshit. Listen, I'm not trying to say that Brittany Venti's lying or anything. This could very well be real. There's some weird people on the internet. However, I'm with you. It sounds like bullshit. I don't think this helps her argument.
She doesn't necessarily even have to be lying. She could just be dumb and believe this when there's some inconsistencies here. Like, dude is a virgin, yet has the money to go to Japan, stay in the hostel and whatnot. If you got the money for the flight to Japan, you likely have the money for, a sex worker once you're there. Why would you be swiping on Tinder? Also, I don't know what the demographics are of Dominicans in Japan, but it seems like a pretty low chance given their, their very stringent immigration rules. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing.
No, you're right. You're Seafood, do you have a different take? It does sound like bullshit.
No different take. This is I don't understand why Brittany put this in there. This is not helping her case. It just makes her look gullible. Personally, even if you think it's true, you can read it and go, most people think this is bullshit. So why put it in there? Yeah. It just sounds like rape play fantasies. I just don't understand. I don't know why I say it.
I would love to ask her why she chose this particular, because when I read it, I was like, oh my god, like even if the rest of the article is good, this really just discredits everything, because it just sounds like some bullshit that came out of like what are those animes? They're like isekai animes, but they
one of the worst things about modern anime is the saturation of these god awful isekai anime. And yes, you're right. This reads just like that. Yeah, Jesus.
I'm gonna try to continue reading this. I'm horny from earlier, and I'm also desperate. I know Urban Boy is gonna clip that shit. Please don't. The thought of sex and effing is crushing me. I think I'd fuck anything at this point, even a black girl. That's just racist. That felt racist. Oh, you could have your preferences, obviously, but he did have to say it like that.
I'm not gonna say shit. I've been I like myself some of that. I like myself in darker skinned women. So
I met her in Shibuya for a drink, and immediately she's pretty cute. Maybe I'm just horny. She's shorter than I thought, but her proportions are nice. She's wearing skin tight jeans that complements her ass and a low cut top where I can see her big old boobies. I'm in heat. This is not
what dude writes like this?
Oh, this isn't real. This isn't real.
I can't in any good conscience believe this is real.
I've seen crazy posts on Reddit, so I'm not gonna say 100% is fake, but if I had to put money on it, I would lean on the side of it being fake.
Agreed.
Okay, we'll continue.
Can we just disregard that whole thing, please?
I want to try and find, because what's his name? Bad Decisions Maker on this website. I might, whilst we're talking later, I might try and find the rest of it and see where it went. That was just a snippet. It's trying to give American Psycho, but instead it's giving erotic fan fiction with zero tact. I want to make a petty observation here.
Oh, it's my favorite kind of observations.
I think, when someone says it's giving, I know it's not. I know I shouldn't dismiss you for it, and I don't. But there is something in my head immediately where I'm just like, you might be an idiot. You might be an idiot.
I don't think that's petty at all. And reason being, like, modern day journalism, I hesitate to use that word. Hey, do you cook often, either of you guys?
A little bit.
Not really.
Okay. I love cooking. Cooking's my favorite hobby. And so oftentimes if I'm looking for a new recipe, I'll be like, I'll Google recipe. I'll go to like a food blog or something. And you'll have, this gal that writes this really bubbly, frilly way to do the recipe. It's like, first, what you're going to do is you're going to grab 2 eggs. You're not going to grab 3. You're going to grab 2. If you grab 3, it's going to come out all extra sticky, wherever it may be. They use this really frilly language. Modern journalism doesn't feel like journalism. It feels like food bloggers who are trying to make a point. And when someone says something like, it's giving, or she does even worse stuff in this article. It's like I can't take it seriously because you're trying to give us this serious premise. Okay, you think that anime ruined a generation of men. You think that men are in danger. You're a woman. You've had bad experiences with men. Okay, this is hypothetically something that should be talked about in some sort of like social setting. And then you write like a teenage girl or a food blogger. It throws any even just idea of credentials you may have out the window.
Yeah. No, 100%.
It could be, this is like no defense, but going on what Leon's saying, it could be that she can only write in YouTube script form. Because this sounds like we're reading it, but if she was saying it on her YouTube, it would make a bit more sense. It would still sound cringe, but it'd make a bit more sense her saying it on a YouTube video than us reading it as text.
Yeah, I could see that being a thing. I'm imagining her saying it now. It sounds like something she would say on her video.
I think saying it's giving is super cringe, but writing it down is probably worse. So I think she wrote it down in the intention of how she would say it.
And that's cardinal mistake number one. For like when I recently wrote my Resident Evil 9 script about, when I reviewed the game. Now, I didn't want to give spoilers to it because my buddy was still wanting to play it. So I sent him like the first 2 or 3 paragraphs that didn't have any spoilers. And I was like, hey, can you proofread this? Can you give me, can you edit this? Give me ideas. Why do you run? And he gave me a list of several things like, all right, you use this word too many times within these sentences. I think that you should have pauses here. You're going for a rule of 3 here, like comedy in threes. We only use 2 examples. Like it was very constructive stuff. Exponentially improved my video script by the time it was time to record because I had the foresight. It's like, hey, let's get some proofread. Let's get some editing, the whole 9. If you're going to be writing in any way, shape, or form that you want to be taken seriously, you can't start with your first draft, and you got to have some other eyes go over it. Mm-hmm. I mean, for fuck's sake, run it through ChatGPT at the very least and say, can you edit this, or can you proofread this, or something?
Some people are egotistical, though. Like, they won't do those things. You're right, though. You're 100% right. The worst part about this is that these people think they're unique. I've been on the site for 3 whole seconds, and I've already seen a bunch of guys who write as the pathetic guy who can't get pussy but pretend they will choke mid-tier whore. She's a whore because she is pity fucking them. I was confused when I read this part. I was like, it seems like a bit of a jump. Like I know this is ridiculous and somewhat vulgar, but this seemed like a massive jump. Like I didn't get violent from this guy. I just got desperation.
Well, and this is where being familiar with her content is, and maybe you guys are. I'm not trying to say that you guys are. Just in general, being familiar with her content helps because she is very much. She is already opinionated and set in her ways on what she thinks of modern day, male culture or whatnot. And the reason it seems like a jump is because it is. It's almost as if from her writing style, she's expecting the people reading this to already be familiar with her arguments, her thought process, and the way she feels about modern dating culture, men, the whole 9. So she doesn't at all explain her rationale. Now, frankly, in my opinion, no explanation of your rationale would work because this is some bullshit rationale. But for the sake of argument, you would at least need to understand, to explain that to people who, by and large, probably have no fucking idea who you are.
Yeah.
I think so I've only seen from memory, there's 2 videos I've seen. The Pearly Things one, which maybe my bias made it seem funny because I think just Pearly Things is I don't know why she's on the internet. And I saw the Andrew Wilson one, and I will agree with Leon that to me was a reach. But everyone reaches, I think, with him. I think a lot of people reach with his what he kind of defends or who he's like aligned with, and they apply that kind of like label to him where he's coming from a different perspective. He's normally coming from like a religious perspective.
And Andrew Wilson gets incredibly unfairly maligned because he's of the people he sits down with to have a conversation, even though he's often arguing against them. It's very, like he goes on red pill shows like Fresh and Fit, even though he's arguing against their ideology, but he gets lumped in with it. That makes no goddamn sense to me.
He's like religious standpoint sometimes draws him to the same conclusions as Red Pill, but he normally argues on their like how they got to that conclusion.
Right. Oftentimes, from different moral values. Like you could have different moral values and arrive at the same place, but if you took the wrong path together, it's Yeah, I think her video, because I watched her video on Andrew Wilson as well, and I think it was an incredibly unfair video.
Yeah. So I understand what you're saying about she can have a premise and then she'll just jump to there's no it's A straight to Z. There's nothing in between it. So yeah, I can see that for sure.
Yeah, I watched the Andrew Wilson video. Like C4 said, the Pearl video, I thought that was pretty good, pretty spot on. But the Andrew Wilson video was, to me at least, it felt like you either don't watch his content because it's very long form, or you're just being incredibly disingenuous just because of where he's appearing. If you like, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing with him. He's just not in line with those people just because he's on those shows. Exactly. I think that much is obvious. And I know people like get mad at me, but like I watch the guy because I think he's an amazing debater.
He's
like,
an incredible debater.
I might disagree with everything he says, but that's irrelevant to me. Like watching him, there's a lot to gain from like learning how to handle debates and how to win them. He's great at debating. So if for nothing else, I think
my grandma is a staunch liberal, and she's fascinated by him. Like,
yeah, I think
rhetorically he's amazing.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate video with that girl where he was arguing about he said that.
What did he say, sniz or something?
He said, "You like sniz?" I was like, "No."
That was a bad matchup. That was not his best moment.
He was winning that whole argument up until that point. Point, yeah, I felt like he was. That girl was making better points, I think, than most people, but I still feel like he had the edge. But when she said that about his wife and he lost it, I was like, I was sitting there in tears, bro. The lead up is, you need to watch the lead up.
Okay. Yeah, I only saw the clip. I've seen him do the whatever thing before, with I think like Not So Erudite and some other guy. So I kind of got the gist. I saw the moment. I was like, it's only a matter of time, bro. You're gonna get triggered eventually. Someone's gonna say something that triggers you. And I think all the amount of debates he has had, and this is like the first time he's proper like schizoed out. It happens.
Dude. I've taken some major L's on fucking YouTube. Yeah, you own it and you move the fuck on. It's like,
yeah. I ain't mad at him for it. I just thought it was fucking hilarious.
It was bad.
I was watching it. Was I watching it live? I don't know if I watched it live or when it came out, but bro, I almost spat my water out. It was so fucking funny. It was so funny that I didn't hear what they were arguing about afterwards. I was laughing so much that I had to rewind it. But yeah, like I've watched like 100 of his debates. I've never seen him wild out before, so
he was flustered. You could tell he's flustered because he would say the insult and he'd go, "I can do better," and then he would like interrupt her to say another insult. He was so flustered. It was hilarious. Yeah, it was a good clip.
It was a human moment for him.
Very much so. Yeah.
Because they're like so angry and bitchless. Yawn. They all think they're Patrick Bateman or Shinji from Evangelion.
All right, let's stop right there, just at that. You guys are anime fans. I assume you've seen Evangelion, right?
I'm not. I'm a very surface level. I watched.
Okay, fair enough.
Ninja Scroll, Samurai Champloo, Death Note, Dragon Ball.
Okay, well, 3 out of 4 ain't fucking bad. So you know what, you see something good stuff. And Death Note, I'd give a pass if the first half is good. The rest of what you just named is awesome. But
I've seen it. I've got the box set. Even though my brother lost one of the discs, but it's been a long time. So
whether it's been a long time or not, I'm sure you at least remember well enough to know that ain't no dude in the world unironically comparing himself to Shinji as if it's a good thing.
That's what I was confused about when she used Shinji as her like, this is what I'm going to use against these guys. I thought when I opened this article, I was going to see Eren Yeager. I thought that's where she was going to go with it. But when she chose Shinji, I was like, okay, maybe I don't remember this anime properly, because why would you choose this guy?
And this is why a lot of people are jumping to the conclusion that this is a troll job. And here's why I don't think it's a troll job. Go to her ex, and if you scroll, it is her batting off people, talking shit about her, and her trying to hand wave it, and her trying to justify it. Like, she has been going ham justifying this article. So if it is a troll job, she is incredibly committed to the grift. Beyond no, but I would think that if you're sitting there and you're constantly arguing with people on social media and constantly quote tweeting and constantly trying to justify it, you're standing by these words that you do believe it. I think she's just retarded.
Yeah, I don't like it when people are like, oh, she's just trolling. Some people genuinely believe these things. Like I saw somebody in the chat earlier when you said that you don't like Resident Evil 9 say that, oh no, he's trolling. He's not a serious guy. It's like, I don't like, maybe your opinion is silly or whatever, but people have these opinions. Like everyone dismisses it as a troll. That's just a cop out in my opinion.
I've been getting on X for the last week or so, like, since the game came out, since I beat it and put my opinions out that I'm rage baiting. It's like, guys, why would I rage bait when I can get just as much raise and engagement by also just telling the truth? Yeah, no, I don't like Resident Evil 9. It's, believe it or not, it's not that fucking hard. Some people have different opinions.
You can't have a contrary opinion, otherwise it's a troll apparently. Like I said, I like Devil May Cry 2. I don't want to start a flame war in the chat. I like Devil May Cry 2.
I've never met someone that liked Devil May Cry 2. You'd be the first, but you know what? Props to you.
Yeah. I maybe I'm the only person on earth, but I'm not trolling. I played it on stream. I enjoy the game. I like it. I know everyone always hears that and they're like, I'm never listening to this guy again. But I'm not trolling. I genuinely feel that way. But telling people these things is like, yeah, that's not a real opinion. Which is really annoying because you can't really have discussions about anything with people like that.
Right. Wow, you like Devil May Cry 2. You learn something new every day. That might be the most interesting thing that comes out of this whole stream. But anyway, let's keep going.
Let me just stress, it's not my favorite Devil May Cry game. I prefer it to DMC, the reboot. But
from a story perspective, I will agree with you. I would say the DMC reboot, as much as people hate it, got really fucking good gameplay.
I actually don't like the gameplay. I'll tell you
really?
Why. Yeah, I do not like the red and blue thing. Like, these are the red demons, these are the blue demons. This is what you do for these guys. This is what you do for that. Some of the gameplay elements, like the stages changing, and I like the. I think it was like there was a play on like the Fox News anchorman becoming a boss.
Yep.
I thought that was really, really good, but I didn't enjoy the combat as much as I did the other DMC games because I felt like it was telling me how to play, sort of, where the other DMC games is like freestyling.
Yeah, that's a good argument. I can appreciate that. I'd have to probably replay it to see if I agree because I haven't played it since it came out. But that's an interesting take. I've never heard somebody talk because most people laud the gameplay like I do, but aren't a fan of the story because of all the changes and whatnot. So that is still a new take that I've not really heard from that perspective. So which one is your favorite though? Because there is a right answer.
My favorite is DMC 3.
My man. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, DMC 3 is my favorite. I like DMC 4 a lot. I know a lot of people don't like Nero and Kyrie. Yeah, I love the gameplay in that game as well. I will say revisiting old stages was a bit annoying, and it felt like Dante got put on the back
why
burner.
5 is above 4 for me. Like it's 3, 5, 4, 1, 2.
Yeah, I think from like nostalgia-wise, like memory-wise, I've got such fond memories of that time when DMC 4 came out. Sometimes that clouds my judgment, but yeah, 5 is objectively better, I think.
Yeah.
I think 3, 5, 4, 1, 2, then DMC.
See, I never include DMC since it's its own thing when I do the rankings. But yeah, I think it'd be the same for me with the exception of I'd flip 2 in DMC. Beyond that, yeah, 3, 5, 4. Yeah, 3, 5, 4, 1 is the point that matters.
Yeah. All right. If you don't watch anime, good for you. Me, who grew up watching and appreciating it. It's this teen boy who has his harem of girls during a war against what they refer to as angels.
Now, again, this is a very disingenuous framing of what Evangelion is. And I also think that it's disingenuous to say, if you didn't grow up watching anime, parentheses, good for you. Why? If you're going to say good for you, if you're going to, your entire, again, premise from the title is that anime ruined a generation of men. So if you're going to make the claim that not watching anime was good, you need to explain why. This article would still be a bullshit premise, but it would at least be better at what it's doing if she explained her thought process as opposed to just expecting you to agree with her based on these surface level statements.
Yeah, I read it, and like I said, it's been a long time since I've watched it. But when I read it, I was like, I don't think that's what the show is about. I don't think that's the central theme of the show.
And by the way, I'm not even an Eva Glazer. I think Eva's wildly overrated. And that's still incredibly fucking disingenuous.
You think it's overrated?
Yeah, it's not that I don't like it. I think that it's fine. I think it's good. I think that from a historical standpoint, it does deserve the praise it gets for like what it did for anime in the West in terms of like helping make it the sensation that it is and whatnot. But in terms of people praising it for like how deep and thought provoking stuff it is, I can rattle off probably 10 other anime from the same era that did it better, especially Serial Experiments Lane. So I think Eva gets way too much credit in terms of the symbolism and how deep and whatnot it is. It's good. It's fine.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
From the comment of if you don't watch anime, that's good for you. I didn't see it that serious. I saw it as like when people that play League of Legends say it. If you talk to someone about League and like, you play League and you go, no, they go, good, don't play League. I kind of saw it like that. I can see the parallels of a piece of media or a game where when someone says they don't play it, they're like, oh, your mind's like you're still with your innocence.
I didn't see it like that. I actually saw it as like, when someone says good for you, like they don't care. Like if I say to you, or if you say to me, oh, like I love Formula One, I'm like, good for you, bro. I don't care. That's how I saw it.
I'd probably see it as that if it weren't for the premise this article lays out, which is that anime has ruined a generation of men. And if you're saying anime has ruined a generation of men, and then in your article you say, if you haven't seen it, good for you, that implies, oh, you're not one of the ones it's ruined.
Yeah, I can see it from that standpoint as well. Just before I forget, I'll just read out this super chat. Blue Gundam, thank you for the $5. Women thirsting over Leon shows hypocrisy over sexualizing fictional characters. Us guys get called gooners / losers for doing it to female characters. Yeah, I do agree that the discourse on Twitter about Leon was a bit. There was some. I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to like call them out and start some beef. But there were some girls that were leaving comments about Leon, and I'd been like, I definitely saw you talking shit about like Bayonetta and
there was a lot of them, and like the hypocrisy is really annoying. But yeah, like I posted this on X and got a lot of hate where I was saying that while I do have criticisms of the disparity between how the males and females are being treated visually in Resident Evil, the fact that this conversation is dominating as opposed to all of the lore, character, story, retcons, plot holes, this, that, and I listed out a bunch of stuff, is character aesthetics are important. Resident Evil's changes are important, but I find all this other stuff more damaging. So can we talk about that instead of just like the female character aspect that should come, in my opinion, secondary to story, narrative, and character.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I've seen some crazy mods on that game already, proper crazy ones, but I'll show those later on. They fight in big mech robots that synchronize with the pilots. Cue the "he's literally me." This line does piss me off, dude. Like, I'll be honest with you. There's so many guys that I talk to, and they say this all the time. Like they'll see Ichigo and they're like, "He's literally me."
Right?
Like,
they always
being
say
serious. That shit annoys me.
They don't say it for these pussified Weasley small bitch characters because no guy thinks that's literally me. That's why she doesn't understand the medium whatsoever. She can claim she grew up watching anime all she wants. She doesn't understand the medium.
Yeah, choosing Shinji for this is so bizarre. Like I said, I thought that she was going to pick Eren for very obvious reasons. Eren's obviously a very controversial character. Some people think he's the good guy. Some people think he's the bad guy. Some people think that he was just thrust into a situation and made the best of it. But her choosing Shinji, it feels like to me is that she's in the same boat as me, where maybe she watched it a long time ago and she doesn't remember it properly, and she's chosen this character to write about because it doesn't feel like she knows what this anime is about.
Well, and it's also just incongruent with her point. Just like at this point, we're well past, or at least at the halfway point of the article. She still hasn't actually made an argument as to how anime ruined a generation of men. She's focused on one anime and how dudes allegedly identify with this character, despite the fact that he's one of the most hated characters in anime history. But where's the connective tissue of how anime ruined a generation of men? Especially if later on in the article, which we'll get to, she gripes about new anime, and this is an anime that's from, I think, 97 or something.
Oh, her takes on new anime are very interesting, but we'll get there. If I see someone with a Shinji profile pic, I already know they're bad news. It's like screaming you have BPD for boys. It's like a Hello Kitty obsessed girl, but the way worse. It's way worse because it's some neurotic, useless soft boy who is very online, F-slur, branding himself as the sensitive young male. I feel like she's making a lot of leaps here. Am I reading this wrong?
No, she absolutely is. This is, and again, she doesn't come like. She can make this assertion. If you're going to write an opinion piece, make an assertion, but then you have to back it up with something, and she never does that, so it falls flat.
Yeah. C4, do you have a different take, or?
I haven't watched it, so I don't know who's right about what the character's about. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm guessing he's got loads of girls after him because to me, most anime is like that.
No, again, that's actually not what it is. Like there are themes. Okay, have you played Silent Hill 2?
Yeah, I watched it. I didn't play.
Okay, so you're familiar. Like one of the biggest talking points around it is like the themes of sexual repression and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
This show does something very similar as like a psychological plot. It's not the main plot. It's more of a side thing, but it does something very similar to what Silent Hill 2 does in a very coming of age puberty way, while also the apocalypse is happening, and he's one of the few people that can pilot the robot to fight off the apocalypse. It's a very surface level version. Right. So it's not about like the harem and all these girls being after him. It's more about his sexual frustration during the apocalypse while being surrounded by these other women and him not really being able to do anything about it. But again, that's a subplot. That's not the main plot.
So that's fair. I'm just seeing that picture. It looks like he can do something about it. Not that one, the one, that one. Yeah. Like, it's not like he is getting some, right? He's not an incel.
No, right? So this is his mentor, and this is right before she dies, and because you know how it says, I'll say PDF file since it's not my stream. Basically, right before she goes off to die, she's like, "Oh, if only you'd have made it to a little bit older," and or whatnot. And then she goes off and dies. And it's is it creepy? Is it predatory? Sure, but there's like, there's reasons for it when the show explains, and so again, I don't really want to spoil too terribly much or whatnot, or get into it since it's irrelevant. But
okay.
But basically, nothing really does happen.
Maybe I've been hiding my power level this whole time. I agree. I think anime has brain rape people. A lot of men. Maybe not to the degree she thinks, but I think a lot of anime that I've not watched, there's a reason I didn't watch it, because it can do something to your psyche.
We're slightly going to debate when this is over. Let's go.
Yeah. So yeah. But I agree with you so far. She's not presented any of that. I think it's obvious. But yeah, you're right. She has not defended her point. So I'll see if she does it later on and I missed it. If she doesn't, I guess I'll do it from my perspective and not her one. But yeah.
Yeah, I did figure that we would have to sort of like take this and try to run with it a bit, because she really doesn't do a good point in making her point. A lot of it is just like, is not, I don't mean this with any disrespect, but it does just feel like yapping for the sake of it. Right, so the protagonist Shinji, despite being a pathetic loser, has options of a redhead German girl, a mid-20s pedophilic cougar, or a girl that reminds him of his dead mum despite being a blank canvas. For reasons I won't spoil in case you somehow haven't seen or heard of this anime. I don't think we have to worry about spoilers for this anime. It's older than some of the people in the chat. It's not. It is iconic with cool imagery, but I'm not going to sweep the truth about it under the rug. They seem to focus on emulating what I'd argue to be the worst aspects of the show, or at best, they use a little bit of the aesthetic and design for branding. This 90s anime is still talked about today.
Okay, hold on. Let's that first sentence, if you scroll back up a little bit.
I remember this scene.
Yes, yeah, me as well. They seem focused on emulating what I'd argue to be the worst aspects of the show. All right, so you're making an assertion again. Once again, give us an example. It shouldn't be hard, because you started this article saying, I spent 3 seconds on this website, and it seems like half of it is, and then all the degeneracy. And then you gave us that one screenshot. Well, if you say it seems to be focused on emulating what I'd argue is the worst aspect of the show, if it's as rampant on this website as you claim it is, it shouldn't be hard to give us examples of this, and yet you don't. This is, if anything, this just seems to, it seems to be projection. You've got an inherent bias against a certain type of male that may or may not exist, that you're not giving any evidence exists. So again, why should we take anything you have to say here seriously?
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Just before we go on, we're not spoiling people. This show's too old, man. Like we're gonna have to get into it.
Like it's like 20 years.
Yeah, I think.
I remember seeing on Tsunami.
More than that, I think next year it'll be 30 years.
There you go.
Damn, we're getting old.
Yeah.
This legendary scene with the use of displacement, it's been censored. He masturbates over a topless, comatose Asuka body. I'll be honest with you. This scene, again, my memory is very hazy because it's been more than 20 years since I've seen it. But this seems seen out of place from what I can remember. Like, I remember watching it thinking, what the fuck is going on? But maybe I was too young to connect dots. I don't know if you've seen it more recently, Leon.
Yeah, so I will say that contextually the scene makes sense, but that doesn't make it good, if that makes sense. Like, it within the parameters of the story, it makes sense, but by the same token, like I said, Eva's just fine. It's incredibly overwritten and overanalyzed, and they talk about it as if it's way deeper than it is. So, and again, there's being no prude, like, oh, they shouldn't be showing this shit. No, it's just kind of not well done.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's so edgy and overdone. I have anime fatigue now, as well as the sensitive young man who calls
that first sentence, because here's where,
okay.
And again, my video, I raged about this. It's so edgy and overdone. She has made her entire YouTube and streaming career on being edgy right-wing girl for the sake of being edgy right-wing girl. You cannot, in good conscience, bitch and moan about anime being edgy when that has been your entire personality for a fucking decade.
But her being edgy, does that change the fact that it's edgy?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that it is, I wouldn't say the anime is edgy. Again, you could say it's not well written or anything like that, but I wouldn't say that it's edgy. To me, edgy is a pejorative. You know, edgy is something like very try hard and whatnot, which I don't think Eva comes off as try hard. I actually think it comes off as the opposite. I think it's just not as smart as it wants to be, but it also doesn't come off like it's trying super hard to be. Like, edgy is something like Shadow the Hedgehog, the video game, which I admittedly like, but and again, if you're trying to say that something is edgy and you're using it as a pejorative, but again, your entire persona is to be an edgy person, again, doing blackface for what reason again? Like, that's how can you in good conscience make this argument and have us take you seriously, especially if you are well known on the internet and people know who you are?
No, that's fair. That's fair. I think I'm not saying that it is. Say again.
Is it fair? Like, are we just gonna do hypocrisy hunting? Does it matter?
No, I was gonna say that she does do things like an edgelord, but if something is also edgy and an edgelord is pointing out, it doesn't make it not edgy, right? I'm not saying the show is edgy. I'm just saying that, like,
well, I think like maybe I didn't phrase properly or didn't explain properly. Whether it is or isn't edgy is irrelevant, because if she's framing the idea of being edgy here as a bad thing, why is it bad when show does it or anime does it or whatever, but not when you do it? If you can't explain one without acknowledging the other, that's a failure of your writing and a failure of conveying your thought process. That's my point.
I don't see it like that. I think I do agree kind of with the edgy part. Like, Shadow the Hedgehog, I think is different to, apparently I haven't seen it, but someone jizzing on their hand, media-wise, is edgy. Like, I've never heard of that being drawn. Like, maybe I'm a prune, maybe. But all the animes I've seen, like, Ninja Scroll was pretty graphic. Like, Jubei's boning, it was like a Romeo and Juliet thing where he's meant to kill him, but he'll bone them first, then he'll kill him. But yeah, like knocking one out on your hands. To me, that's edgy media, but it's not like Linkin Park Shadow the Hedgehog edgy. So I think it was edgy in terms of what they represented on the screen. And even if
but see, you're not using edgy as a pejorative there when you say that, and that's the difference. You're saying when you say, or at least it doesn't sound like when you say it's edgy with the portray on screen. Like it sounds to me, at least, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Like you're saying, hey, this is pushing boundaries.
Yeah.
The way she's using edgy doesn't sound like that. It sounds like she's using it as a pejorative, and that to me is the difference. That's
fair. Yeah, that could be down to interpretation. I can see both. Maybe with like some prior knowledge to what other content she does, I could see it from your perspective. I'm coming in slightly blind, only the 2 videos I've seen, and I just assumed she meant edgy as in novel, like not been done before. Because that's how I got into anime. I was like, oh, Western cartoons don't do this. Like coming from like Marvel and DC, when I was watching anime, like I think the first one I must have seen was like the Street Fighter anime. I was like, oh, there's blood here. I've seen Wolverine with claws for like 10 years. All he does is cut sentinels. I've never seen blood before in a cartoon. So to me,
it's worth noting, because I mean you're talking about like Marvel, DC. Eva's not for kids. It stars kids, but it was never for kids. Eva is an adult oriented anime. So
yeah, that's fair enough. So yeah, that's why, maybe because I looked at it from my perspective of what edgy meant when I first saw anime, and it was same for like when Adult Swim came out. To me, that was edgy because it was different to what was out before. Same with South Park, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. But yeah, I think even if she is critiquing the bad thing in this being edgy, when she's edgy, I don't care about hypocrisy. I just don't. Like if a murderer tells me that murder is bad, they are bad. They're both bad. But I wouldn't critique the person snitching on the murderer because they're a murderer.
But if the first murderer that's saying that murder is bad is doing it from a place of self-righteousness, you're not going to look sideways at it like, how the fuck do you rationalize? Like, because to me, that's the thing, is like, if murderer says, yo, that guy's a murderer and that's fucked up, it's like, you're also a murderer. How do you rationalize what you're doing is okay? Because that's what she's doing here. She's justifying, this whole article is to justify her belief that anime ruined a generation of men, while not acknowledging, again, and it's not just the blackface thing, it's that, you know, you've been on the internet for 10 years wearing low-cut tops, having your cleavage out, having your nudes leak, wearing sexy outfits, doing a show called Simpcast. You can't really talk about damage done to men from anime. You can't talk about anime being edgy as a bad thing when your entire career has been being edgy for dudes with right-wing opinions. Like, without at least attempting to justify or rationalize it, which doesn't happen anywhere in this article.
I think you're both right. I think like her pointing it out doesn't make it less true because of who she is, but it's also very funny coming from her based on what she's done.
Yeah, I mean, I'll point and laugh. Remembering what I read, I don't think she tries to distinguish her edginess to what she's pointing out in anime. But if Leon's saying that she does it in other places on other videos, that's fair enough. I'll just point and laugh. But for me, real recognizes real. So if an edgy person, or if you go back to the murderer, a murderer has all the credentials to point out another murderer. So an edgy blackface like content creator, I think, has more of an idea of what is edgy. So I would technically give them more credence when they point something out. But if they try to defend their edginess versus what they're pointing out, then I would laugh at them and say, stop it.
And yeah, it's that second part that I'm criticizing, because that is what she does, is she tries to defend it. And it feels kind of like an unfair advantage, because I've been watching Brittany on and off for like the last 6 or so years. So I'm quite familiar with her as a content creator and things like that.
Right. That's fair. Yeah.
A lot of people on Twitter clearly bled over here and are bringing their sick, perverted minds with them, where they just cannot get over themselves. You can be part of a culture and like certain aspects of it and also be critical of others. It's called not being a slave. I think that's a fair point. I don't think there's anything wrong with being critical of some aspects of the culture, even if you enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like the thing is, I think it's always fair to question the individual delivering these critiques authenticity. If you're making an argument in bad faith, I don't care how correct the argument is. If you're not making in good faith, then that's to me it's an invalid argument because you're not. If you're now, this applies exclusively to moral arguments, I should say, because things that are factual are factual. But this entire thing is a moral argument. So if you're going to make a moral arguments have to be made from good faith, and there's nothing here to signify that this is being done in good faith.
No, I agree with you. Her picking Shinji alone and that snippet that she got from earlier already kind of like tanked the whole article. So I agree with you on that basis. I like Evangelion. I like 90s and early 2000s anime. I base some of my aesthetics off Japanese fashion and anime, but we are not the same. I don't watch anime to come.
And here's where this is the dead giveaway that she is not. If anything else before could be hand waved or maybe justified, this line can't. And this is what I referred to in my video as covert feminism. Because this is again, she will parade herself as a bastion of virtue, right-wing ideas, morality, things like that, while using the exact same argument that leftist feminists will say about, dudes who want to play Stellar Blade. Oh, what, you need to play a video game to come? Like, that is an inherently disingenuous argument because I've been watching anime for over 30 years. Never once jerked off to fucking anime. Okay, I watched Dragon Ball, I watched Beck, I watched Legends of the Galactic Heroes. Okay, I fuck women. I don't need 2D people to do it. Just trying to blanket label this on anime fans and say, well, I'm more morally superior because I don't do it, is disingenuous.
Yeah, I read that line. I was like, that's a bit of a crazy thing to say. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like like C4 said earlier, there are some people that have been completely brain rotted by anime, but I don't necessarily just put that down to anime. I think there's a deeper issue with those people, and they probably latched onto anime. But to make that blanket statement about men and anime and the reasons for why they watch certain things, like I watched High School of the Dead, right? I don't know if you guys have ever seen it before.
So did I like High School of the Dead. Never once jerked off to it, despite all the fan service.
Yeah, never jerked off to it. It's a ridiculous anime. Like some of the things that are so outrageous. I thought it was funny, but it never occurred to me.
Comedy of it.
Yeah, it's outrageous. It's so stupid, but it never occurred to me to be like, I want to jerk off.
It's a sex comedy / horror. Like, it's in the same vein as American Pie. If you look at it from like live action Western adaptation, what is the difference in the sex comedy of High School of the Dead versus American Pie, which is also a high school sex comedy?
Yeah, I like Red Coffee Mug. I don't know what you're listening to. I didn't say I watched it for the story. I said I watched it because it was funny. It's a funny anime. It's ridiculous. Like, obviously, we're not watching. It's a zombie show. Like,
I was saying, I love zombie media in general. The Romero films, the Night of the Living Dead is my favorite horror movie of all time. Again, Resident Evil, favorite video game of all time. I saw zombies, so I fucking watched it. It was fucking fun and funny. It didn't defend the story, but it's fun and funny.
Yeah, most of the time, if you've got zombies in it, I'll probably watch it. Like, what's that one called where he's like an office worker and then everybody gets infected except for him? And he lives in like he's a salary man. He lives in an apartment. Everybody in his office gets affected. All of Japan gets fucked up.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Damn, what was it? Someone in chat
must know. I don't know if I've heard of this, and that's awesome. I've seen like over 400 anime. I'd never heard of this. So damn.
Yeah, it's really good. He's like he lives in like this
disgusting. Says, I Am Hero.
No, it's not I Am Hero. Zom 100. That's it.
Okay. Yeah,
that's a really good show. Like I saw zombies, but I saw really colorful stuff. Like when he was attacking them, I don't know if it was in the opening, but like there was like yellow flying out, and purple and red, and I was like, oh, this is a different take on it. So like if you put zombies and stuff, and I'll probably check it out. That's why I checked out High School.
All I'm hearing is I need to watch Zom 100.
Yeah, it's funny as well. It's really funny. I haven't got too far into it, but it's pretty funny.
Real quick, I don't know if I disagree or agree yet. I think maybe I'm looking at it less literal because I think we would all, most people take that stance. Well, I think a lot of people did take that stance with the DOA thing when we would say people that want the titties in the game are there just because they want to goon. They don't care about the game. I think most people would apply the same logic. They say, oh, if you watch lolly content, There's only one reason I can think you watch lolly. I think we do this.
Well, a couple things. One, I'm always philosophically consistent because I actually argued the opposite when it came to DOA. Gameplay is a lot of fun, and that's part of the core identity is the sexification. So I think you actually need both for it to authentically be DOA. But also, there's a difference between and probably gonna get flamed in the comments for this, but oh well, it is what it is. This is just the Japanese language, factually speaking. There's a difference between lolicon and lolly. So when you say lolly content, lolly is an art style as opposed to lolicon being what you actually mean. When you say lolly content, what you actually mean is lolicon. Lolly is just an art style. It is not it does not imply anything sexual or anything like that.
So okay, should I say admiring lolicons then? Does that
lolicons are like the degenerate perversions of the lolly art style, whereas lolly is just a petite, small way of drawing characters.
But say someone admires that, I think it's very
that would be lolicon as opposed to just so lolly is the art style, lolicon are the degenerates. That's the only reason I was because you said people who enjoy lolly content. It's you can objectively like the art direction of lolly without being a fucking weirdo perv about it. You get what I mean?
Okay, cool. I'm glad you corrected me, but I think it makes what I said make more sense to me. I think I stand more by it. I think most people that don't do anime. So if you went to, we'll just call them normies, right? Someone who doesn't do like cartoons, full stop. If you said, "Oh, I like lollies," and you show them a lineup of lolly characters, to be like, "You like little girls." I think that's the natural inclination someone who doesn't know about the media would say. So
that might be I agree with you. That might be their inclination. I would just also say that's objectively wrong. Like, let's say that so you got two different. Let's take Batman the animated series, and let's take something like Adventure Time.
Yeah,
they're just objectively different art styles. So if someone says, "Oh, I like lolly," and they're referring to the art style, not like in a weird perversion way or whatnot, might people think what you're thinking? Yes, but that's more of a problem with people not knowing what the words mean. That's a linguistic issue. That's a colloquial sort of thing, as opposed to what you get. Because words have meaning, and when you, that's why when you've got like something that comes from a different country, different culture, inadequately or incorrectly using those words causes a lot of issues, or it can cause a lot of issues. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think I'll bow down to your knowledge because I'm not like super.
By the way, not a lolicon. I feel like I should fucking clarify. Not a lolicon. I also find those types of fuckers weird.
You educating me, not defending them.
Art. I defend the right for art of whatever to exist as long as it's fucking legal. But not my fucking thing.
Yeah. You was educated, not defending. No way. I didn't think that. In my head. Real quick.
I just wanted to ask, like, is there a difference between like I know Pansy in Dragon Ball is a lolly, but is people call Soy Fun a lolly as well? I never saw it that way. I'm just trying to understand where is the line. If people are saying petite women, so they'll say stuff like Soy Fun and Bleach is a lolly, but I don't see her as a lolly. That's just a small grown woman. But it's like Pansy in Dragon Ball.
That's what lolly just means in Japanese. So they can be completely grown, whatever, but if they're drawn small, that's lolly, because lolly just translates roughly to small petite woman. Yeah, exactly. So again, it's just a thing in Japanese culture. It's not inherently sexual at all. There are people that sexualize it, but it's not inherently sexual.
Let me just bring it. Sorry, C4, make your point while I start bringing this up.
Yeah, it's gonna be quick. In my head, I don't know if I've got like the general consensus of what other people think, but a lolly is an archetype. So to me, a lolly is like a muscle mummy. I know what you're saying about it's like an art style where I'm like, yeah, I understand that, but when I think of a lolly character, that's an archetype of a character, and I think that's what most people think. Maybe we're wrong and we're misusing the words,
and that's what it is, because like an archetype is more about character traits that are non-physical. Yeah. Let's say you've got like where's some like. You can have a tsundere, you've got yandere. These are different archetypes of female characters. You can have tsunderes, yanderes of all various art styles. The archetype is, so you could have a tsundere lolly, or you could have a tsundere completely normal proportion, whatever the fuck it would be called. Femme fatale, that's an archetype.
Yeah,
You could
yeah,
have,
yeah.
yeah. So
This is a lolly, right?
Isn't that just a girl, like a small girl?
She's like 100 years old.
Well,
in that case,
I'll fully admit I don't know. Akira Toriyama's art style is so vastly different than pretty much any other mangaka out there that I don't really know how to classify his characters. That is, I wish I did, but yeah, I don't know if that's a lolly or not, to be honest.
Okay, this isn't a lolly though, right? Soifon's not a lolly.
No, I would not call that lolly whatsoever. No.
Okay, because she's a petite. Yeah, she's a petite grown woman, but she's not the same kind.
Yeah, so petite, small, as in like small as in short. So since she's not necessarily like
she's short. She's very short.
Is she?
Yeah, Soifon's quite short.
Okay.
Maybe I just don't remember much of her character from Bleach then.
Yeah, I always thought lollies were like Pansy, where they are drawn as young girls, but they're actually like 100 years old or some shit like that. I always thought it was,
and they don't necessarily have to be like. That's a very common trope that anime does and that manga does, and it's more just a Japanese cultural thing. But that's not necessarily a requirement. Like, did you see Cyberpunk, the anime?
No, I heard it was really good though.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen it either, but apparently there's a famous lolly character in it, so I was gonna point to that as an example, but none of us have seen it, so.
Let me bring this article back up.
Yeah, don't want to fall into the lolly discussion. It happens all the time.
Yeah, I have offended the lolly community.
It's definitely a very weird, tenuous conversation to have. I just feel like language matters, and that's why it's especially if we're appreciating another culture's art.
Yeah. No, next time I talk to someone, hopefully, but I don't have to talk about it again. But next time the whole conversation comes up, I'll remember that you said like lolly was an art style, not necessarily just an archetype.
Again, lolicon as one word, LOLICON. That's gross. That's fucking weird. So yeah, that's the differentiation.
Okay, cool.
Blue sends in, thank you for the $2. Show to the boy version girls are into.
Shota is the boy version of Lolly's female. Shota is male.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, the lolly conversation always gets me in deep water. I always go on Twitter and I'm like, some lolly fan is like, "Fuck this guy," blah blah blah. I'm just like, I don't mean to offend the lolly community. Listen, I don't like it. Okay, I really don't like it.
For me.
I really don't like. There's an anime that is it called Sentenced to Be a Hero or something like that.
It sucks. Sentenced to Be a Hero sucks so far. I'm to be fair, I'm not caught up. Maybe it gets better.
Well, the first episode was incredible.
Oh, and that's what I thought too. First episode showed a lot of promise, and again, maybe it'll get better as I keep going because I'm like 5 or 6 episodes in, and there's a lot of interesting ideas, but they're not fucking doing anything with them. It's just they're replacing story with hype aura moments. I fucking hate that shit.
I started watching it, and I was really into it. But you know the little girl that's like a goddess or whatever.
Yeah,
I was like,
she is a lolly. She is a now.
Yeah.
That like from a character design standpoint, she is a lolly. And there's like nothing about her character, like at least as far as I've seen 6 episodes in, nothing about her character is sexualized in any way, shape, or form. It's played for like cuteness, but not in any way sexualized. Now,
yeah, no, I didn't see anything sexual. I've only seen the first 2 episodes, but it's just when I saw her, I was like, man, really? Like, we couldn't get someone that is like Ivy or whatever in this show. We had to get another lolly. Like, it put me off. I'll be honest with you. It puts me off. Like when I saw Pansy and Dragon Ball Super, I was like, really? Like, are we doing this?
I really liked just like the character of Pansy. I thought she was a nice juxtaposition to oh my god, what's his name? The other demon that's introduced. Koku keeps fucking up the name of. You know what I'm talking about?
What are you talking about? The Majin Ku?
No. The other demon that's hanging around with Goku and Pansy. That the other main.
The older guy.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
who you're talking about, yeah.
I like both him and Pansy. I think they were both good additions to the cast.
Gloria.
Yeah, Glorio. Thank you. I like Pansy and Gloria. I was like, oh, these are cool characters.
Do you know why I couldn't remember his name? Because
Goku can't remember his fucking name.
Goku couldn't remember his name, so he kept on saying it wrong. So I couldn't remember it either.
Yeah. Is
so
Daima worth it? SKGS? Yes, it is. At least in my opinion, it is.
Yeah, I think so as well. A lot of people gave it shit. I really enjoyed it, especially the last I think 6-7 episodes. They were really good.
It's real good.
Yeah, man. Some memorable animation in there. Yes, and thank you for the $10, Leo Breaker. Yes or no, Mike? Pansy isn't an adult, regardless of how old she is, but she does fit the stereotype. Cyberpunk has one as well in the show who pretty much stole the show when she got screen time.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I haven't seen Cyberpunk, and his argument about from an artistic standpoint makes sense. But again, Toriyama's a little bit strange because he's got such a weird art style. So I'll just take his word for it.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. So where were we? While I get why they would pick Evangelion since it's from the golden age of anime, these same people are why modern anime is shallow and sucks. It caters to them.
I had a massive issue with this just because it's objectively wrong. So, we do a lot of anime coverage on my channel, and a lot of it is breaking down the modern culture of the anime scene, like in Japan, what the writers, what the directors, all that are doing. And modern anime is not catering to classic fans, at least not when it's exported here to the West. So, I've covered countless writers, directors, creators, all of that have said this and said how they're frustrated with this because kind of like how we have this issue here in the West of large corporations coming in, taking over, and kind of removing the artistic whimsy and just making things, practically on assembly line. The same thing is happening in Japan with anime and manga, and also with video games. It's just happening to a lesser extent than it is here, but it's still happening. And so when she says that that modern anime sucks because it's catering to these classic fans, that's just objectively false.
No, 100%. I was very confused at what I was very confused when I read that because I was like, that doesn't feel like that's what's happening right now. But again, that's why I said I feel like this article is a lot of yap. There's not a lot of substance here.
I would agree completely.
I love older anime, don't really like the current culture or fans. It's also uglier and rounder, by the way, like modern Pokemon.
And that's also not true. And old anime was also round and whatnot. She chose a bunch. She chose My Hero and just posted all these characters from My Hero. Well, of course, they're going to have if the artist went with a round character design, of course, they would all kind of have that consistency. It's all the same artist. There's a bunch of Cinder's to be a hero, for example, which you just brought up. Is there any roundness to that? No, it's very sharp.
Yeah, no, I also using Pokemon is such a weird example to use because old Pokemon was much more round. Like if you look at the original art design, look at old Pikachu. Old Pikachu was round and fat.
Yeah,
he wasn't like what he is now. I don't know where she got that from. I went back and looked at the old art pieces for like Pokemon Yellow and when the anime came out, it was much more round. Pokemon now is much more sharp. I actually don't like the way it looks now.
I don't either. I think it started when Gen 5, Pokemon fell off and started looking more like Digimon.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially like I don't know when it was when they changed Ash's aesthetic like heavily, but that shit was ugly.
Oh, that was god awful.
Yeah, it was saved by him finally winning the Elite Four, but I didn't like the art style at all. Agreed. I don't know where she got that from. And her using My Hero Academia as her own, this is it. Like each bubble here should have been a new anime that basically made her point. This is spoken like somebody that does not watch anime.
I haven't watched My Hero. I might play the game and play the story to find out. But one of the reasons I didn't really care about it was because every character looks like they're from a fucking different anime. Like they don't have like in most anime, everyone kind of has the same aesthetic. But you look at fucking Deku and Endeavor there. Endeavor looks like old style. He looks like an old style anime character with a like really small eyes, like more of a rigid like facial structure, where Deku's like the old Pokemon style, like bubbly, round faced. And then if you look at all the other cast members, they're all fucking like amalgamations of that.
And what's
think this
funny
so
is
wrong.
that's actually a byproduct of it, based on what I've read at least. And fact check me if I'm wrong. My Hero is actually very inspired by Western comics, just like how all our Western characters and comics went out look very different. That's the idea behind the hero, because behind My Hero is it's very inspired by the golden age of Western comic books.
Yeah, that's why I got told to watch it. I was like, yeah, but the art style's just
My Hero
dark.
is good, but the main character fucking sucks. Deku's awful.
I'm not a fan for Deku. I'm not a Deku fan. But I also played the game, and I hated fighting against Deku, so it just made me hate the protagonist even more. But
he's also just a fucking bitch.
He looks like such a melt. What a fucking moist melt he is. I can't stand him.
Yeah,
I hate him more than Goku, and I haven't watched the series, and I hate him more than Goku, and I hate Goku.
You hate Goku.
You know this. Fuck
I know.
Goku.
I know you do. You were a Vegeta guy, but I didn't know you hate Goku.
To be a true Vegeta fan, you have to hate Goku.
But Vegeta don't even hate Goku anymore.
I actually respect that, because I say the same thing about Star Wars and Star Trek. To be a true Star Wars fan, you have to hate Star Trek. Even if I would probably actually like Star Trek if I ever had a chance. I grew up in the Fandom Wars era, so you know what? While I disagree respectfully as a Goku fan. I like where you're at.
I'm a pure blood. I think you can like Goku and like Vegeta from the Goku aspect, but if you like Vegeta, you have to despise Goku.
But
He's the antithesis of Vegeta's ideology.
No, this is why I disagree. Vegeta's my favorite character, and I strongly disagree.
He's not.
Vegeta's character was Vegeta and Goku's characters uplifted each other. So without Goku, Vegeta wouldn't be what he is today. Vegeta and his interactions with Goku made him what he is today. Vegeta is a better character today because of Goku.
Yes, I agree. Because he hates him so much, he doesn't want to be second place to him. That's why I like him. I like the strive of second. What do you mean? Vegeta's second place. He's not a jobber, but he is second place. He's
not really second place anymore, though, is he?
Okay.
Last time they fought, okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
Goku has never canonically beat Vegeta.
No. That is Vegeta, yes. Yeah, that's correct.
Vegeta actually, like, no shenanigans, beat him in the last fight. And in the manga, I don't know if Vegeta's second place anymore.
Took a long time.
It took a long time. He doesn't hate him
a long time.
Though. He stopped hating Goku back in Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, but you know why he stopped hating Goku? Because, like you said, without Goku, Vegeta wouldn't have got as strong as he did. But the reason Vegeta got there is because he had ego. Because he didn't want to be below the run Kakarot. He didn't want to be below a soldier. He's a prince. Then, when he realized that, Goku makes me get stronger, that's when Vegeta went into his pride era. So he acknowledges that he needs Goku. Doesn't mean he has to like him. It's like when people go on a diet. They might not like eating their greens, but they have to get better. Yeah, but that's you're talking about Dragon Ball Z. You've watched Dragon Ball Super, so you know that there's friendship between them. They are friends now. Well, Vegeta pulled the wool over your eyes. He doesn't like Goku. He acknowledges that sometimes he can't get the job done. Goku can. Now, the way it's. This is I interpret it. Vegeta and Goku are friends. Vegeta's just he's a dick. He's never gonna say they're friends. They're friends. Okay. I disagree, but we can do another podcast on that. I don't think Vegeta likes Goku. He tolerates Goku. Do you remember at the end of Dragon Ball Z when Goku was getting his ass handed to him and Vegeta flew over to him and he said, "Kakarot, I'm here. Are you okay?" And then Goku said, "Yeah, I'm pretty cooked, bro." And he was like, "You just rest there, Kakarot. I'll do this for you. I'll take one for the team." And then proceeded to get his ass handed to him by Kid Buu. Does that sound like a man that hates him? Yes, I'll tell you why. Because Vegeta knew in that role that he had to play was to stall so Goku could get strong enough to win. Vegeta's mind is actually a full break. He knows the only win condition is for Goku to win. So if Goku's losing, he knows he has to be the punching bag for Goku to get a Senju Bean and Genki Dama their ass. That's what Vegeta knows this. He's too smart. But he didn't have to talk to anime normie dropping the Genki Dama. Okay, Dragon Ball, I'm a little bit of a that's where my anime stops. Dragon Ball, it's my favorite anime of all time is the whole Dragon Ball franchise. I know there's technically better ones, but it's my fucking favorite. Yeah. So I feel you. I would never time sink as much as I did into Dragon Ball. Can't do One Piece, can't do Naruto now because anything more than 100 episodes, I just check out. Vegeta took too much of my life. But yeah, Vegeta he's full breaking. He knows the only way he can win is if Goku is alive. So he will sacrifice himself as the punching bag so Goku can rest up and come back. It's always the way.
Bro, Kin Jam Master's diabolical. C4 watched his own dub of Dragon Ball. That's wild, bro.
We all watch the same thing, guys. I don't know. I'm just not.
Did you wait, C4? Did you watch Dragon Ball Super?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
Did you watch it? Did you watch the whole thing?
Yeah, I didn't watch it all. Normally, I watch it in one sitting, but I didn't watch it in one sitting.
So you've seen the Tournament of Power?
32 episodes.
Yes.
And you still don't think they're friends?
No, I think you're like Goku, a bit gullible.
Okay, this man. You haven't read the manga, have you?
No, I haven't read the manga.
Okay.
You know what? I don't need to read the manga, so we can move on. Just saying, at one point, when I first watched Dragon Ball, I thought Vegeta and Nappa were friends. Look at that turn out.
That was very obvious that they weren't friends. Someone weren't paying attention. Someone wasn't paying attention. I was gullible.
That's what I mean. I was gullible at first. I wasn't paying attention. Then when I saw him switch, I was like, oh, Vegeta doesn't do friends. He just about does family. He doesn't do friends.
My girl's watching, right? She's a massive Goku. She's got Goku tattooed on her arm.
That's right, son.
And unfortunate.
She sent me this GIF. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, the cat face.
It said he hates Goku. C4, she was a fan of you before this. I don't know if you can recover from this.
Look, should I flex? I've got a Vegeta tattoo, so like we can all like show how much we love our characters. I'm just saying, I watch with a keen eye from Vegeta's point of view, and the reason I like him is because he hates Vegeta. He hates Goku.
Vegeta I think I got y'all beat. I got a Buggy the Clown tattoo, so right there.
Yeah, that's better, man.
That's that One Piece shit, baby.
I don't have any anime tattoos. I might get a Joestar thing on my neck, but
you call yourself a Goku fan?
Jojo,
no Goku tattoo.
Man.
Listen, I'm a Vegeta fan, but I'm not gonna sit here and badmouth Goku. That's insanity. That's blasphemy. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Buggy the Clown. Do you know what? I know a lot of people. We'll get back to this article in just a second, I promise. But I know people have been ripping into the new One Piece live action. They're saying that it's really shit. The acting's shit and whatever. I like it, but
I haven't seen it yet.
The coolest thing about the One Piece live action, this might be a cop out, is my mom coming up to me saying Buggy the Clown is my favorite character in that. Not in a million years did I ever think.
Baby, Buggy is my favorite character in all of One Piece. Always has been. Don't give a fuck.
Not in a million years would I have imagined my mom coming and talking to me about One Piece and being like, "Oh, like, did you see Luffy did this?" I was like, "I haven't even watched it yet, mom." Like, it's. I know people are not completely happy with it. I enjoy it. I think it's a bit of dumb fun.
No, I actually had a very similar situation with my dad when season 1 dropped. He was on vacation, like halfway across the country, and he walked into this store and it had a bunch of anime merch. And he usually tries to bring me back a shirt or whatever when he's on vacation or away for work or whatever. And so he sends me a picture of all these anime shirts, and he's like, "Hey, you want one of these?" And one of them was a One Piece shirt, and I was like, "Oh, the one with the skull and crossbones is really cool." And he just types back in text, "Oh, you mean the One Piece shirt?" And I was like, ain't no goddamn way growing up my dad ever knew what One Piece was. So the fact that he could say that with me just saying the skull and crossbones, because I assumed he wouldn't know.
That's dope.
Yeah. I actually like it. I think maybe it's just Twitter. Twitter's always like, there's something negative on Twitter. Like if you want to see something hateful, it's on Twitter. But I just think it's cool. Like she was talking to me today, and she was like, "Oh, let me see the original version." And I showed her, "Oh, this is where the scene came from when Zoro threw his sword up in the air and it came spinning down to see if it picks him."
And
years ago, if she saw me watching One Piece, she would laugh because she was like, "Why are they always shouting? Why is it always loud? This is so dumb." Now she's like, "Oh, that's where it came from. This is interesting." She's sitting there watching the anime, and I'm like, "Okay, the live action did its job. It did its job well."
Yeah, I agree. I like season 1. I haven't seen season 2, but I like season 1.
Yeah. I like the casting choices in season 2. I think they're really good. Whoever that woman is that's playing Robin, they got that spot on.
She looks picture perfect. I've only seen stills, but she looks perfect. And Robin's my favorite Straw Hat. So,
Yeah, even they got her. I watched the first episode of season 2. They did a good job. That part's irrelevant. I miss Lame K magazines as shown above. I miss old anime and it being appreciated for the plot, vibe, and music instead of angsty, sad, loser, larpy, effeminate internet guys wanting to ejaculate all over what once was art.
Perfect. Okay, since this is the final paragraph, this is where she completely loses it because she tries to use Inuyasha as her comparison point here. Inuyasha is a shoujo manga written by women, a woman for women. Again, there's nothing wrong with it. I like Inuyasha, but it is designated as a shoujo manga. It is catered towards women. So when you're sitting here, bitching about the plot, the vibe, the music, and then you're comparing Inuyasha to Eva. These are completely different genres. This is like comparing The Godfather to like Madagascar or something. It's an incongruent comparison.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised when I saw Inuyasha on there because it was my understanding that this was an anime that was designed by women.
By women for women. This was catered to women. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. It does a very good job at drawing in men as well because of the action stuff, but it uses all the traditional hallmarks of shoujo writing. It's the same author that did Ranma 1/2, for Christ's sake. A lot of dudes like that, but it's geared towards women.
Yeah, I think that this article did her no favors, to be honest with you. I think there's a conversation to be had around anime and its effects on society, but I don't think she did a good job of it at all. I think that this was just an opportunity, like you said. I don't think that she's lying. I don't think she's trolling, but it didn't feel
being earnest. That's the worst part.
I think she's being earnest, but I don't think that she spent a lot of time on it. I think she got it out there very quickly, and she hasn't done herself any favors in doing that. Maybe from if you look at it from clicks, she got a lot of clicks from it. It seems like it went viral, but it's a pretty shit article.
Well, hey, good job on going viral, but I want to go back to something that C4 said at the very beginning of this, which I partially agree with and partially disagree with. You said that once you get to a certain level, everything is clickbait, and maybe I only disagree because I'm young and naive and shit when it comes to the YouTube game. I'm not even 10K subs yet, right? So maybe there is a level you get to, and eventually that becomes the case. Right now, I try to put out content every day, but I make it a rule. If it's not something I care about or I'm passionate about, I ain't fucking covering it. So my thought process is maybe she is earnest about this, and frankly, because I've been watching her for around 6 years or so, based on everything I know about her, she is earnest about this, and that's what makes it worse. But if it was just a rage bait thing to go viral, I mean, well, there's a reason she's been a successful YouTuber for all these years. She knows how to play the game, but I just don't think that's what happened here.
Yeah,
I can sort of agree with that. I think some people, they have a take and they know that's what's going to get them noticed, and they can't justify the take. They're just like, I feel this. And I think this is what this article is. This is I feels this is the case, and they've not justified it. So
I can agree with that. Absolutely. Yeah. I knew I was going to get shit when I made my Resident Evil 9 review. It's like people are going to think this is fake and me just being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. So I totally get what you mean.
Yeah. I think you should say that though. If you can't justify it, you should say you can't justify it. It's just the feels.
The question is now did anime actually forget her article because she doesn't know what she's on about. But
Before we get into it, can I take a piss real quick? Because I would wait to debate yapping on this. All right, I'll be back in just a sec.
Okay, go for it. Let me read the super chats while he's gone. Breaks Kid, thank you for the $10. This convo isn't for me, but have a good one, Mike. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the love. Duke Nylon, thank you for the $5. Any real Vegeta fan hates Goku. Hell, the Prince of Saiyans. No, any real Vegeta fan understands why Goku is important to Vegeta, therefore cannot hate him.
This is the Vegeta, the true Vegeta signal. It's the hairline. See, you don't know about that, Mike.
No,
I'm trying to live and breathe Vegeta hairline. He is the GOAT.
Vegeta is the GOAT. I agree with you, but I just can't hate Goku.
You can. Even Vegeta does. Remember when he was about to self-destruct? He was like, "Even you, Goku, thank you." Even he didn't want to, but he knew that He couldn't get that strong without him, but he doesn't have to like him.
Do you know one thing I noticed about Vegeta? I don't know if you ever picked up on this. Vegeta never apologizes, never says sorry. The only person that he's ever said sorry to is Gohan, and he said sorry to him like twice.
That is accurate to canon. Yep.
Yeah, I noticed. I did a rewatch of it maybe a year ago, and I was like, damn, Vegeta, and he never says sorry, but he said sorry to Gohan twice, and I was like, does he like see Gohan as like a son or something? Because maybe he sees Goku as an incompetent dad.
No, I think it's more that he is. He has both a respect and again, this is my interpretation. Maybe I'm wrong, and check and roast for this if they want. He has even more of a begrudging respect for Gohan because A, he's a half breed, and B, unlike Goku, he does actually take things seriously, and it's something that. But it's almost as if Vegeta knows that Gohan has struck that balance between being a true Saiyan and being a human, whereas Vegeta has become more human as the years have gone on, being married, being a father. So he's sort of just got this almost begrudging respect that he can't give Goku because he can almost identify with Gohan more.
I agree with that. I would actually go a step further and say I think Vegeta wishes his son was Gohan and not Trunks.
Damn.
I think he's jealous.
I also wouldn't want my son to have purple hair, so you know.
Do you prefer the purple hair or the blue hair?
Oh, purple for sure. Purple for sure. And you know what? Maybe I'd like the blue hair better if because I love the story of Super minus some. I got some issues with Super, but in general, I like it. I don't like the art design. I don't. It's so maybe if the art design was the blue hair and whatnot, but it was in more the style of Z, I'd have a different opinion. But I don't like it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know why they changed it. It was such an odd change. It made me think that it wasn't the same Trunks from Z, that he's from a different timeline. But that's the only thing.
The reason for the change was because they were trying to. So when Dragon Ball originally came out as a manga, Bulma actually had purple hair, and then when it got animated and whatnot, it changed to blue. But when they made Trunks in the anime, they defaulted to the purple hair for that Bulma had in the manga. And so they made it blue and Super to try and correct the fact that it should have been blue to begin with to match Bulma. But it just caused all sorts of dumbass confusion. They should have never done it.
Yeah. My headcanon is that his reality, he followed the same events as another Trunks where he came back during the Cell Saga and then went back into his timeline. But he's not the same Trunks that we saw in Dragon Ball Z. That's how I tried to rationalize it. This is another divergent path.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but all right, we'll come back to that in a bit. Forgetting Brittany Venti's input on this because she doesn't really even understand the shows that she was talking about. Has anime ruined a generation of men?
A few. I wouldn't say a whole generation. I think
or has it done some damage to the modern man?
I outright reject the premise. I say no, and I feel like I can back it up. So, but by all means, C4, you go first, homie.
I think it's done damage in respect to how it's going to sound like a cop out, but it's in the respect of how any overindulging in media will do to you. I don't think anime. It's kind of like the whole scare where they went, oh, if you play like GTA, you're going to want to go out on the streets and start running people over. I think anime was a lot more subtle and it's confused people into like what it means to be a protagonist in your own life. I don't want to get super deep about it, but yeah, I think when I look at people that have looked at anime way more than I do, like I said, I kind of dropped off. I guess Dragon Ball was like the last thing I watched on like Cartoon Network. And like I said, I watched older stuff like Ninja Scrolls and stuff where I could tell the difference between reality and this is crazy anime trying to push boundaries. I think when it came to stuff like Slice of Life, I think it's blurring the lines with some people a little bit too much. And then obviously you get like hentai and stuff and you can say that people are getting, degenerate. So yeah.
So
Can I give my take on it just before Leon? Just for you.
my bad. Sorry. Yeah,
I think her writing this article makes it seem like this is the one of the most glaring issues with men in this day and age, because she's drawn such attention to it. Why else would you write it unless you really thought it was a big problem? And like Leon said, I don't think she's trolling. I think when she's like the title says, anime ruined an entire generation of men. I think she really thinks that this is like an epidemic or some shit. I think that's some bullshit, personally. I think that like all forms of media, there's going to be some rot within it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there isn't some seriously degenerate behavior that takes place within anime communities, but you could say that about anything. I would say that there are much bigger problems that have hurt a generation of men, like OnlyFans, like hip hop, the way hip hop portrays women. I think there's a myriad of issues that go way above and beyond anime, and I also think that although there are some really weird people within these communities, I think if I was to try and stick it on them, it would feel a bit like I'm being somewhat disingenuous to like the wider argument, because I think anime helped a generation of men as well. Because I grew up around guys that got into anime and they started going to the gym and they learned what it meant to be friends, to have real friendship, and learned what loyalty was. And I know that extends a little bit to like video games as well. Like one of my friends literally told me that he learned what it meant to be a real friend through playing Kingdom Hearts. And I was like, okay, well, I can definitely see the anime influence on Kingdom Hearts. So to say that it ruined an entire generation of men, it seems so overblown. It feels like an exaggeration. That is where I sit on it.
Leon, can I give you something to attack? Because I just realized what I said was a nothing burger.
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah, so listening to what Mike said, I think what anime does that's different to like games and all that other sort of media is that it insulates people into the culture, and you don't have to go so far as like saying someone's a weeb and they like learn the language and stuff. I think it makes people have worse social skills outside of other people that enjoy anime. So I would say kind of like a little bit like some of the Smash people. So I don't think it's an epidemic. I don't think it's that many people that is the problem. But when you have someone who's super, super into anime, and it's not like you, Leon, you do get the other end where those anime people can only talk to other anime people. That's all they can do. And they go inwards. They're insular. So, yeah, that's what I think is, I don't even say it's a problem because I don't think it's that big. Live your own life. If you only want to talk to other people that are into what you are into, that's fine. But I think that could be seen as as a problem. I don't think it's a problem, but I think that is something you're desocializing people with too much anime.
So, do you mind if I make my case before I address that?
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no problem.
Now, I'm about to say something that's going to sound incredibly dumb. It's going to sound retarded, but follow me, and because I'm being serious about it. Have you guys ever heard of the fetish cake farts?
Cake farts?
Cake farts, yeah.
No, I've never heard of that one.
It's a very weird, disgusting sexual fetish where men will pay women to take videos of themselves, literally what it sounds like farting in cakes, and that's their fetish. That's what they get off on. Now we can all agree that's disgusting, fucked up, weird, like degenerate behavior, right?
Wait, let me just get this straight. The woman is
I'm going over this, by the way, I promise. But yes, go on.
The woman is farting on a cake.
Yes.
In front of the guy.
Yes.
And okay.
Now, the reason I bring this up and the reason this relates, anime is a medium. It's not a genre. So far, all we've talked about today is effectively just kind of in one genre of anime. But anime is just like video games as a medium. It's like books as a medium. So there's multiple genres within. Now, if I was to make the assessment that movies ruined men because in the one movie, American Pie, dude sticks his dick in a pie, and then try and make the assertion that movies ruined men because now this cake farts fetish exists because dude stuck his dick in a pie in a movie. That is an insane leap. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
This to me is the exact same thing. To say an entire medium ruined an entire 50% of a generation of a population because of a singular anime, because in this instance, she only references Eva. It is the exact same argument as movies ruined men because cake farts is a fetish because dude stuck his dick in a pie in American Pie. Do you see how that analogy does play out and work?
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. So that is why I could say that objectively, anime did not ruin men because there's nothing to back it up. It's just a vibe thing. Now, as far as what you're saying about the social aspect, there is correlation. I would agree, but the old adage, correlation is not causation. So, anime did not start getting truly mainstream in America until, or the West in general, till about the Attack on Titan era. Now, obviously, it was getting popular. You know, we had Akira, we had Ninja Scroll, then Toonami came out, we had Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball, eventually we had Naruto, but it was a rising thing. It didn't actually hit what I would consider apex mainstream till about the 2014 Attack on Titan era. Then when COVID happened and everyone was locked indoors, you get what's called the COVID era, which that's now anime is everywhere. I mean, Chainsaw Man and Demon Slayer movies are fucking breaking box office records. So to say that it ruined a generation, yeah, maybe there's correlation to say we're seeing men get ruined. We're now seeing anime being this big global phenomenon. We don't actually have any data to back up whether or not that's causation. So when you talk about the social aspect, I'm sure that if we go back to the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, there were these socially awkward, odd individuals that had these exact same problems, and anime didn't exist, and they had these subcultures. I mean, you've got, there's a reason that for many years in the 40s, 50s, 60s, there's the stereotype of the nerd, the Poindexter. You've got the entire movie Revenge of the Nerds, which was way before anime was really introduced in America, that's pointing out all these stereotypes about these socially awkward people. So if these stereotypes already exist before anime ever even entered the Western sphere, then I would say that, again, there might be correlation, but there's literally zero causation, and we have no data to back that up whatsoever.
Yeah, so I'll do what you did. I want to clarify when I said anime, I'm talking about specific anime. I think, like you said, the whole medium of anime, that's very stupid of her to say that has destroyed a generation. I think I don't know them. I think the most risque anime I've seen was Claymore.
That was a good show.
Yeah. I like it. It's not great, but it's good.
On a scale of like 1 to hentai, I don't know where it falls. I think it's pretty high, but that's because that's the only thing I've really watched. So I don't know. All I know is shonen. Shonen's the only one. And like Mike was saying, I think most shonens make young boys want to go to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's no different than people being raised on Spider-Man, hearing with great power comes great responsibility, and you take away that life. Well, that's an objectively good life lesson, regardless of what age you are, what gender you are, anything like that. With great power comes great responsibility is a good life lesson. Seeing Goku want to just constantly work out and be the best version of himself, that's a good life lesson. Does all anime have that? No, obviously not. But when you've got, I'm sure you guys are familiar. Well, you're in the UK, so maybe you don't know. Are you familiar with the Slender Man killings?
I have.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that as well, yeah.
Obviously, they were inspired by the Slender Man creepypasta to, and it wasn't actually a killing; it was a stabbing. The girl ended up living, thank God. But like the Slender Man stabbing with these two girls, they lure their friend out into the woods, stabbed her multiple times, and they got caught, went to prison. Now, the way I sees it, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm no psychologist. These girls already had a predisposition and a propensity for some sort of violence or whatever was wrong with their brain. So if it wasn't Slender Man, it would have been something else, a different movie they saw, or a book they read, or a song they heard. Something would have caused it. So to put the blame on insert media here, I think does a disservice to it's attacking a symptom, not the cause.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is no different. When it really boils down to it, it's no different than what they tried to do to Mortal Kombat and tried to make out like MK was encouraging people to go around killing each other.
Yeah,
doesn't really. there was no evidence.
After Columbine, Tipper Gore went on this crusade against Marilyn Manson and Doom. Like, yeah,
there was no. Yeah, there's like you said, there's nothing to back up what they're saying. I think Britney's problem is that she's on Twitter a lot, and on Twitter it can make every community sound absolutely apeshit. Like what we were talking about earlier with Dead or Alive. 90% of my interactions with Dead or Alive community members have been really pleasant. They've been cool, like no issues whatsoever. But when you go on Twitter, that's when you get the people that they're behaving like they've caught rabies or something. Like they're completely out of whack, and it makes you feel like, oh my God, these people are mad. So I think that might be her problem, because she did say in this article that the degeneracy of Twitter has spilled onto this Substack website. So maybe she is seeing it through that lens, because if all your information comes from Twitter, you're going to think the world is burning.
And that's why touching grass is so fucking important, especially for people like us who are content creators. I mean, I assume this is what you do for a living. It's what I do for a living. And I take at least a day a week off. I try and find any chance I can to go to the movies, get a workout in, something like that, because this shit can poison your brain. And when you've been doing this for a decade, like she has, I mean, without proper care for your mental faculties. And again, also there's the idea that when you tell yourself a lie enough, you do start to believe it. And she did rise to fame being this real attractive female, spewing right-wing talking points to men who felt disaffected by women. That's going to, it's going to cause some dudes that, now, again, dudes should also have self-control. I'm not just blaming her for it, because I think that men are equally to blame for like the OnlyFans epidemic, which I actually do think is an epidemic. Men and women are equal parts in that. Men are buying it, women are selling it. It's two parties. Both are fucking bad as far as I can tell. But when you parade around on the internet for 10 years being this hot right-wing base anti-SJW, anti-woke, whatever chick, and then you start talking ridiculous shit on men without giving credence to the idea that you may have had a hand in this, that's a serious lack of self-awareness.
Yeah, I just want to stress, because I know I've watched Britney for long enough to know that she does watch like smaller YouTubers to see what people are saying. So if she does watch this, I don't want her to think that like we're attacking her. It's just that this is not a good article.
I am, just so you know. Mike okay. Not be. Mike is an absolute sweetheart. Don't ever attack him. I've made it very clear I don't like you.
Yeah, I at least on my end, I ain't got no beef with her. But I think this is, I'll be honest, it's not a good article. I'm not gonna like put down the rest of her content, but to what you were saying earlier, I still work full time, so I don't do YouTube full time. I do as many live streams as I can, and I'm out, other than like when I'm not here, I'm out talking to people. Like I do think it's really important that people need to come offline. Like if you go on Twitter and you view the world through the lens of Twitter, then I can completely understand why you think anime has destroyed men, because some of the pockets of certain communities on there, or pretty much any community, it doesn't matter what it is, it's just brain rot. But that's not the reality. That's not the whole story being told. There's probably way more people that watch anime that are not sick in the head. I'm not saying that there's not people that are not sick in the head. There's plenty of people that say crazy shit. They're on Twitter. But if that's where you're getting all your information from, then it's heavily skewed.
Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And like, to me, the idea of trying to, I mean, like I was saying earlier, addressing a symptom, which I think we do have a degeneracy problem in our modern age. I do. I'm appalled at the degeneracy issue that we have, at least here in the West. I can't speak to really anywhere else, but in the West, we have a massive degeneracy problem. And it is, in my opinion, largely the fault of men, because if men were doing their job as leaders, as providers, as people that keep society running in a way that it should be running, in my opinion. I get it, I'm a bit old-fashioned. Maybe this will fly in the UK. I'm not sure. If men were doing their goddamn job right, we wouldn't be in this position. So while I think females have worsened it, I think men are the problem. And if men want to stand up and actually be fucking adults, then we can get this shit wrapped up and fixed. But to blame anime is retarded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually, John, I'll let C4 go. So, but yeah.
No, it's cool. You can go if you want. That's all right.
No, I was just gonna say I got a lot of pushback from people in the fighting game community when we were talking about OnlyFans models, because there's some of them that exist in the community, and I was saying that this community is made up predominantly of guys, and these girls wouldn't be able to sell their content to guys in the community if you guys would just stop buying it. They would have to go get a real job. I was saying the problem is us. We are the ones that are giving them the money. They're providing the content because we're giving them money. So I always put the blame on the guys. Obviously, women are to blame on that. There's some blame that goes there as well. But you have to look at the root issue. If we control their income and we cut off their income, they're not going to do it anymore. Right? They're not going to sell their pictures for free, are they?
Right.
Well, they can't. They're not going to give it for free. Like it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah. The way I see it, they are making the active choice to, at least in my opinion, sexually denigrate and disrespect themselves. But if men are making the active decision to pay for that, it's kind of even lower.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I got a lot of pushback for that, which I just didn't really.
I think you nailed it.
C4, what did you want to say?
I wanted to say something. There's two things I want to say. I was going to talk about the degenerate thing. I don't really see it, but I'll go back to the anime thing. So I was going to say during like COVID, I can't remember what the comment that Leon said that made me think about this to explain why I think certain anime could have created an issue with a group of men. Again, I don't think it's all men and I don't think it's all anime. But during like COVID, I feel if something like Dragon Ball came out or One Piece, like I said, I think all the guys would be hitting the weights and then COVID would finish and then they would be able to integrate with other people that go to the gym that didn't get there through anime, for example, right? Kids during COVID saw Goku, said, oh, I'm going to do some weights in the gym, at home. And then when COVID's lifted, I want to go to the gym and meet other people in the gym. But I think there's other types of anime where you would watch it during COVID and you wouldn't have that incentive to go out and integrate with other people. What you'd do is just go into Discord and talk to other people that have watched your anime.
So I think you're conflating two things that I said, because like I don't necessarily agree nor disagree with what you're saying, but the reason I brought the COVID stuff is because it wasn't about necessarily how the people watching it reacted to it positively or negatively. It was just that there was an exponential growth in the popularity of it, because when you have people that are locked down, they're in their homes, they've gone through Netflix God knows how many times, eventually there was a large swath of people, and there's numbers to back that up. This has been tracked by Netflix viewing numbers, that started watching anime that they never would have watched if they weren't locked down, nothing to do. They basically had ran out of shit to do, so they started watching it, and because of that, Netflix or anime got this massive boom. Now, whether or not that correlates to people being socially awkward or anything, I don't know, because there's so many demographics that watch Netflix. You have various age ranges, various sexualities, various religions, various genders, things like that. So I don't know that you can track the social aspect, but you can track the rise in anime in a COVID and onward era. So
I think we can all look, well, I say all of us, but if you're into anime, you know which anime is going to make someone feel like, I don't really want to talk about this in public. It might make people feel a bit weird. I'm talking about beyond like Claymore level. I've heard some, shout out to Jammers, he knows so many anime. And he was saying the names of, bro, he was telling me the names of some of the anime, and I was like, we're cool, but there's no way you say this to strangers.
There's an anime. There's an anime that my friend told me to watch, and I hated her for it. I never got anime recommendations from her again. I don't even know if it's classed as an anime. I think it is. It's called Panty and Stocking. It's on Crunchyroll.
Panty, Stocking, and Garter Belt. It is again. It's another sex comedy. It's actually heavily inspired by Western animation. It is. It's a sex comedy for females. It's the Morning Glory milking farm of anime for women.
Dude, I watched it. I was mortified by what else. I was surprised that it was even on Crunchyroll. It looks like Powerpuff Girls almost.
Yeah. It's like it does the same thing of like you know how there's what are some Western shows that do this, like the whole hook is that like Harley Quinn, actually, you know, the Harley Quinn show, cartoon starring the Big Bang Theory girl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know how the whole thing is like, oh, it looks cutesy and for kids, but it's actually real raunchy and for adults, and that's the gimmick. Like Panty and Stocking is the anime version of something like that.
I just thought it was unbearable. Like I couldn't stand it. I thought that was one of the most unbearable shows I've ever watched. But that's one of those shows where like I've spoken to some people that are really into it, and I can see what C4 was saying. Like, so I've raised eyebrows before, or just say that.
I was typing in because I tried to remember what it's called. Jammers told me there was anime that was called "Is It Wrong to Try Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon?" Now, if that is the anime type you're into, you are going to feel awkward talking to other people, like normally people, about that. And that's the anime I'm talking about. Not all anime, but that genre.
Dude, no, I completely disagree with that. I completely disagree with that.
Would you tell?
Yeah, it's a completely normal, innocuous comedy fantasy anime.
No, but no, just the title. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
This might be a difference between American and British sensibilities, but
I think
is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon?
I would feel embarrassed to tell my mum that I am watching something called "Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon?" She would look at me sideways. But maybe
I mean, how is that any different than saying, "Hey, you want to watch a movie called 40-Year-Old Virgin"?
But that's on TV. They know that's a comedy. You can tell the actors.
So anime's on TV as well. What are you talking about?
Well, if I told my mum, I'm going to watch a film called 40-Year-Old Virgin, she'll be like, "What's that about?" If I said I'm going to watch an anime about picking up girls in a dungeon, she'd be like, "Why are you watching that?" I don't think you should ask what it's about, because because it's an anime, it will sound weird. Completely
anecdotal experience, because I mean, I've seen at least the first 2 seasons. There's like 4 or 5 of Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Again, it's a comedy fantasy anime. It's no different than, I mean, a lot of the way that people play D&D or other comedies that you see again in movie or live action form. Like, the idea that somebody's going to question it, yeah, there's gonna be people that question anything, but
that's my point, though. My point is that normal people would be like, "What's that?" I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you're wrong.
People. Again, that's a very nebulous term. Normal people, like we're talking. Anime has become a global phenomenon over the years. Demon Slayer, the movie, if I recall, was in the top 10 highest grossing films in the US in 2025. So normal people are seeing anime all the time. Don Machi, Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, was wildly popular.
Is this a risque anime?
It's a I don't know what counts as risque. It's a comedy. Again, imagine if D&D was a sexy comedy. You could watch this if you were, let's say, I'd let a 14-year-old boy or older watch it. I'll put it that way.
Okay, I've never heard of it. I'm not judging it. For anyone starts their shit, I'm not judging it at all, because like I said, I watch High School of the Dead, so I'm not out here judging people.
I will judge it happily. And I think, when we was talking about the hypocrisy thing, I got judged for playing Them's Fighting Herds. So I know weird. I know what weird looks like and what sounds like.
No, but weird is subjective to the individual.
I'm trying to explain to you why it's weird. I know with the context, it's not weird. I 100% agree with that. I'm just saying, if you go out on the street, and most people, obviously it depends on like the age, but yes, I know anime's big now, but there's obviously going to be like an age range where anime is not that big, and even if it is, they might know what anime is in terms of it's.
I don't think you can say that when multiple anime. They won't know what
shonen is. A normal person doesn't know what shonen is. They don't know what a slice of life is.
Dude, One Piece and Dragon Ball have gotten floats in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. That's the most televised parade in the world.
Yes, but shonen. I think you're giving people too much credence that they know as much as you. Well, not even as much as you do.
No, it's not that they know as much as me. It's just I'm looking at numbers. I'm looking at box office receipts. I'm looking at what's covered in the news every day, because I do this for a living. Does everybody know what anime is? No, obviously not. But it's just as mainstream as something like, maybe not Marvel movies, but like it's on that same paradigm. Absolutely. When you've got a movie like Demon Slayer hitting the top 10 box office in 2025, frankly beating out most, if not all, Marvel movies. Yeah, I don't. If you go on Netflix right now, got their own section that just says anime, and it's a myriad of different genres. So, no, I think that you're underestimating, not me overestimating.
I don't think people understand or even know that there's like 10. 10's actually terrible number. It's way more than that. Different types of anime. I could probably name you 4. I think most people I'm guessing there's probably like 30 plus different types of animes. Am I right?
I don't know. When you say different types, what do you mean? Like
shonen.
genres?
Like, yeah, genres.
Well, is any genre you could apply to a book, a movie, a comic, whatever you can apply to anime. Anime is just a medium. So mystery, sci-fi, romance. I mean, any genre that exists in movies or TV also exists in anime.
But then plus, right? Because we don't, in the West, we don't have shonens.
No, shonen isn't a genre. Shonen is a demographic. What shonen means is a demographic of boys roughly 12 to 16. It's the age range it's geared towards, not an actual genre.
Okay, but it's still another category.
No, it's not. No. It's a demographic. Shonen is a demographic.
What's the difference between a demographic and a category?
Okay, so when you say category, I assume you mean genre.
No, I just mean a different category. So if I said, what kind of anime do you like? And someone said, oh, I like shonens. That's a category of anime.
No, because again, shonen, that is a colloquial misinterpretation of of the term. So when people say, what kind of anime do you like? You would say, I like action or I like sci-fi. If you say shonen, that's going to include things like Dragon Ball. That's also going to include something like Food Wars, which is a cooking show. So no, right. Shonen is strictly an age range that these shows are targeted to.
Do you think most people know that?
Whether most people know it or not is irrelevant, because knowing
it's not irrelevant because you've literally been telling me that everyone knows this.
No, knowing terminology does not necessarily equate to knowing whether or not thing exists or knowing popularity of thing. Like, how many people do you think, if you're just to walk up to a random 23-year-old girl on the street that looks like she shops at, I don't know if you guys have like Hollister or American Eagle but basically preppy like mall stores. I assume you guys have something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you walk up to a girl that dresses like that, she was a high school cheerleader, she's like 23 years old, and you ask her to tell the difference between Marvel and DC, do you think she could do it?
She probably knows like Superman, Batman, and then Spider-Man.
Does she know which is which? Because I've seen broads that got Marvel tattoos that have Batman on them.
Oh, I can grant that, but I mean,
that's my same argument. Like, we know we know the girl knows superhero movies. That's the same as knowing anime.
No, I'd say more people know the difference between Batman, Superman, Hulk, and Spider-Man than anime genres, categories, demographics.
No, you're stepping outside the hypothetical. I said, if you walk up to a random girl who's to be about 23 years old, who's a cheerleader, is she going to be able to distinctly tell you the difference between Marvel, DC, and which characters are which?
Probably not.
Okay, so how is it any different than knowing the concept of anime versus knowing the terminology?
I didn't say there's a difference. I'm saying there's going to be less people that can do that. I think you'll get if you went to this.
I didn't say that anime was just as popular as Marvel and DC. I said that the rise of anime is within the same paradigm.
Okay, it can be in the same paradigm, but my point was that less people, normies, would know the difference between different types. Genres,
right, but it's not 1997 anymore. It's 2026. Crunchyroll is one of the biggest streaming services in the world. They rake in literally billions a year. You don't do that if you're not normie accessible.
Okay, so do you disagree that most people can tell the difference between a DC and Marvel character than anime?
No, I think most people nowadays can tell the difference. I'm saying if you look at a specific type of person, they might not be able to, but that specific type of person might not be the target audience.
I'm talking about like percentage, like the percentage of people in America, in the world, whatever. All my point is that most people can distinguish between Marvel and DC, and less people can distinguish between shonen.
I think that someone can distinguish between Cowboy Bebop and Dragon Ball the way they can.
I don't know why you can't answer. I think it's not even like a contentious point. It's just saying like Marvel and DC is more popular than anime. I don't know why it's so hard.
I'm not arguing whether Marvel and DC is or isn't more popular. What I'm stating is that if we're talking, your whole thing is that, oh man, there are people that would think it's weird to hear about, is it wrong to pick up girls on Dungeon? And what I'm saying is when Crunchyroll is making billions a year and is one of the most subscribed to subscription services in the world, anime has become very normie centric. No, I think you're absolutely underestimating it.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how I can show that.
Give me numbers to back up your argument. Fair enough.
I mean, I can go to my local supermarket tomorrow and ask people, hey,
you can also go to Waterstones and see that manga sells out.
I'm trying to explain to you, but then you interrupt with like, I don't know, with a curveball. I don't know what to do. I'm just saying that name of the anime is weird. Like, I don't know what to say.
Okay,
like,
but right.
it is just
keep
weird
saying
to
it's
most people,
weird.
not me. I know anime, and you've explained it. That's fine.
No,
I'm just
but
saying,
here's
not
the thing.
everyone's got
You're using vague and nebulous terminology, which doesn't help the case.
where?
If you
Which
say
word
that
was
name
vague?
is weird, and you say, "How is it wrong to pick a girl?"
I can define weird.
Is weird.
I can define it instead of just saying it's nebulous. Just ask me what do you mean by weird.
No, but my point is, weird is going to be different.
So you don't want so you want me to be nebulous because you don't want me to just explain what I mean
I'm
by
trying
weird.
to get you to understand that the idea of weird to you is not going to be the same as weird to someone else. I find Nicki Minaj in terms of music to be weird. That doesn't mean
I granted that. I said that. I said when you explained what the anime was about, I'll be like, oh, everyone will be like, oh, it's a comedy. Yeah, comedies have weird names. I granted that. I didn't disagree with that.
So at what point are you trying to make then if you're saying that, because your whole argument is XYZ thing is weird, where do you go from there? What is your point?
It's weird. So to go back to why I was saying that a program like that, the dungeon thing, how to pick up girls in a dungeon, whatever it's called, different to Dragon Ball is because the ethos of Dragon Ball will get people to the gym. We all kind of agree with that, but not like exactly, not like a one-to-one, but most guys that are watching that during COVID will be more motivated to get buff like Goku and turn Super Saiyan and scream in the shower, right? But if they're watching something that's called picking up girls in a dungeon, is it wrong? They're going to have less, like, there's less tangents you can use from that anime to communicate with other people, where with gym cultures in other genres.
By that logic,
I don't know anyone who goes to the dungeon.
TV shows, books, comics, video games, all these mediums that we indulge in for our nerdy hobbies, you could hypothetically make that argument for just about any of them. A lot of this stuff is just, it's escapism, it's entertainment. There doesn't need to be anything more to it. If dude is scrolling through Crunchyroll or even Netflix, at one point it was on Netflix, and they see how to pick up girls in a dungeon, and then just like any other thing they scroll by on Netflix, it gives a little synopsis, and they read the synopsis and think, oh, that sounds interesting, and click on it. It doesn't need to be anything grander than that.
Yeah, I agree. You're not arguing my point. You're going to stop my point from working, but then you go somewhere else.
Your point is that, unless I'm misunderstanding it, so I'm going to try and steel man your argument, and you can let me know if it's incorrect. Your point is that something like Dragon Ball is easier for normies or whatnot to digest because there are very obvious positive aspects to it that could translate to real life. Is that your argument?
Yeah, that's the first half. Yeah, that was the Dragon Ball part. Yeah, but
So, and the point that I'm making is that while that may be necessarily true, I don't see how that is in any way, shape, or form relevant to the argument as to whether or not anime is or isn't popular, is or isn't a positive, is or isn't a negative. Like, things can be true, sure, but what you're saying there doesn't really tell us anything.
So that's the disconnect, that part. So the first bit with the Dragon Ball example is fine, but like when you're talking about the cake fighting, if I was into cake fighting during COVID and then I started going out asking people, how would I go about trying to communicate with someone down the shop if they're into cake fighting to see if we had something in common? I think that would be pretty hard, no?
Well, while it would be hard, I'll grant you, I also think that it's very disingenuous to compare the title of an anime to a very niche sexual fetish.
Well, when you drop both of those things, they are both weird. Just the word cake fighting is weird, no? Even before I knew what it was, it sounded weird.
Yes,
I think is it wrong to pick up girls in the dungeon? Also sounds a bit weird.
Well, because those are two words that do not in any way, shape, or form seem like they should function together in the English language. Is it wrong to try and pick up girls in a dungeon are all words that work in congruence with one another. It's asking a question, and you get context from that sentence. One is a very abstract phrase that that people have probably never once in their life even thought to put those two words together. The other is a question, just like, again, any other movie or TV show may have the title of.
Yeah, I think I don't disagree. I just think they're both weird. I don't know. If I'm wrong for thinking that,
well, it's not that you're to say that title is weird is, yeah, fair enough. You can think that title is weird, but to another individual, let's say an individual who, is not familiar with anime or whatnot, to hear the term Dragon Ball Z could be weird. That's actually linguistically weirder than is it wrong to try and pick up girls in a
I
dungeon?
think that's a bit disingenuous. No,
That's not disingenuous at all. I'm making an argument from language.
I think you are, because I know you're saying the words together aren't like common parlance. Yes, I'm not talking about that. I'm asking if you ask someone the question, is it okay to pick up girls in the dungeon? They'll be like, hold on.
But you're never going to ask someone that. There's going to be some context to it. You're going to say, hey, have you seen that show? Is it wrong to try and pick up girls in a dungeon? So from there's the context of it's a show. Whereas opposed to if you say, hey, have you seen Dragon Ball Z? You might know that's a show, but linguistically, it's actually not as clear as my example.
Yeah, but the response from someone going like, what's a Dragon Ball Z to picking up girls in the dungeon? They're a different kind of face you're pulling there.
Now, I agree.
Am I wrong?
Go back to my example of 40-year-old virgin. If I walked up to you and say, hey, have you seen the 40-year-old virgin? That's a weird sentence in and of itself. So how is anime different than that movie as an example? Without context, it isn't. That's the point.
Yes. I agree with that. Yes, without context, yeah. But then you can say it's a film, it's a comedy. But
and then you can say the same thing about is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? You can say, oh, it's an anime, it's a comedy. So that's why, to go back to your argument about cake farting, let's be real. Talking to people about anime in a world where Crunchyroll again breaks in billions and is one of the highest, the top streaming services in the world. That's obviously infinitely more accessible, just statistically, than something like cake farting.
Yeah, no.
Can I just chime in? Just so
can I say one quick thing, super quick? That's just whataboutism. Using the 40-year-old virgin thing. I didn't disagree. I said they're both weird. So, yeah.
All right, can I just say, because I don't want to go in circles on this for too much longer. It's anecdotal. I was messaging people whilst you guys were talking to see what they would say. Now, I only messaged my, I guess if you want to say normie friends, they don't watch anime. And I asked them about it, and they said, what is that? And I said, it's an anime. And they were like, you're watching a cartoon about picking up girls in a dungeon. So it's anecdotal. I think I see C4's point, because with the 40-year-old virgin thing, if I said that to someone and then with the added context said, oh, it's a film on the cinema with the whatever the actor's name is. But when I tell someone, oh, it's an anime, to someone that doesn't really watch anime, their immediate thing is like, you're watching a cartoon about picking up so-and-so in a dungeon. That's the reaction that I got. So it's anecdotal. I'm not saying it's correct, but that's what I got initially. Obviously, the chat's going to see it differently because we all watch anime here. So when someone says that to me, I'm like, I could probably tell what kind of anime it is. I'm not going to be super weirded out by it. But if I can imagine saying that to like my yao, my uncle, or someone that doesn't care about this, and they might be like, what are you watching? Like they'll look at me sideways. And
I'm not trying to shame anyone who does watch that. Like I said, one of my best friends, Jammers, told me about it, and I just laughed at him about it, and that was it. I'm not trying to shame people for watching that sort of stuff. So, it's not like an attack or anything.
No, and I don't think so at all. The overall point that I'm trying to make, which is, I think has been pretty well established, is that, well, yes, obviously there's going to be different demographics, different age ranges, different target audiences, the whole nine. I think that you are due to your lack of access, not even lack of access is the wrong way to put it, lack of investment in said, in the anime community or whatnot. Like, I think you're underestimating the popularity of anime as a general rule. So here's something that may be analogous. Maybe you'll understand. That sounded really rude. And I didn't mean for it to in that regard.
No, that's cool. It's cool. Educate me. This is not my lane. That's fine.
I assume you're familiar with Asmongold, right?
I am, yeah.
Okay. So, and obviously Resident Evil 9 came out very recently, and it's been the talk of the fucking town. So Asmongold tried Resident Evil 9, and on his stream, he was like, this is my very first Resident Evil game ever in the history of any game. The only thing I know about it is that there's a character named Leon, and there's the Umbrella Corporation. It's got zombies. This is a franchise that's been around for 30 years. One of the most renowned gamers in the streaming space knows nothing about it. So, yeah, obviously not everything's going to translate to everyone, but that doesn't discredit the fact that Resident Evil is a multi-billion-dollar IP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, and I feel the disconnect is, I don't think it's really about how much people know prior. I would probably say when I'm saying weird, maybe weird's not the right word. Maybe that's what it is. I think people have a different hesitation because anime is so broad. And I think most people think of anime as like the mainstream anime. Like I would say like One Piece and anything that's been on Netflix, right? Netflix is like mainstream anime, right? And then Crunchyroll, right? But I think most people understand that anime has the dark side, which is like the tentacle porn. So they can see it as, when you say anime, I don't know. And if I hear about picking up girls in a dungeon, I'm thinking more of the
I
tentacles.
would agree with this argument a lot more. In fact, I would take it further. And here's my more extreme version of your argument. Living in the West, because all of us are in the West comparatively to Japan and whatnot.
Yeah.
Our society does not respect animation as an art form for adults. I think they think the exact same way about anime as they do cartoons in general. Very rarely do you have a cartoon, that's for adults, truly break into the mainstream zeitgeist. You had The Simpsons, you had South Park, you had Family Guy, and then that's really about it. And even then, those are all comedies. What's the serious adult-oriented animation that's been taken that's been widely accepted by the public? There really isn't any. So it's because we live in a society that, at least by my metric, doesn't value animation as an art form. So whether it's anime or Western cartoons, your logic applies.
Yeah. So I think we would both agree it is a social issue. It's people not, like you said, being like open-minded and giving credit to how deep anime is in terms of what it can provide in what terms of media and stuff like that. I think most people don't see anime as the big umbrella as I would say even I know it as. When I hear anime, it's like, yeah, that's so vague. That's like, do you read books? It's like, well, yeah, I read some books. Is a comic kind of a book? Probably. Yeah. And I think socially, that's the problem. And I'm saying practically, when you talk to other people, they are going to think of shonen, hentai. There's no middle ground.
I'm not even necessarily denying that. All I'm denying is that, hey, I do think you're underestimating the popularity in general. But even if that's, even if I think you're underestimating him, man. But the further point is that, like, when I say something like, because Mike, when he did his anecdotal texting of his friends, like, oh, you're watching a cartoon, I bet he would likely, I'm not sure, but likely probably get a very similar reaction to Aeon Flux. I don't know if you guys know what Aeon Flux is. I don't know if
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it. I've heard of it.
That's a Western cartoon based on a Western comic. But it's it was on MTV back in the early 2000s. By the way, it's incredibly awesome. Highly recommend Aeon Flux for you guys that have never watched it. But the point is, so whether it's anime or a Western cartoon like Aeon Flux or the Spawn cartoon, which is a very serious cartoon, adult-oriented animation that's taken seriously just as a whole isn't as widely accepted here. So that's the anime aspect of it is relatively pointless to debate in that regard. But if you were to compare anime as it's viewed by the public in 1998 compared to 2026, it is night and day different. No different than in 2002 we knew X-Men, Spider-Man, Superman, and Batman for normies, but now people know fucking Guardians of the Galaxy. It's that level, if not that level, close to that level of cultural change and acceptance.
I agree. Not to like circle the drain, but I do agree. I think it's a lot easier to explain. I think when I first saw something like Death Note, back then I'd have to be like, okay, it's a cartoon and it's got some real life pondering ideas. And the point of where you say cartoon, it's like, it can't be that serious. So I agree with you. And now that's not the case. You could say Death Note is a really good anime. That you don't have to explain much more. The cartoon bit doesn't deter someone from watching it because they don't think it's as serious. I do agree with that bit. I think we agree. I just it's the kind of the reaction. I think we disagree on what we think most people have as a reaction to just titles of things. Titles of
and again, I actually wonder, and this isn't to argue against you whatsoever. Actually, this is something I'm genuinely curious about, and I don't know if we'll ever get an answer to it. I wonder how much of our disagreement is based on cultural differences, because in the UK, you guys do have a different societal structure than we do here in the West.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Or in the US, I mean, we're both in the West. Sorry, but go on.
Yeah, I was thinking like when Adult Swim came on, and I watched Adult Swim from the beginning. I was like, luckily, all the people I knew were kind of in the same sort of like house of like comedy, so we all got it. And I didn't really have to explain it to people. But I was wondering if I had to explain to my mum about Robot Chicken, like how would I do that without sounding like an idiot?
Actually, that's a great example. That's far more esoteric than any anime we've really named today.
Yeah, I don't know if I could explain to her. Yeah, it's got like
it'd be
play
like
figures.
The best way. It's like a Weird Al parody song, but done with 80s cartoons and rated R, but claymation. Like that's a fucking weird explanation.
Yeah. So but the difference is that's very hard to explain. The name Robot Chicken is so random. I don't think people have an idea before going into it where something about picking up girls in a dungeon, even though it's misleading because it is a comedy. I think Robot Chicken's so random that the interest.
It's actually more akin to the phrase "kick farts" from earlier. Robot Chicken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, you get it.
I'm gonna assume that Dan Machi is.
That's the Japanese title of "Visit Ron to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon." Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They should call it that.
Yeah, that. Well, to your point with Westerners finding it weird, maybe that would alleviate a little bit more. I do think, like, obviously over the years it's changed a lot. Like anime's become a lot more mainstream. So now when you say something is an anime, I think people are more likely to get it. But obviously, as I've just tested, there are still people that are like, you watching cartoons about girls in a dungeon. Like there are people like that. I don't know how widespread that is now compared to what it was 10 years ago.
People that would probably be very confused about an adult male going to see the Sonic the Hedgehog movie in theaters. You know, it's like there's nothing weird about. They're good movies. They're probably the best video game adaptations we've ever fucking gotten, in my opinion. But you know, there are people that are going to find that weird. I don't find it weird, but you know,
don't get me wrong. I've literally got Pokemon plushies there. They're going to find that weird. I just think that they're the majority still. They're smaller than before, but they're still. Well,
I'm not even arguing that they're not the majority because I just think that it's. I'm looking at this as a comparative basis, especially based on when we're talking about like Brittany Venti's article. She's making this. It's almost as if she's still stuck in 1997, and I'm trying to make this argument of we can't talk about anime in 2026 as if it's not. Mainstream. That doesn't mean it's the most popular thing ever, but I don't think anyone would discount that the anime as a concept is mainstream now.
I 100% agree. As soon as they started doing live action, I was like, oh yeah, it's there. Same with like Marvel when they started making films that actually people went to go and see. Bar Blade. I was like, oh yeah, they made it now. It's mainstream now. I agree with that. I think it's got a stigma. Maybe I should have started with that. I think anime still got a stigma.
And that I'm probably going to avoid a whole lot of this because I would actually probably agree with that a whole lot more.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that we should care about what normies think about anime?
If you want to socialize, yes.
I don't. Okay, so this is where we disagree again. No, I'm very much. I take this approach with video games. I take this approach with comics. Once these things that were ours, were sacred, were very niche, become mainstream, they inevitably get altered and changed to where they lose what they were to fit normie sensibilities, and that's a problem. It's, you know, we've seen this with God knows how many video game series. We saw this specifically with Marvel. We saw this with Star Wars. Anime is no different. In fact, one of the main reasons I don't like a lot of modern anime is because they're catering to the Western, what they think Westerners want, without realizing that Western anime fans liked it because it was intrinsically Japanese. We don't want to see more Western shit.
No, I agree with that. That's going to bring it back to DOA in just a moment, but let me just read these. Leo Breaker, thank you for the $5. Batman, TAS, and Gargoyles were the only ones. Batman's viewership used to rival the Super Bowl. Did it? I did not know that.
No, it's that high, but yeah, Batman animated series was massive.
Yeah, it was a great show. I didn't know it rivaled the Super Bowl though.
Yeah,
I'd need to look up numbers for that. That sounds a bit ridiculous, but I'll take your word for it for now.
Can I go real quick to the last super chat in terms of the one before that about who cares?
Normies, yeah.
I think I would like to say all three of us here, we have the social skills to have things that we know most people take the piss out of us about. But there are a group of people that don't have social skills and they need the commonality of media to do that. That's why I think it can be detrimental if you don't have social skills to be involved in a hobby or watch something like Picking Up Girls in the Dungeon.
I agree that they need to learn some fucking social skills. There's an epidemic of dumb, not just anime fans, just in general, of terminally online individuals, men, women, all age ranges. They got but my thought process is they got to get their shit fixed, not have the things we love cater to normies so that they can get more social. You know what I mean? It's like, because if it wasn't anime that they were socially weird about, it'd be something else. And if it wasn't, it'd be Thomas the fucking Tank Engine or something like that. So they're the ones that need fixed, not our nerd media.
I agree. I'm just saying that those people do need to care about what other people think. I think
they should care about what other people think, and just they shouldn't hinge and rely on it, because nobody should be so stringent about what other people think about them. There's got to be there's a tightrope to walk between self-reliance and self-assuredness, and also being able to function in fucking society. And I think they need to learn to walk that line.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. You get it.
Joel, thank you for the $20. Anime gained the respect of the Western audience through the anime movies like Akira and Ghost in the Shell. Those movies introduced Western audiences that anime can be taken on serious level and Western perspective. But
it was still very niche. Now, this is true in like the cinephile and film nerds spheres. I mean, without Ghost in the Shell, there is no The Matrix, for example. So while this is true, it didn't get the respect of the Western audience. It got the respect of the Western film creators, directors, screenwriters, things like that. And actually, in some cases, it got the loathing from them because they didn't like their toes being stepped on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Flames, thank you for the 199. What do you think about Happy Tree Friends? I don't know what is that. Let me.
It was a web series from back around like 2005 to 2008. That whole thing was, it looks like a toddler cartoon starring these fuzzy woodland creatures. But by the end of the episode, they all die in the most horrific way, and it was obviously catered towards adults. That was like, if we want to talk about like edgy for the sake of being edgy, but at the same time, there wasn't really anything doing it, so it didn't really read as that at the time. It's a very product of its time sort of thing. That's what it was. I loved it back in the day. I look at it now and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I think because I've got a kid now, I'm a bit biased. I think it's all weird. But that's because I've got a kid that could randomly see a thumbnail with those characters, click on it, and then nightmares for another month. So,
I'm the father of a 12-year-old, trust me, and she loves animation like that. So, and I'm still like, hey, there's shit you can't watch, shit you can't watch. Bro. Like, she wants to watch Chainsaw Man. I'm like, no. You can watch My Hero Academia. You ain't watching no Chainsaw Man.
Was it Elsa Gate? That broke my brain.
Dude, that was
that broke my brain.
That was terrible.
And that happened near COVID, and my daughter was born in COVID. So I didn't know. I was watching what she was watching, and I thought, just people dressing up in Disney costumes. I was like, but what are they doing? And it literally broke my brain. Like I just can't trust thumbnails anymore. I just can't. I'm
more perplexed at the fact that YouTube let that go unchecked on the kids section for so long.
Messed up. It's still bad. I'm seeing things that shouldn't be on the kids section to this day.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that my kid at this point is, old enough to where it's like, I'm still going to monitor what she watches and whatnot, but also it's not, she's more into like drama YouTubers and, teenage girl shit. So,
it's fucked up. And obviously because it's, the modern times, I can't tell the difference between a real episode of Bluey and a crazed up one where they're like shitting on each other. I can't tell the difference. And they will do that. And apparently it's funny. Like, it's mad. Mad times.
I remember when that shit was going on. I was so confused because everyone was getting like demonetized for saying a bad word or something. But that was going on. And it's not like YouTube didn't know. Those videos have got like 40 million views and shit. So I don't understand. I don't get at all how that happened.
And they would just close the channel down and then make a new one with the same content over and over again.
That also speaks, like, Don't get me wrong, I'm YouTube is culpable in the problem with this, but I assume it's the exact same in the UK. In America, we have a fucking problem with parents not wanting a goddamn parent and just let the state be a nanny state and do it all for them, which is why we've got all this dumbass censorship stuff. Like, look, not to brag on my kid or whatnot, but she's smart. She knows fiction from reality. She's 12. She loves the Scream movies. She's a horror fanatic. She loves Halloween. We went and saw Scream 7 together. Is it rated R? Yes. Do I also know that she's smart enough not to fucking stab a motherfucker or think that it's real? She gonna have nightmares? No, because I've raised her right. So, like, parents need to fucking parent and not let the state do it.
Yeah, I agree.
Amen.
Sticking your kid in front of an iPad or letting the government look after them is not the way. Especially the way things are going these days.
100% agree.
So we all agree that Brittany Venti's article was not good, and there was a better conversation to be had about anime and men in general. We all agree that anime did not ruin a generation of men and pockets of.
Yeah. I'd say maybe some anime didn't help. Maybe that would be my title if I read it. Some anime didn't help.
That's true for everything, right?
Yeah. So it's a nothing burger. I agree.
It's a nothing burger. What would have been good is it would have been. I don't know if that. I wanted to get like a girl on here that like shares her viewpoint, because obviously we're men and someone watching this is going to be like, we're biased because of our own experience, our lived experiences or whatever. So I wanted to get a girl on here. I'm sure there's a girl probably watching that. Maybe you think that we're not. Maybe you have a different perspective on men and anime. Maybe we are ruined.
Maybe they're the product of bad anime. I don't watch anime, so I'm all right.
You definitely watch anime. You've got terrible takes on anime, apparently.
Apparently, I heard that I'm not a true anime watcher because I watch them all dubbed, not subbed. I've never. The only anime I watch is Parasite.
Here's the deal. I'll ruin my credibility on stream right now, so you're not alone. Some dubs are better. It totally depends on the fucking anime. Some dubs are better. Some subs are better. I refuse to watch Dragon Ball dubbed. I know you probably did whatnot, but I'm a Japanese Dragon Ball guy, by the way. Cowboy Bebop, objectively a better fucking dub. I will not watch Cowboy Bebop and sub. That's a dub anime.
I feel a little bit more authorized.
I don't know, but actually, I won't lie. I haven't seen Cowboy Bebop in dub, so I can't speak on that. I think that Dragon Ball
dub, really?
Never see it in English.
Damn.
I think that Dragon Ball is one of the only ones where I'm like, I don't really care which one I'm watching. They're both so good. The only thing I don't like about Dragon Ball's dub, especially Z, is in Z, if you've only watched Dragon Ball in dub, then you get a different version of the characters to the one.
Yes, I loathe that. I just don't like Sean Schimmel's Goku. In fact, in dub, while the Ocean dub was way more censored, which is a bad thing, the previous voice actor for Goku, Peter Kalamick, however you say it, I think he was a better English Goku than Sean Schimmel. But Moscow Nozawa, she my girl. I like Granny Goku. Apparently, that's a hot fucking take.
Yeah, I just don't. I'll never forget the Frieza saga. Watching it in English and then watching it in Japanese, I'm like, wow, Goku's a completely different character.
Yeah, the West radically altered Goku, and I hate it.
Yeah, which is why we can't listen to C4 when it comes to Dragon Ball takes on Goku. He doesn't even know who he's talking about right now.
You know what? True. I don't have the broad vision of
I've never seen super dub. Like I grew up watching Z dub like most people. I didn't get into the sub till later, but like I've never seen super or Daima dubbed.
Do they do that in One Piece? Like, because I heard that in the One Piece dub, Luffy's more like a stereotypical hero of the things that he says, but in the sub, he's definitely more like, I'm a pirate first.
It's been so long since I've watched One Piece dubbed. I don't actually know, because I've been watching it sub because I'm a huge One Piece fan. So I've been watching One Piece sub for so long. Now I will say the acting in One Piece is dubbed well. Like it is well acted, but I don't know about character changes because I've been watching it sub for so long.
Yeah, because in the One Piece live action, they definitely made that change to Luffy. There's some moments, when he first meets Kobe, and they're in that little boat, and he says to Kobe that like he I can't remember exactly the word used, but the anime version in Japanese made it sound like he didn't give a shit. He just wanted to do piracy.
That's exactly how it is in the sub. I don't remember how it is in the dub, but yeah, the sub, he's just like, nah, dude, I'm just a pirate.
Yeah, in the Netflix adaptation, which I think is where they must have like watched the dub version, he gives like some weird. It wasn't heroic speech, but it wasn't Luffy. It sounded like some Superman shit. Apparently, I can't remember exactly, but that happens a lot with dubbed, which is why I tried to refrain from watching it. I will say Highlander though. Highlander in dub was really good.
I've actually never seen that, and we're watching it tomorrow on my Discord for my Discord watch party. The Highlander anime.
That anime is so good.
Tomorrow will be my first time seeing it, so it's wild that you brought that up.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. That's a great. I'll never forget that. I've only seen it once, and I thought it was amazing. So you'll have a good time with it. I've never seen it sub though. I didn't even know it had a sub.
I didn't know it had an anime, and then because I love the original Highlander movie, I'd never seen any of the sequels, and so apparently the sequels are awful. And my chat was like, "You got to watch Highlander 2." So we did a watch party for Highlander 2 in my Discord, and it was it was insane. It was batshit. They're like, "Okay, next we're watching the anime." And I was like, "All right, let's do it."
Yeah, you're gonna have a great time, 100%. Let me know what you think when you've watched it.
Will do.
Dead Agent, thank you for the €5. Social skills are a personal issue that has nothing to do with respect and opinions. Normies are by definition ignorant, so why care?
Don't. I mean, the first part of that sentence is kind of it just feels wrong. Well, it doesn't feel wrong. It is wrong. Social skills are a personal issue. If everyone has a social problem, it's everyone's problem. No.
Yeah,
I think the way that I'm reading that, and when they say social skills are a personal issue, I think what they mean is if you have social skill issues, you need to work on it yourself, not society work around your issues. If that's what he means, then I agree with that. But in terms of normies are by definition ignorant, why care? Well, that goes back to walking the tightrope thing from earlier, where like we need to be able to live in a society where we can all function together. That doesn't mean we have to all agree, but we need to all be able to function in a lawful way. And if you are so socially inept that you can't function in society, then you are a net negative, and you need to fix that shit.
Yeah, I think just social, that if I didn't have social skills, that is my problem, but it's also going to become everyone else's problem at some point, or it's going to become somebody's problem. So it is a personal issue, but it's a personal issue that can affect other people. I mean, we've all met those, not to use anime as the scapegoat here, but we've met those like anime watchers that you think, did you live in a basement?
We met the people that Naruto run down the halls of their high school.
Yeah.
Right. Like again, I'm the biggest defender of anime in the world. I'll still bully that little motherfucker. Like,
yeah. I don't understand. I do understand, because it is it's an individual's issue. I get that part. But when it's social, the only way that someone can get more social, can build on their social skills, is by socializing. So it's going to be someone else's. It might not be that person or like a whole country or a street or a town or whatever, but it's going to be someone else's problem. It could be the parents' problem. If their kids can't socialize and be part of society, that's someone else's problem. So
no, I'm not disagreeing with you. Sorry, I saw a chat. Sorry, GGHF says they have horrible social issues because you bully them. No, hell no, they don't. They got social issues because we took away bullying, so now they don't have anyone to tell them at right. Like, if we made bullying great again, and obviously Mike and C4 don't co-sign this. This is only your boy Leon speaking. If we made bullying great again, motherfuckers would start acting normal. Trust me. As someone who was bullied throughout high school and middle school, and my dad beat the shit out of me, I can function in society now without being one of those Naruto running hallway motherfuckers.
I would change bullying for shaming, and I'm on board.
There's obviously a line to it. You can't cross the line, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I'll say you. What the fuck are you doing? Some people need to hear that.
Yeah. I think I'm more in line with what C4 said. I don't think we should bring. Not that. I mean, bullying still exists, but I don't think we should like bring it back. I don't know if that's a good. I don't know if that's a good idea.
I think shaming's good, because you can either shame someone out of their position, or you shame someone enough that they defend it, and you be like, you know what, fair play, and you back off. Shaming, it creates character.
Well, see, and maybe this is just because words have lost so much meaning. Maybe shaming is a better way to put it, but we live in such a degenerate society where there is no shame anymore, and it's so sad. But it's like bullying doesn't necessarily mean beat the fuck out of them or anything like that. It's just like, talk some trash and thicken up their fucking skin. So it's like, I agree with you, shame needs to be brought back, but bullying is just more of a fun term, because we spent how many like the last 2 decades get rid of bullying. Look, maybe I'm just romanticizing the 90s. I don't remember kids having these weird social issues back when people were getting, mogged on for, running like little sissy girls when they're playing fucking soccer or whatever.
But I do remember, I remember the gay kids like getting it pretty rough. I remember in my school, it was pretty bad. I wouldn't, looking back at it now, that shit's sad. I don't like seeing kids getting bullied. I think shaming them,
like I said, there's levels to it. I'm not just going like, hey, let's bully people into or anything. I'm not saying that. Like there's levels of acceptableness here.
I think a big difference as well when it happened to us and it, like I said, created our character. Now it can be like 24/7 because of social media. Before, I'll go to school, get bullied, and I'll be like, well, when I go home, it's all fine. Then you deal with it at school. Now you can't escape it. If you get bullied at school, you're going to get bullied on social media, and it's just 24/7. That is something that is slightly different to when it happened to us, I think.
Yeah, that's like everything. If you have a fight now and you lose that fight, everybody watched you lose that fight. Back in school, if you lost that fight, next week everyone's moved on. No one had any phones. No one cared.
Right.
You bully someone now for a bad take, like because we all have bad takes. Let's say you bully someone for a bad take. Now millions of people are bullying you for this bad take, not just your schoolmates. It's a bit too much. But even the bullying back in the day, like I've been bullied as well. I didn't like it. Like I wasn't like physically bullied, but I was like verbally bullied by some girls, and I didn't like it. And I always used to think to myself, I had two options. I could either go and beat them up, but then I'd get excluded for hitting girls, or just sit there and take it, and I'd have to sit there and deal with it. And then the guys would hear the girls doing it, and they join in as well. And I'm just sitting there like, I can't beat up all these guys. I've just got to sit there and take this shit now.
Yeah, no, and like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I enjoy being bullied. What I am saying is, by the time high school rolled around and your boy was a soccer star, I was a track star, and I was fucking playing bands and guitars and whatnot, and I went on to, now I'm a very, at least successful enough to do a full-time YouTuber. I'm going to credit a lot of that to the fact that I had to get a tough skin real fucking quick thanks to the bullying. So just tip of the hat and a thank you, Sam. Fuck you, though.
I think our environments, like growing up in harsh environments, probably helping like you being able to deal with like the bullshit around you. I wouldn't attribute. I mean, obviously, bullying can be attributed to a harsh environment, but just growing up around, what's the best way to word it? Growing up around people that are going to go to prison, basically, and seeing how life is and seeing how rough things are in these areas, I think that has helped me in dealing with like internet hate, because I'm like, I've seen actual fucking chaos like on my doorstep, so I don't care too much when someone's insulting me online. But having said that, like the bullying aspect of that, I still remember there was a gay kid. I won't say his name just in case he's, I don't want anyone to bother him, but I'll never forget, they fucking gave this guy the dirtiest wedgie of his life, and then he never heard the end of it. And I'm just thinking to myself, imagine if they had cell phones as well, or mobile phones.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It'd be finished. It would be over. This was the most disgusting wedgie I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know how his pants were still intact. If that shit got on social media, the LGBT community would fucking bully him, bro. That's how bad it was.
Dude, when I was in 6th grade, kid named Skylar, won't say his last name, put me in a locker. So my 6th grade social studies teacher, Mrs. Clark, had to let me out after school. Like I was on the inside of the locker, and like, someone let me the fuck out. That was the wake-up call for me. It's like, okay, you gotta stop being such a fucking loser. You just let another kid stuff you in a locker. You are a bitch. And I changed my ways.
I think similar to that, I think when I got bullied, it gave me the ability, it gave me social skills. It gave me the ability to read the room. I don't know if this happens in America. This might be just a London thing, but there was the big bullies of the school would go up to kids and go, "You got the time for me?" And this is when like Nokia 3310s were out. And if someone asks you, "Have you got the time for me?" what they were asking for was for your phone. It was like code. So everyone knew we had phones on it. And one time someone asked me, and I was like, "I'd rather get a black eye than give you my phone. Because if I go home without my phone, my mum will give me 2 black eyes." So I said, "I ain't got the time for you, bro." And I think looking around and analyzing what was going to happen gave me the ability to read a room better in life.
See, we had something similar. It wasn't with phones. I don't know how old you are. I don't know. Maybe there's a slight age disparity, or maybe it was just different here in America. But we had something similar with like iPods, MP3 players, electronics. But smartphones weren't around until I was pretty much already nearly out of high school. It's not they weren't around, but they weren't common for like teenagers wanting to have until I was nearly out of high school. So, but like iPods, MP3 players, stuff like that. Yeah, we had a very similar thing here in America.
Yeah, what C4 was saying is true though, because "Have You Got the Time for Me" was a very common thing in London. Like,
really, that's wild. I've never heard that. That's crazy.
But that's the juvenile version of "What Ends Are You From?"
Yeah,
"What Ends Are You From" is going to be followed by a knife in your gut. If you say the wrong thing, C4 knows. If a man walks up to you and says, "Yo, what ends are you from?" then your next sentence has got to be on point. Otherwise, you're going to the hospital or to a morgue. And the what time is it, or have you got the time for me? It taught us how to like behave in these situations. It's happened to most London guys that grew up in these areas will know.
See, maybe it's different here because I'm in the Midwest in America, and every motherfucker got guns. Everyone does. Like hunting rifles, pistols, whatever it may be. Dude, you drive your pickup truck to school, and your rifle will be in the bed of the truck.
Yeah.
If that was
like,
the case,
you were hunting deer in the morning before at 5 a.m. and then you drive to school afterwards. Sometimes you nab a buck, or something. You bring your social studies teacher out and be like, "Yo, look what I bad, dude." Like,
if there was guns over here, you're getting the time, the date, my urine sample from me, bro. I'm not arguing. You can have it all. Like, take it.
Yeah, I
got two guns just literally sitting just off. Obviously, I'm not gonna pull them out. It's fucking YouTube. I got two guns just sitting off screen, just two handguns, just fucking chilling. This is America, homie. Like,
over here, you can outrun knives. You can't outrun bullets. That's
yeah. Although they're getting real flagrant with their knives these days, man. Like, someone got the police pulled someone over, and he had literally the blades of chaos, the actual blades of chaos on. I've got the replica up there of the blades of chaos, but I wouldn't take it out of the house. They've got very sharp ends, so you put the little thing on it. Okay, this guy was going around looking for people with the blades of chaos. I couldn't believe it. Oh, it's mad. You've seen C4. Do you remember back in the day? Do you remember Risky Roads?
Yeah.
Those days were that was the Wild West on the streets. Like, those are the days when I was out with my friends. Like, when we were younger, we were just like out on the road playing or whatever. But that was like the Risky Roads era. For any Americans that are watching that are not like familiar with that, that's basically like our version of the Wild West. At any point, at any street corner, you turn down the wrong street corner, you are finished. You are finished. It was a very scary time to be young and be on the roads, because like I would go to a different postcode, which is like our areas, and they would know that, I ain't seen you around here. And
you're from the Liverpool area, right?
No, I'm from London.
Oh, you're from London? Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like in Liverpool, but London was a fucking.
Well, I'd heard horror stories, and you told me horror stories before about some of the stuff that you saw growing up. So I just assumed Liverpool because I've heard that's basically like our version of Detroit, basically. So
Liverpool's bad. Manchester's bad. I think London was like comically bad because. I'm guessing this didn't go outside of London, but happy slaps were like, if I tell you the concept, it sounds like a skit, but you'd be like on the bus and you literally, for no other reason other than it's funny, someone can just come up and literally, the what's that sports called where the slaps? Is it called slaps? Power slaps. Literally power slaps, all because of a Tango advert. People do that, and if you got happy slaps, that's it. You can't do anything. Yeah. You can't retaliate. You can't fight back. You just have to accept it.
See, and if you remember, that was when we started recording on phones, because they were sending happy slap videos around on the old like Nokia 3310s. That was like really grainy footage. They'd walk up to you and they go happy slap, smack you around the face, and these were dirty slaps. Like people having handprints left on their faces.
See, did you guys have sack taps?
No.
Basically similar thing, only they slap your dick.
Oh,
I see that.
People do that all the time
here in the U.S. It's like you randomly, whether when your buddies, or if you were real brave, it wasn't one of your buddies, it was someone fucking random or whatnot. You'd be walking, you'd be in the hall of the bus or whatever, just sat tap, and you just quickly with the back of your hand, the palm just right on the fucking head of the dick, dude, or right on the balls.
We didn't call it that, but Turkish guys love doing that here, man. All my Turkish mates, if you're not careful, you're just standing there and they go, I'm just like, why? Why do you do that? It's not a Greek thing. Don't know why these men do it. It's so annoying. My mate Burkan, he'll be standing there, and he hasn't done it to me yet, but he did it to my friend Jem. We were just standing there, and he went. I was like, why'd you hit him that hard?
No, by the way, Flatstrings, it's not gay because you use the back of your hand and you did to put somebody in pain. So it's not gay. If you use a hand, like that's gay, but that isn't. You're
grip sack is not okay, or palm sack. That's a no-no.
Yeah, I mean none of them are okay, but the least sus one is the backhand. The most accepted. Someone said is Birmingham bad. Yeah, Birmingham's pretty bad. I saw a video in Birmingham of a shootout in a tunnel some time ago, and I was like, and it was just before like versus fighting, and I was like, think I'll rain check versus fighting this year. Yeah,
guns they're getting more and more common. Well, yeah, maybe not common. They're getting spotted a lot more.
Yeah, way more.
Where before it was always fake guns. Now they're not always fake.
Gotta be careful, man. Don't talk shit to people on the road. They might pull something out. Joe, thank you for the $5. Am I the only one who thinks Brian Drummond was a better voice with Vegeta than Sabat? Ocean Dub was censored, but better voice actors.
I actually agree with this completely.
So the only time I preferred this dub was, do you remember when Vegeta was on Namek and Krillin and Gohan stole the Dragon Balls and he woke up and he went mental?
And I remember that scene, yeah, but I don't know if there's any particular line from that dub that I remember, but I remember that scene, yeah.
I think Brian Drummond's version of that was better. It was like, I will get my revenge, and he started flying over Namek, and he was like, his pupils were all gone. I was like, that's peak Vegeta anger. I think Brian Drummond.
I'll do YouTube that later because yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, he was like mental. He nailed that scene. Perth, thank you for the $5. Big ups from Down Under. Can I get to a link to Mike's Discord? If one of the mods can give him the link, please. I was just in Australia, beautiful country. Really enjoyed myself. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $10. I remember one of my friends pulled out a Mosin Nagant out of his car in front of church just to show me and talk about how cool it was. I'm assuming that's a gun.
I'm only assuming as well, but it's not one that I've ever heard of, and I consider myself decently well versed. My dad's a gunsmith, but maybe I don't.
A sword? Sounds like a name of a great sword or something.
That sounds like something you slay Imhotep with. Oh, this is like a hunting rifle.
Oh, it's a rifle. Damn.
Yeah, it's a big ass rifle. But that sounds like summon the Scorpion King to do your bidding. All right. Well, I think we've
it's Russian. That's why. Okay.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Was there anything that we forgot to cover? We spoke about Fatal Frame. We spoke about DOA. Even though I still think I'm probably going to catch some heat for my DOA takes. I don't think they're satisfied with the blood they've received yet.
Don't worry. Any take you had tonight, I'm sure mine were probably worse. That's kind of my thing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Lofty Pixels across the pond, but now that Lofty's gone, I have the reigning crown for Lofty Pixels. So, point is, I'm known for some pretty bad fucking takes around these parts.
Yeah, Sifu, I don't know if you paid attention to the TomTom super chats from earlier. That's what we were meant to bring up. Yeah, I'm gonna say this early and say it was an anime that ruined men. It was the normalization of hating men in media. Me Too movements, false accusations spreading like wildfire, and the overall hypocrisy between men and women. I think he's got a point there, to be honest with you. Do you feel like the hate towards men ramped up during the Me Too movement and it sort of stayed like that ever since?
No, well, ramped up, yes, but I think it was already on an incline. I don't know how it was over there, but here in the West, I think, or in the US, I think it was absolutely already on an incline, and then Me Too made it shoot up even more. I do think that in general social etiquette, it's actually died down quite a bit. I just don't think the media, Hollywood, all these entertainment apparatuses and politics and whatnot have gotten the memo that at least here in the US, we don't fucking care anymore.
Do you think that the Me Too movement kind of gave birth to the red pill movement in a way? Do you feel like it was like almost a response to how men were being spoken about online?
I think the red pill movement would have happened either way, but Me Too definitely exacerbated it because the red pill movement, by and large, comes from, at least by my estimation, a bunch of incompetent women in seats of political power that are dictating the way, basically going against basic biology for both men and women. And it's more of a rejection of that, but the Me Too movement added the social stigma to it, not just the political stigma.
Yeah, because
I always thought
go on.
I always thought the red pill came from dating coaches, but this is
Came
like
from what?
surface
I'm sorry?
level stuff. Dating coaches. Like,
Yeah, I
It's like-
think it did. What was his name? Rollo Tomasi, I think. He's one of the
something like
early-
that.
Yeah, I know it existed
Um,
before, but after the Me Too movement, it feels like after that happened, it exploded. Like we
Right.
started seeing red pill stuff everywhere, and it was so extreme. Like I would watch some of it, and I'd be like, "What the fuck are these guys talking about? Like this is not how women behave. Like at least not where like I grew up around them." But then a lot of them were in Miami, and my friends that are in Miami were like, "Yeah, this is how it is out here." But Miami's like a bubble. I don't know how true that is, but whenever I'd watch their content, I'd be like, women don't behave. Well, obviously, there's women that behave like that. I'm not. We've seen Bonnie Blue and all this shit, but in general, I didn't see women that way. But they were very hard on their stances that women were this way and men needed to adjust.
See, and that sentence right there, I've seen a lot of that, which is women got very set in an unfeminine way, a much more masculine way of thinking, and were actively attempting to feminize men. You know, hey, share your feelings with us. It's okay to cry, this, that, and the other, and then would denigrate and disrespect them when men would do that. Now, I reiterate my point from earlier: if men had done their fucking jobs right, this never would have happened. But yeah, I do think that that can be backed up. There was a lot of flipping of the traditional gender roles that resulted in a net negative for, at least here in America, for society.
I think I saw it as a. Oh, sorry, go on, Mike.
No, that's fine.
I was saying, I think I saw it more of a case of women made men have to pick a side. It's like, you defend us or you are against us. And I think that happens normally with like left and right, like factions and stuff. It's always, you can't like sit on the fence. You have to either, be against it or you're with it. There's no like, that's your kind of problem sort of thing. That's how I felt. But I guess it leads to the same thing as
I think you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, it was a social ultimatum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen they've done that Netflix Red Pill documentary of Louis Theroux came out today?
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I saw one scene from it. I was rolling my eyes. It was Myron from Fresh and Fit.
He's on there.
Yeah, he's in it. And Louis Theroux was interviewing him and his ex-girlfriend, who was his girlfriend at the time, the Latina.
The one that was skating.
Yeah. Louis said to her, like, he was asking him, what's your setup? What's your arrangement? And she was saying, oh, I'm okay with him sleeping with other women because it's like a one-time thing. And then he comes back to me. And then Louis says, well, what if there's a time where he wants more than one wife? And Myron was like, we've spoken about that, but we don't really have to worry about that now. And you can see the pain in her face when they're talking about it. And she walks away because he's like, can you go clean up the studio or whatever? And he says to Louis, oh, she helps me around the studio and whatnot. And Louis goes, do you not feel like, don't you feel awkward about this? Don't you feel bad? And Myron's just like, no. I was just like, what am I watching right now?
Yeah. No, I think the vast majority of the red pill community is a complete, I don't even want to say like overcorrection, because I think that it's people like Myron and whatnot. I think that they're fucking retarded. That's why I do appreciate because we were talking about earlier, like when Andrew Wilson or somebody that argues from a sense of what I would consider proper morality goes on shows like that, because the red pill culture, the Andrew Tates and stuff like that, it doesn't. There are probably some benefits in terms of having men be masculine again in a very feminized world, but I don't know that the the risk outweighs the reward. So I think it's much better to have, again, Andrew Wilson types or Jordan Peterson back before he was completely fucking cucked, that were doing it from a much more logical and emotionally stable point.
Dude, I used to watch Jordan Peterson just to listen to his arguments, but nowadays I don't know if there's something like wrong with me.
He's a
He
joke now.
cries. He cries every single time, every point. Before I used to be
really?
like, oh, you know, he's talking about like loneliness epidemic. I get why he's sad about that. Maybe he's just conveying emotion, whatever. But every single time I watch him now, I'm like, he's always crying. I'm like, bro, come on, man.
Yeah, it's honestly sad what happened to Jordan Peterson. Now that's not an excuse for it, because it's very bitch made and it's unbecoming of a man. But it's because, like, his wife got cancer, he got depressed because of that. He got addicted to pain pills and whatnot. He had to go through all these relapses and withdrawals, and he really ended up coming out broken on the other side. Add all that being shot to fame the way he did. But that being said, homie, you can't be sitting there and preaching about what masculinity is and whatnot and then become this. Like, I ain't about that. So yeah, Jordan Peterson's a joke. I think he absolutely got, cut by the Daily Wire and has become a complete bitch and stooge of the American right wing. But
yeah, Daily Wire's full of pretty crazy. I think the
hard.
only one that I've heard of that people don't. I mean, I'm not saying they like him or whatever. I know he's super controversial, but the only one that I don't hear of being called like a cuck or whatever is Matt Walsh. I know people don't. I know he's super controversial, but
yeah, I've got super mixed opinions on Matt Walsh. When he's not talking about pop culture, he's fine. Pros and cons. Have the dude talk about pop culture and in terms of how the conservatives in America, or the right wingers in America, should handle pop culture. Dude is the biggest fucking boomer on the internet. He is setting the right wing or conservatives or even just libertarians and whatnot that want to get just absurd leftism out of pop culture. He's setting that movement back 50 fucking years. It's awful.
I think his pop culture rants are hilarious. I know what you're saying. I know they're so stupid that, like, I watched them. I'm like, me and my friends watch them sometimes. We're just like, man, this is the dumbest take I've ever.
Oh, it's absurdly stupid.
But it's
because
so
I'm here in
funny.
America, I can't find it funny because there are idiots that buy into it.
Yeah, I see it from that perspective. It's the way he explains it, like with his whole chest, and I'm like, that's not true. That's just not true. But he says it with such like confidence that I can only sit there and laugh. But I don't really mind him. Like, he's whatever. But the rest of them on Daily Wire, they have.
Yeah,
I don't know what is going on. I just saw Piers Morgan ripping to Ben Shapiro,
and it's.
Yeah, it's a mess over there. It's a mess. The whole everything's a mess right now. What was it? Andrew has some awful shit. Well, Andrew Wilson.
I think he means Andrew. I assume he meant Andrew Tate, but maybe he does mean Andrew Wilson. I don't know.
Andrew Tate. I don't even know what. Like, Andrew Tate's calling Sneeko gay now. Like,
oh mate.
And Devin Schizo. I'm certainly not a libertarian. I'm 100% a radical. My biggest criticism of Trump is he hasn't dropped enough fucking bombs. Trust me, I'm not a libertarian.
Jesus.
I'm very radical, but this ain't the stream for that.
Damn.
Oh.
Watch my stream from earlier if you're curious about my political beliefs. I'll put it that way.
Damn.
You get it often. People thinking you're a libertarian.
Well, it's because I did used to be. Well, it's more of an anarchist, actually. But I've come to the conclusion that there's no. For libertarianism or anything like that to work, you got to have a society that more or less agrees. And when you've got something as fractured and fucked up as it is here in America right now, only extremism can correct it. It's an unfortunate reality. I don't like that that's the reality, but it is the reality. You need somebody that's going to come in and fix things with an iron fist, regardless of whether people like it or not.
It's gotten that bad. I guess that's why, like, a lot of whenever I get into arguments with Americans that are very passionate about this stuff, they get really annoyed when I don't take a side. But it's different over here.
No, it's very culturally different, and so it doesn't surprise me at all when folks in the UK or whatnot don't understand, like, don't pick a side or don't understand or whatnot, because it's just like I'm not going to try and pretend to understand the cultural phenomenon going on between, for example, China and Taiwan. That's not my fucking culture. So I assume they wouldn't, blame me for not understanding it. I think the same thing about the UK to the US, but no, the US is it is very, very weak. The left is out of control and the Republicans are pussies who can't do anything. And this is all to cover up for the fact that it's all a uniparty that controls everything. And it's, again, just watch my streams if you want to see me. I rant politically twice a week.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. The world's a confusing place right now. Every time I sign on to Google, I see fucking people talking about. I don't even know if I can talk about that on stream.
No,
Probably not a good idea. Yeah, cures for things have been found apparently, and people are in files and countries are being blocked. Bro, I fucking was going to my missus' house, and I get a notification that Cyprus has got like the militaries out, and I'm like, oh fuck, no, because I was planning on going back home and visiting family, and I'm like, and someone's like, oh yeah, they're flying. The military said they're flying over. Something's going on. I was like, oh man, please. And then I sign on and I hear looming World War III shit. And I'm like, oh, not now, man. We don't even know what the One Piece is yet. Let's give it a rest. But yeah, no. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think we've covered everything. I think we've before we derail the stream any further. Was there anything that you guys wanted to go over before we close it out?
I wanted to. Obviously, not going to do it now. I wanted to talk to Leon about the takes on Nox Taku, but this isn't the place for it.
Oh, but I would.
No, I would like to hear it. I would like to hear it, actually.
I can give a quick version if you want my thoughts on Nox Taku. Do you mean like his political views and whatnot?
No, the allegations. I think I think you were so biased. And I saw the content. I saw the Britney video. Then I saw the Nox Taku thing, and I've seen that through, I think it's Harmful Opinions and someone else.
Harmful Opinions, and so I do kind of have to take an L on that because I went into Harmful Opinions video not knowing that it was an addendum video that actually tied back to something that he was covering because it was just sent to me in my Discord. It's like, all right, let's cover it. So I did go in without all the information. I'll take the L on that. And I openly admitted, I'm pretty sure in that video, that I do have a bias towards Nox Taku. That being said, I also I've staunchly said for years that I don't know how it is in the UK, but in America, we had this massive problem where the left would try and cancel you for shit that happened 10 years ago or whatever, even if you've changed and grown and altered since then. And so when it comes to the Nox Taku stuff, bad shit may have happened in his Discord 8 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever it may be. It didn't look like he had anything to do with it, minus negligence. He should have handled his mods better. But I also, if I've been very anti the left canceling people and holding people to the standards they held 10 years prior when those standards weren't normal, I have to hold that same opinion now, which is can't judge him now for something that may or may not have happened that was negligence 10 years ago without. So that's where it stands on that.
I think you can judge someone who's been, I don't know what to say. I don't want to demonetize it, but for what he did, I think it's okay to judge him, even if it happened like 8 whatever years ago. I think your passion for things that are very similar to like censorship, it's weird to see how hard you go on that, but very softly, lightly on Nox. That was my criticism. I fully admit that I got a bias towards Nox because we agree on a lot of stuff. Now you keep saying what he did, and again, this could be because I don't have all the information or didn't have all the information. Allowed.
It didn't seem like
let me change it to allowed. What he allowed.
It seemed like his mods may have done stuff, and that's still wrong. That's still wrong. But it doesn't.
What did they
not
do?
That either one is morally okay, but I think there's a difference between negligence and moderating your Discord 10 years ago compared to actually doing what other people were accusing of. That, you get what I'm saying. Again, I'm trying to also talk, not trying to weasel out of it, but I'm trying to talk around demonetization like you are. So
he allowed his mods to talk to underage people inappropriately.
Yeah, right. There, that's a good way to phrase it.
Yeah. So I don't think it was negligence. I think he allowed it. And if you see his content back then, it was crazy. Like, if we're talking about degenerate stuff, you have to watch the video. It's
I've been watching Nux back since back then when he was a PNG tuber, and the world was YouTube was a lot different back then. The world was a lot different back then. Now, obviously, that doesn't excuse adults talking to children. That's fucked up. But like his content back then, it's wild. by today's standards. It really wasn't
I
wild
disagree
back then.
with that. The thing with the monkeys,
Nah,
What thing with the monkeys?
that's forever. So I know you were talking about earlier about morals. For me, normally morals are all the time. There was a girl went to the zoo, and there was heavy petting from the monkeys. It was an anime thing that he was showing other content creators, and it was on YouTube.
Wait,
Right.
Are you saying the monkeys diddled the girl?
I said petting, but yes, it was the other way around. Normally, it's the humans petting the monkeys. It was the other way around, aggressively.
And why was this on his channel?
So,
It
was this internet trend that a bunch of YouTubers were doing at the time where they would show other YouTubers fucked up things in anime to get their reactions, and it would be content out of it. I like, again, my thought process is, YouTube was a very different place back then. I also don't see anything morally wrong with fictional fucking content that where no one's in real life being hurt. Again, back to the separating reality from fiction thing. Is it something I would watch? No, but people
does he play Smash Bros by any chance?
No, not as much of a gamer from what I've heard.
That's okay. Wait. Okay, so there was a trend back in the day where YouTubers would show fucked up anime to each other.
I don't know if it's true. I don't know. I probably could find out, but I feel it was only really Nux who was doing it.
Lost Pause was doing it. Mudahar was part of it. There was a whole slew of anime-oriented content creators that were doing this. It was a common trend back then, especially within the anime community, just to fuck with other YouTubers that don't know anime and show them this stuff. And it wasn't just Nux, because I watched multiple other anime-oriented YouTubers that did that.
I know.
Again, YouTube was notably different in 2016 than it is in 2026, for better or for worse. I would argue for better, but that's just me.
I'll send you a video, Mike. It's a long one, but I was the criticism wasn't like a deep one. It was more of a case of, I think what Leon stands for in terms of the censorship and stuff, that should have been censored. And I think we could all agree if you've seen it. But because you said you was biased because you agreed with Nux on other things now.
Quick, I am curious. What do you think my thoughts on censorship are? Because we might have two. It completely aligns logically from my views, but I don't know if you know them or not. Can you steal me my position on censorship?
I would say your censorship would be based on if it's necessary or not in terms of harm.
No.
So
I am not a harm principalist. No. What I find censorship oriented is it should always be handled by it should never be handled by the state. Censorship should not be handled by the state. It should always be with the first of all, censorship is something that should be applied mostly to children, and I don't believe the state should be involved with children in any capacity.
Censorship should be. Do you mean the censorship should only benefit children in terms of create less harm for them?
Censorship should benefit children, but it is not up to the state to decide what is and isn't beneficial. It is up to the parents and those within the immediate community.
What about if the community, socially, someone censored something? So, a petition from people.
Well, petitions would still be when you say a petition, that's oftentimes still enacted by the state if it gets enough signatures and whatnot. So, I mean, define what you mean a little further.
Do you know the game Skullgirls?
Yeah.
The Skullgirls thing, where people said, we don't want this. And they put pressure on the devs to change it.
Yeah, at that point, it's up to the devs. And I actually disagree with the Skullgirls stuff because it should be up to the devs. However, the people that changed it weren't the original devs. They were people that bought the license and the IP afterwards. So the original authors and creators had nothing, had no say on it. So, yeah, I think that it should actually be up to, in almost every case, the original creators and authors. If people can want something all they want, but that doesn't necessarily make it right or wrong.
Do you think it's okay that the public can put pressure on people to change for censorship reasons?
Yeah, and then I think it's up to the people to decide whether they're going to bow to that pressure or not. But I think it should be done without state intervention. But yeah, if people want to bow and kowtow to the pressure, just know that that's also going to come with a potential significant backlash from the people that didn't want to see you bow and kowtow. So you're basically in a catch-22.
Right. Okay. That's fair enough. Yeah, I thought you'd have a different take on censorship. I guess for the nuts thing, then if you're saying you're biased, then
Yeah, and I'll fully admit my bias. Yeah, without a doubt. I am biased towards Nuts because he and I do share a lot of very similar opinions. I know, and that's an open fault of mine, but it's something that I'm not going to bother to hide or lie about.
Cool. Yeah, I would say, without like going into like another debate, I would say that's an issue. If your bias can basically they can trump your principles, but yeah.
No, you're right. That is an issue, and it's something that's hypocritical on my part. And I fully acknowledge that it's something that needs to be better about, but it's also something that, I'll acknowledge. There's no point to try and hide that or weasel out of it.
Fair play. No argument. If you own it, you own it.
I know Leon's got a bounce now.
Sorry, man. Yeah.
No, you're okay. I have another stream that I'm using on Wednesdays at 9:00 my time, which is now, but it hasn't started yet. I'm actually in the room right now, so I've got a little bit longer. Oh, no, it did just start. Fuck.
All right, man. Well, go do your thing. I appreciate you being here.
It was awesome. Thank you so much. It was great. It was nice to hang out with you again. C4, it was awesome to meet you, dude. It was great. Either follow me on X or I'll follow you on X. Just DM me your details because I would love to talk further because you've been an excellent debate partner.
Ditto, man. Yeah, I'll definitely follow you up, man. Yeah, pleasure talking to you. I thought I was going to come in more heated, but you're actually pretty reasonable.
No, it was fun, man. But all right, crew, I'm out. See you on the flip flop. Thank you so much, and Godspeed to you both.
No worries, bro. Take care, man.
Peace.
Yeah, I definitely thought you two were going to clash way more. I was a bit like, shit, I put these two on the same podcast, but you got on pretty well.
Yeah, no, he's reasonable, and he just holds positions. So like that's normally I get really annoyed at people either when they're playing stupid, when they're smart enough to know better, or that the position they hold, they don't have a reason, but they pretend that they do. And he just said, "Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. I'm biased."
Yeah.
And it's like, oh,
no, sure. Leon's always been a really cool guy. I met him because me and Hypnotic are friends now. Like I get on with Hypnotic really well. But my initial meeting with Hypnotic was like a hostile one, and I remember Leon messaged me and he was like, "Oh, I want to have you on the show, or whatever." Like, he seemed like a cool guy, and he's been cool ever since. Like, I've never had an issue with him at all, and he's always up for a debate. He never shies away from it.
Yeah, I think this is obviously the little content I have seen. He seems like he's one of the people that he feels that everyone's attacking him, and I think it started off like that. And when I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll grant that." Like, people thinking anime is weird is stupid, but yeah, give them context and it's fine. And I think from there it was just like, yeah, it wasn't too spicy. Sorry, man. I know you wanted the content, but
no, I think this was good content. It's okay. I think you two had a good debate. I just sat there and listened. I chimed out after a while. Because before you got here, we were talking about like censorship and DOA and whatnot. I think he had the best takes to counter what I was saying in my videos than anyone that I've spoken to on Twitter. I still don't agree, but I acknowledge his standpoints, and I can even there's a lot of merits to them. So it was good to talk to him because talking to like I was in an argument with Punisher before I jumped on here.
What, in the VC or text?
No, on Twitter. He just started. This fucking guy. Yesterday I put that video up about my views on DOA, and I said in the video, I mean, no disrespect to anybody. This is just how I feel, and I reiterate that through the whole video. I'm not insulting anyone when I say these things. This guy goes, now bear in mind, I live in London. Okay, this is how you know this guy lives online. Goes to me, has the tech and content all washed up, so you have to make revenue off shitting on DOA. And I was like, why are you going there? Like, he said to me, I'm starting drama in the DOA community. I was like, bro, I'm not. I'm just talking about something that you don't agree with. You see how like you and Leon disagreed, but you weren't at each other's neck? I just disagree with him. He started insulting me on Twitter. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was just like, this fucking guy, bro. It's typical bot behavior on that app. But that's why I enjoy talking to Leon, because he made good points. Like he actually made some really good points that I hadn't heard any of them making. I still don't agree entirely, but I can 100% see where he's coming from.
Yeah, I think that the core, I disagree with him. But yeah, like you said, he explained it enough to me for me to be like, I see where you got to that conclusion. Other than the let's bomb them, that was
Mad
something.
thing. But that he did say that in America, it's one, you're on one side or the other. And to be fair to him, like, I mean, I've never been to America. All I do is consume the politics through the TV or Twitter. It does look like the battle lines have been drawn, and if you're in the middle, you're just gonna get shot from both sides. So, I mean, it's mad. Like I couldn't. I understand in war people die. I understand in war places have to get bombed, but I don't know enough about the ins and outs of that situation for me to sit here and go, yeah, they need to get bombed. Like, that would be mad for me to say.
Yeah, that was it's above my pay grades, all the politics in America. It reminded me though of when Destiny said something similar to that. He was like, the left have to like fight back now. I was like, you need to be kind of careful what you're saying. And it's like, yeah, no, we just have to fight back. And he kind of said the same thing. He's like, to stop the craziness, we have to push back. I was like, if both of you are saying that, Token will save me, bro. I don't know about anyone else, but Token's coming out soon. I'm trying to stay firmly alive.
Yeah, we've got we have a minuscule amount of problems compared to what seems to be going on out there. I 100%. Just saw a video. I saw a mad video. I don't know if it was in New York or something, where these people were like, this sounds really bad to say, and I promise you, I don't mean any offense when I say this. I'm just telling you what I saw in the video. This guy was on a microphone. I think they were talking about immigration, and like, if you're against immigration, like you're a racist or some shit like that was going on. And as he's saying that, this guy jumps over his head and throws a bomb, and then shouts something. I don't know. I don't know what he shouted. It wasn't English, and he started running. And I was like, man, if that image is not like perfect for the chaos in America, I don't know what is. It was actually mad. I don't know what the whole context was, like why people were so riled up at that particular thing, but it was so mad. Like, whilst he's saying that, whilst he's like doing the whole inclusive thing, some foreign dude comes over with a bomb and just dashes it, and I was like, man, that's rough. Because where do you go from there?
Yeah, it's mad. I think I hate the fact that we just like talk about it and laugh, because it is serious. But what can we do? Like, there's so much crazy, like, there's a word for it. I think it's like stochastic terrorism, where people are literally just riling each other up, not just the opposite side, their side, to do crazy things to like make the other people shook. I just need to go back to happy slaps.
When people ask me to give my opinion on American politics, I'm like, why? First of all, I'm a UK citizen. Secondly, I don't even know where to start, because you turn on one news station, they're saying something mad about these people. Yeah. You turn on another news station, they're saying something mad about those people. That you switch on Joe Rogan, he's saying something mad about someone else. Then you turn on Piers Morgan, there's some chaos going on. I'm like, I don't even know where to look. Like, we went from like the COVID conspiracies to the Epstein files. Now there's a war going on. Now there's like leaked documents about cures for uncurable diseases, or incurable diseases, apparently. I'm just like, what is happening? What is going on?
It's baffling. I think it's like a full-time job now just to follow the politics in America. Like, you have to be constantly looking at so many sources to get the truth, because everyone's biased. Like, and it's funny that you said like, yeah, I'm biased. So I was like, I think it would be easier to filter out what's true and what's not if people were just more honest and said, yeah, I'm biased. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to argue from a place of, I think this is a principle thing. It's like, yeah, sometimes I just sacrifice my principle because it's my boy. It'd be way easier, but most people don't do that. So at least you know where you stand with Leon. Even if you disagree, at least you know.
Yeah, he's always been straight up. That's why I like him. Like, if I ask him something, he'll say to me, yeah, I'm being a hypocrite, but this is how I feel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I respect that.
it kind of kills the conversation, but you got something out of it. You got what you need to know out of it. So
yeah, exactly. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. The worst part is CNN is trying to defend that terrorist. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, I turned on the news. Yeah. And I saw this guy throw it. I watched it with my own two eyes. I saw it at the police officer's foot. And I saw CNN go that it wasn't anywhere near the police. And I was like, why are you lying? Like, why did you? I can see it. I can literally see it. What are you talking about? That's why I don't get involved. I tried my best to not get involved. Like, obviously, we watch your politics over here. It's like, I know it's serious. I know it's not funny. But to us over here, it really does feel like what's going to happen on the next season of America. There's always something going on. I'm just like, I'll keep my mouth shut.
it's a sitcom. It's just, bro. Even and it's seeping into so much. I saw Clayton talk about the Lud situation. You know,
is that the guy that's being deported?
Yeah, the whole ICE things. Like Clayton was going in on it, like, and you know Clayton, he's normally against what everyone else is saying. He's like, yeah, this guy is kind of bad. And I was like, fucking hell, bro. I'm like, what is going on? I was like, I don't know who to believe. I don't know what to believe. I wanted to play video games. He's a tech guy, bro. Like 99, well, not 99%, probably like 80% of his videos is tech. Sometimes he does like perfume stuff, and but yeah, now he's doing the political stuff. I'm like, there's no escape. There's just no escape.
Oh, what, has he pivoted his whole channel into it?
Nah, it's just I think it's just a one-off. It's just a one-off political thing. Yeah,
I think it's so in your face from what I can see out there that there's just like there's no escaping it.
Yeah, there's not. There's not. It's nothing you can do.
I mean, we got our problems with our politics over here. The only difference is we can't talk about it. I can't sit here and tell you what the problem is, otherwise I might get arrested. So you guys can openly discuss it.
My YouTube channel is nice and wholesome, bro. It's just match footage and the occasional podcast about games, and that's it.
Bro, I see situations over here where they're like, yeah, so you said you cussed out blah blah blah, and the guys like, what, I called him an idiot, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna have to, you gotta come down to the station with us. I'm like, excuse me, what? Like, bro, it's so ridiculous. But did you know that
Yaya, I can't get arrested for going after Yaya? He's American.
No, America. You can cuss Americans. There's nothing they can do. But if you cuss a Brit, careful cussing British people. Before we go anywhere, Finty wants to give his take on DOA.
Oh no, he's gonna do he's a Guna ally. Oh man,
I think he's a Guna ally. I think he's gonna come in here combative. So, he's the Guna defense. That's what we want. We want a bit of opposition here. We'll let Yaya. Sorry, not Yaya. Sorry, we said Guna and I said Yaya.
What's Corpora's asking what the difference is?
Who's asking what?
What's the difference between Guna and Yaya?
Oh, there is none.
I had the same thing.
He goons with a purpose. And,
he does.
And to be fair, his takes have been a lot more fair than some other people's.
He's a lot less radical when he's sharing the room with ethnic weeb.
Yeah. And, I spoke to ethnic weeb. I was going to have him on here today, but the time zones are too. He's in Australia. It's like 8 to 10 hours, I think, difference to us. So it's a bit difficult. But it would have been good to have him on here because that whole thing I anticipate this DOA conversation going on until DOA 7 comes out. And it's a shame because really the most important conversation here is that DOA 6 last round does not have rollback. And that is a travesty. I can't believe they're re-releasing the game about rollback. That should be really where the conversation is. But the conversation is like, are we going to get to see Kasumi's thighs?
It is kind of crazy because I only not long ago learned that arena fighters don't really have rollback. Like every other fight game kind of does now.
Yeah, but arena fighters are in the Stone Age. Like I don't expect DOA is a massive franchise in comparison to these arena fighters. I expect better. When you bring out an anime fighting game, I understand. I'm not getting anything with it. It's more often than not a cash grab. I'm gonna play it for like a month and then drop it. Bleach is the only one that I've stayed consistent with for a year. But yeah, you know what you're getting with anime fighting games.
Mm-hmm.
Finn, how you doing, bro?
Not that good actually, because
Why?
I think, uh, honestly, I think I was completely wrong and they were all right. Like it sounds like I'm doing a Mike ATL here.
I was just about to say that.
Honestly, yeah, but I was Mike. I was not aware. How do you say? I think you say something like, "What's the saying?" Like, I was not familiar with your games, sir. Like, look, honest guy. Okay, we have to give. Let me give you my case for why I think all of these Guna idiot cum stain hands guys were actually probably right, but were not intelligent enough to actually formulate why they were right.
Okay.
Can you put this on the screen? Because this is something that we need to really talk about. Because this is crazy. And yeah, I have to admit, I didn't know it. Ethnic Reap knew, but also I think he didn't make the case. Maybe he wanted to go there and couldn't. So this game, yeah, this is DOA, Dead or Alive, Extreme Venus Vacation. This is a free-to-play game that is a soft porn gacha game. That's what it is. With dating elements, you can watch Mary Rose sleep in underwear, all of that good shit, yeah? Now, what you see here is that this game, do you see the 24-hour peak on this game? Could you read out that number loud?
5,159.
Now, are we both in agreement that this is roughly 50 times the player number that DOA 6 basically ever had on a whatever basis? And this game is 2 years older than DOA 6, the actual fighting game. This game has 50 times the player base, and this game is 9 years old. And it is completely microtransaction riddled. So this really now kind of gives me, this is how do you say this in political speech? This is a black pill, right? This is a mega fat black pill I need to ultra swallow. Because because look, my point here is, let us say they were all right. Like Ethnic was right. Ethnic was fucking right. Ethnic was so right. I can't believe it. I'm an idiot. I'm dumb. I'm a fucking idiot. I underestimated. Look, there are two principles, right? I was aware of one, but not of the second. The first is you shall never underestimate the stupidity of like humanity as a whole, right? Because that's why teleshopping exists, right? Teleshopping exists because humanity as a whole is stupid and people can just sell you crap overpriced if they say, hey, that's good, right? It's a good product here, just buy it. And the second principle I was not aware of until now is you should never underestimate horny people. Because this is, my mind is blown, because let us now say I am Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo, right? Let us now say I'm those entities, or we are you two as well. We are now the presidents of Koei Tecmo and director of Team Ninja, right? Now we started out with a fighting game. It sold okay. I checked the numbers on it. The biggest seller was DOA 2 or 3 with 2 million. Now this is, in terms of fighting games, already behind the competition, like completely. Like even the first Tekken game sold like 4 million or something, which is very sick. Tekken 3 sold like 9. Even Tekken 2 sold like 6, right? So, in the world of fighting games, we can't really get a foot down, right? We had even a cooperation where our game with Xbox, right? Where our fighting game was on the most potent hardware at the time, and we couldn't do it. We did DOA 5, we couldn't do it. Then we pivot and we turn our game literally, like, you remember Frame Whisperer? This is why he was on it. You remember when Frame Whisperer said, Tekken is maybe going to turn into a gacha game? This is why. He was ahead of the curve. Frame Whisperer was completely ahead of the curve because he probably knew about this. So then they make this, a literal erotic porn gacha game. Let's be honest about it. And this is the success they have with a free-to-play game that milks the player base for money to put shit in, like the outfits and stuff, like have rarity categories and shit. Now, let's say you and me are Koei Tecmo. Now, I ask you now, why would we now with the DOA IP even put any effort into making a fighting game? Why? Why, when we can just do this? Why would we try to even put a decent fighting game out, put any effort in it, if we can just do this? This is my best. This is my defense. Like, this is like why it is important. The Gunners have won. There are no fighting game players left. This is what, Mike. This is why with DOA specifically, you can. When I did the video about DOA, you did the video about DOA. I can make this video about any other fighting game, and I get all the players to agree with me. Like, of course, bro, you are completely right. We need features. We need a good practice mode. We need good rollback. We need good lobbies. Tag mode would be fantastic. And why in DOA you get this very weird mixed reception, very mixed, is because there are no players left. There are only Gunners left. They turned the game not into a fighting game. This is what you said, even Mike. You said the people are not actually interested in the DOA fighting game, but you were more right than I even anticipated. Like, this is no longer a fighting game brand.
Do you know what, Finn? I've never actually seen this game before. Like, I've never given it time of day. Let's take a look at it. You could, you can make the point. I'm just going to mute it.
Yeah, cool. Be careful. Finn, you know what I think is happening? I think maybe we're looking at it wrong, or I kind of got this idea when Tom was talking to Tom Brady was talking to Weeb, and I thought he was incorrect, but it makes more sense now. I think the game DOA is the gateway for fighting game players to get this game.
Yes, this is not even, Mike. This is not even the game. This is Prism. Prism is the newest one. This is like a single player, more like dating adventure on this island. This is like, I think, even like a kind of full price game. This is not a free to play game. The other one, this free to play game, I can't even access. This is also what Ethnic kind of talked about. I can't even access Extreme VV or like Venus Vacation. I can't. The numbers are the names are dumb because this is also called something Venus Vacation, but Prism.
So this isn't the same game. This is
this is what you have on screen right now is like a dating, like actual like dating sandbox game, kinda.
Right.
But Venus Vacation Extreme is a gacha game. It is a literal free to play, completely monetized the fuck out Gunnar game. And wait, I can at least show you the store page pictures, I think.
Okay, so Prism, why is it all coming up with Prism?
Yeah, look, because I don't know, because you can't really find the
Well, this game is hidden and they're still playing it like that.
It's hidden. It's Asia and Japan. And there is, but there was talk about there is some version with European text and stuff. So the game I talk about is Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation, nothing with Prison. And this game is literally like the gacha game. This is what Ethnic talked about. And we can't even really access it. But my point is, it doesn't even really matter if you can all look at it. You can try to look it up. You can try to look gameplay up. But the point is, how the fuck, when this game is so successful, like, why would you even try to make a fighting game? I can understand them from like a capitalistic perspective, right? Because when you and me were in charge of the company and we happened to turn the game into an actual just Gunnar game and this works out for us, why would we even try to go into, because you know it as well as me, that fighting games right now, everyone has their theories why, but it still is like kind of a niche, right? If you look at Street Fighter 6, that game does the best. And even that game, if you compare it to Resident Evil 4 Remake, right, which is a 3-year-old only single player game. Do you know how high the player peak is on the daily? 20,000 for a single player game. Like, we are a niche, right? So why would you try to break to somehow make like the best game in a niche that's somehow very competitive, and it's very hard to monetize it. It's very hard to get a big player base when you can just do this.
I think it's a conversion. I think the same way 2XKO got some fighting game players to play League of Legends. I think Leffen did. I don't think Leffen played League of Legends before 2XKO. I think DOA is a conversion for fighting game players to get into TE gacha games.
Is this the one? This is DOA XVV.
This should be it, yeah. This should be it. Yeah. But yeah, what do you think of this? Because I think this is the best case. The people should have simply come out. Like what the Gooners should have done is they should have come out and say, guys, this is already our game. This is not your game. You are in our universe. Like we have the power here.
Okay, so this is my response to that. I was aware that Venus Vacation was heavily played. I didn't know that there was Prism and all these other versions, but I knew that there was a dedicated player base to it. My issue is not that
it's
there's
as
a dedicated...
high as Tekken 8. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
Yeah, my issue is not that there's a dedicated player base. We acknowledged all of that. I acknowledged the fact that sex sells. I didn't even say, because these guys, they don't listen. I said in my video that if they put these, I don't know what the hell she's doing right now. This is very irritating. What is this? Like, well, I don't understand.
Look, you can't basically. There are events, like for example, there are events that are called like bouncing springtime and wet dreams and shit. They are, yeah, I'm not sorry. This is what the events are called. The events are literally called like bouncy springtime and I don't know, wet ball contest, and it's a soft porn game. Like yeah.
So what I was saying is that I did not say in my video that they should censor DOA, okay? These guys are not listening, because the minute you give even the smallest bit of pushback to them, they start flipping out. I said in my video that if they put these costumes in the game and they sell well, then they sell well. Like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, well, don't make money. I simply said that I would prefer if they made a DOA game like 1 to 4. Now, I'm allowed to have that opinion. Those are still DOA games. But these guys lost their shit. They were like, oh, he's trying to take our boobs away from us. Well, last time I checked, DOA 1 to 4 is still full of sex appeal. They just want this more exaggerated version of it that had popped up in DOA 5 and in these Venus games. And I said, okay, cool. But all I was doing was offering suggestions for the other side of the conversation that care more about the fighting game. I understand that these guys have been pumping money into the DOA franchise. I get all of that. I'm not blind to it. But I was merely giving my my thoughts on it. But the problem with these people is that they'll, on one hand, they'll be like, oh, we champion free speech. And then the minute someone says, oh, actually, you know what? I don't really like this thing. Here's a suggestion. Oh, kill yourself. Why are you talking about it? You're a newcomer here. No, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna continue talking about it the way I want. You can know your role and shut your mouth. I don't see any problem with it. It's a fucking video game. I did not say take away their boobs. I didn't say don't
you
show
didn't
the
say
bum
that,
crack.
but to be honest, I think most of these guys, because this game is not, I think most of these Guna guys, right, most of these Twitter betas, they didn't even fucking know that this game exists and or that this game is that successful and has like a player base that is on the level of Tekken 8. But they say basically they don't care. The thing is, they are not fighting game players. Like these people, A, they are not fighting game players. B, they have also this weird obsession. Do you know this trend on Twitter? This manga lawyer does it all the time. I went through his timeline where he kind of acts like, oh, do you see Eve from Stellar Blade and Tifa with like her tits out in a Final Fantasy game? And he acts like the way the characters look, the way they are sexualized, that is the reason the game was successful. Like, you're an idiot. Like, that's obviously not the reason. The reason is it was a good game first. It's a good game, and the sex is just a cherry on top. I don't know why so many people like act like no. The sex appeal is what matters the most here, and that's my point. But when I don't know what to tell those people that now come into under your video, under my video, and they say no, bro. Fuck your netcode, fuck your FGC, fuck your gameplay, fuck your good fighting game. This should be like a fighting game in name only. Everything else should be focused on sex, on costumes, on jiggle physics. It should have a volleyball game probably as a side mode, right? This is what these people tell you. And now I don't have a good case against them if I see.
No,
well,
we do. We do have a good case against them because DOA is not a new thing, right? DOA games have been highly competitive for many, many years. I mean, Punisher, for some reason, wants to flex that he eliminated Tom Brady in the top 16 of an older DOA game. So even he's played it competitively. This DOA, Dead or Alive, originally was not what this is. This is something completely different. Just because this game, where it seems like it's a point and click, and I don't even know what the fuck is happening.
It's a soft porn game, bro. It's a Japanese soft porn game.
This is ridiculous, but whatever. If people like it, they like it. That's fine. This is. I'm not even saying it's ridiculous for the women. This just looks boring. But we're talking about fighting game here. Now, the fighting games, DOA, have never been the best-selling games. I think the best-selling DOA game hit like 3 million copies. I think DOA 2 or DOA 3. So they've never been like the highest-selling games, but they've done decently well. When they put the super ridiculous costumes into DOA 5, it still didn't exceed, I think, DOA 2 of 3 million.
No, not at all.
But these games were always like technical marvels in terms of like their gameplay. They're very, very good fighting games. Yes. And the only argument that people are making on the fighting game side of it is that make sure, as Itagaki always did, that the fighting game portion of it is good. That has to be first and foremost, because all the other fighting games that came out for DOA, they were also very good. And he was very explicit in saying that there are 4 pillars and one doesn't stand above the other. You know, Punisher, he put up this tweet, and I couldn't properly respond to it because I was trying to get the stream ready. But I do want to point it out because I'm not going to say that the players' names because they don't want to get involved in this nonsense because they think that these guys are all off their rocker. But he put up a tweet, here it is, about something that Itagaki said about striking balance. And he says, I don't believe that the way for fighting games to survive is through competitiveness. And I don't think DOA will survive if it just focuses on competitiveness. That much I agree on. But he says, Dead or Alive 1, 2, 3, and 4 were made as mere entertainment, not competition. I declared that a professional wrestler could never beat a ninja. And in Dead or Alive, I did not try to balance the strength of the characters. I thought it was perfectly acceptable to use weak characters to defeat strong ones, even if it was entertaining because it was worthwhile to do so. We still think that way. That's why Dead or Alive 6 is the worst. Half-Baked is what a game like that is. Now, when he said that, I looked at it and I said to that sounds like he's talking about the law. That sounds like he's talking about, like a 500-pound man in real life is going to be able to beat a 160-pound woman, right? But I didn't say anything because I was like, maybe I'm reading that wrong. Lo and behold, I get messaged by DOA players saying, yeah, Itagaki's not talking about fucking the frame data. He's talking about the characters in the lore, like as in Lily can beat up Kazuya in the gameplay, and that's what he was aiming for. He's not talking. Obviously, we know that Lily can't beat Kazuya in the lore. Like we all know that. So I thought, maybe that's a silly point. I get a message from DOA players saying, yeah, no, he's not talking about fucking balance with frame data, and he's talking about the lore. So all of these things that these guys are bringing up, it's nonsense. It's all straw man bullshit.
It is complete nonsense. But the thing, look, I'm not this nothing. Look, I don't even give a shit about Itagaki because look, rest in peace. The man is dead. He did great shit. But like, I don't like when people talk about modern Resident Evil, they don't say, oh, Shinji Mikami, bro. Shinji Mikami is fucking gone. He's not dead. But like, it's not like. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even give a fuck about Itagaki's words. Like, no offense, but I don't give a fuck. My point, neither way. My point is just, Mike, how do you, like, literally, I don't see any way we can make any case for Koei Tecmo or Team Ninja to care about the fighting game. They have no incentive to do it. They have no incentive to put out a product that can rival VF when it comes out or Tekken 8. I don't see they have any incentive because they have this other island, the real island, this island, that goes really well for them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would you treat DOA, the fighting game, any like with any more care? It's just a sideshow for them. Like, and I can't see how, like, they turned what Itagaki made the entertainment fight. Like, for example, people also don't talk about like how DOA made stages one of the important interactables of a fighting game. That was DOA. That wasn't Tekken with breakable walls. That was DOA. But now they have turned the game into this. This is now what the game is. It's like with Resident Evil, where it's no longer the static camera where, that's no longer what Resident Evil is. They turned DOA is no longer a fighting game. My point is DOA is no longer a fighting game. It is this. This is now DOA. The fighting game is now a the fighting game is. Do you know that Dead by Daylight made a dating game for their game, like an official Dead by Daylight dating game? Yeah, that is. So what the dating game is to Dead by Daylight, that is what DOA the fighting game now is to the Guna game. The Guna game is the main show. So why would they?
It's the gateway game.
Yeah, it's opposite, Mike. I think, Mike. Like, what do you think?
Why would they bother announcing DOA 7 then, if that was the case? Like, why waste money on a project that's going to make less money if you've already got a project that you're milking these players for?
I think as a gateway, I
think game players. This is like that game you showed with the stats. That you said it was like nearly 10 years. No, was it 10 years old or nearly 10 years old?
Yeah,
that's a game for life. They're gooning for life. So if you can get like 20 or 30 fighting game players, they're gonna, fight, play the fighting game, which isn't very well done because, like you said, it doesn't have rollback. They're not trying, are they?
No, they're not
trying to make a maybe
they're not trying.
But yeah, to make a fighting game product, it's a fighting game simulator by the sounds of it.
Yes.
Mechanically, it might be a good fighting game, but they're doing the bare minimum to make the fighting game. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, you love these costumes, right?
Yes.
We've got a costume for everyone, and it's free. Come download it. Exactly. It's just converting. You're converting fighting game players to whatever that is.
To islanders. And I know the island comparisons here are a bit spicy right now, but I mean, it is an actual fucking island. It's Koei Tecmo's island. What can I say, man? But I think this is what it is. They put out the least amount. They put the least. I mean, think about it, bro. A $40 re-release. They don't even renew the license for Mai and Kula. No crossplay, no rollback. 100% not. We know that. And they focus on like, if I make a pro list, why you should buy the $40 re-release of a 7-year-old fighting game, I need to put enhanced photo mode in the pro list. Like, in what world am I living? And I was like, wait a minute. What is the reason they put out a fighting game and they don't even objectively not try? They're not stupid. They know every other fighting game has crossplay, good netcode, super well optimized, very good graphics. All of this shit, lobby is very they know this, right? So I'm like, are they stupid? Or no, I have to miss something. And what I missed in the puzzle is the island. What I missed is the island that every day 5,000 people log in, goon in a soft porn game, and I wasn't aware. I just wasn't aware of the island, like so many of us weren't.
But now I am. If they ported the characters from the island into DOA, or if it's the other way around, because there must be a port of like just taking a character and putting them into the other game. It has to be the island DOA, right? It's not DOA to the island.
Yeah. Yes, it was both, but the last character I think that was put into DOA 6 was like Tamaki, which is from Prism, I think. No, from the island. It was a new character that was, I think, introduced in the island. Okay, let's just call it the island to talk about all the erotic shit, right? It's the island. Okay. The island is the erotic shit. So I think they're actually doing this. They are going like, let's put island characters into the fighting game. Because obviously the island started out with the fighting game characters, but they now got also island characters that are really popular with people. So honestly, I don't know what to say. If I look at this, I don't know. I think they have won. They have won. This is the first time where they have won. Mike, they have won.
No, they've not. And I'm not going to stop flying the fighting game flag. I understand what you're saying. I hear where the money's coming from. But if we want a good fighting game, then we can't just roll over. Okay? And now I know we haven't got the loudest voices, but there are louder voices than ours in the DOA community that have the ear of the developers, or at least the developers know. So maybe, listen, we go down swinging, we go down swinging. It is what it is. If the Gooners win this one,
you're not going to get rolled back. So you might as well roll over.
No, I mean, no. Emery Reigns is on Twitter trying to get the developers' attention to add rollback into this game. You can't just let the man do it on his own. We have to. We can't. You can't let the Gooners win. And the thing is,
they want the characters to roll on their back. That's what they don't
want
to roll back.
Like Mr. Musk, thank you for the $5. He said they're afraid I'm going to take away their pixelated fake ass girlfriends. I'm not even trying to do that. I'm not even trying to do that. I've stressed it 100 times. It's just not a part of the game I particularly care for. But I want the game to have solid online infrastructure so that we can play it for years to come. There's no point in having this game that is paraded around as a multiplayer game. It's just a single player gooning game. So maybe they win this war, maybe. But I am not going to just sit there and watch other DOA players that actually care about the important part of the game, which is the fighting, just fight on their own on Twitter to get rolled back into something that should have had it years ago anyway. So we'll see what happens. We've still got some time before DOA 7 comes up.
I mean, I completely agree with you, but I just tried because I was like, for me this was an anomaly because I got all these comments of people that like completely ignored every single point I made about the product as a fighting game about DOA. They ignored everything. They ignored no online at launch for 8 months. They ignored no lobbies. They ignored every single point. They didn't even talk about it. I was like, wait a minute, are these people even fighting game players? And then it hit me. It was like, wait. I have to be under completely a false premise here. And what I arrived at the conclusion I had, my operating theory was, wait a minute, what if there are no players anymore? What if Emery and Zachary are the smallest minority and everyone else is just a DOA fan? That is why I called the video DOA fans, because I thought, what if they have already won? What if we are in a scenario where we look around and we think there's a war going on? No. The war is over. It was already decided years ago. And I think that happened. And this is why Koei Tecmo doesn't give a single real fuck about their fighting game. And again, like you said, my position is really clear. Mike is even a bit more of a hardliner than me. For me, you can tune the gooning shit up. You can make the characters full nude. I don't care. If you make the game a good product in the sense of a fighting game. That's all I care about. The other shit, you can do what you want with it. And C4 knows this, because C4 knows I have all kinds of shit. We wanted to play Yatagarasu. Like, C4 knows this. I only care about if it has a good foundation, I play it. Like,
you're a gamer. You're a fighting gamer. 100%.
Yeah, and I also with DOA, you know, the game has such a timeless system that can forever be fun, like the mind game in Stun, right? It's that alone, the triangle system. Yeah, it's like Tom said, it's like what everyone knows, but that is the core of how the fighting gameplay loop works, and it's timeless. It's timeless because you have offense and defensive decision making. It's so many intersections. It's genius, and to me, it's a shame, but honestly, I don't. Mike, what would you say, Koei Tecmo? Okay, Mike. I am now Koei Tecmo president, and I tell you, I don't want to put any effort in it because fighting game is a hard niche to get a grip on, and the competition right now is very fierce. Mortal Kombat comes out, Street Fighter 6 doing super well, Tekken 8 is doing well, and my Goon game does this well. Mike, Hollow, why shall I now put effort into my fighting game? Convince me. Hit me. Give me your pitch.
Is this off the back of them announcing it and then you're asking me this, or this is them not announcing it yet?
They announced. I mean, you already know they don't put any effort in last round, right? So now this is clear. So now, why should I put effort and make DOA 7 the best fighting game I can? Ignoring the Guna shit. The Guna shit can be whatever it is.
Because it's attached to your franchise. So you're going to make the series look bad for one. Word of mouth marketing gets around very quickly. There's no telling what damage people could do to the franchise in its entirety with people talking shit about it. And if you're going to do a fighting game, then do a fighting game. You know, like if you're going to produce a fighting game, then actually produce something. It's not like they haven't been doing that for years anyway. I know DOA 6 has had its shortcomings, but I was playing it today. It's not the worst game in the world. It still holds up despite its shortcomings. So why would you go in with the intention to harm your own franchise? You know, why would you throw your hat in that race? That's like if they did a DOA racing game, and then they made all the racing elements of it shit. We're not going to put any effort in. We're just going to put tits in the game. We might just go back to the island then. Just go back to the fucking island. Why are we here in the ring?
Would you say DOA is a Discord file in terms of like?
Well, right now, yes, it is.
DOA, right now it is, yeah. You can't get a match on DOA 6.
Look, I tried. Now people tell me, oh, you can still find Nah, bro, I tried. Even now with the DOA 6 announcement and DOA 5 last round, I played with Obellion, and I was in rank queue. I couldn't find anyone else for like half an hour.
Let me give you a proper picture. If I was looking to make money from DOA, this is what I'd say, even though this disgusts me to say this. This is not how I feel, but if I was going into business to make money, this is what I'd say. if you want to funnel as many people as possible over to your vacation island, why not produce this game, which has always had good gameplay, and it's going to have these players, growing an attachment to our characters, right? Let's say that they pick up someone like Rachel, whatever, and this guy's practicing Rachel constantly. I think C4 knocked his mic out. And he grows to really like this character, and he sees her every day. This man might be lonely, and he might be attached to her.
Yeah.
And then we can say to him, well, you've had fun using this character here to beat people up. Now you can come and relax on the island. We can funnel some more money out of you. If I was a dirtbag, my pitch would be, let's make a good fighting game, because fighting game players get attached to their characters. Fighting games are hard to learn, so they tend to pick one or two characters. We can funnel that guy over and sell microtransactions based on that character. If I was a scumbag, that would be my pitch. Really, what I'd say to them is, why just make a fucking fighting game, bro? Just make a good fighting game.
But what about the other vision you also have for fighting games? What about you announce, or you make this game, the fighting game, part, I don't want to say as a side project, but you just make it part of a more wide DOA experience, and the game comes out and the game is both. The game has actually literally an island dating mode and the fighting game in itself, what you once pitched for VF, that is basically a Yakuza game, and or what you pitched for fighting games overall going into the future of what Street Fighter 6 did, right? Where this was what I love about Street Fighter 6, right? The world tour mode, and they thought about this so hard that even me, when I'm a competitive player, the game allows me to not even download the single player portion of the game. So they are clearly aware we have both. We have a single player experience for casuals or people who want to experience the universe and the characters a little bit, and we have the competitive fighting game aspects, aka fighting ground and online mode. Maybe, how about that? If we have the island also in the fighting game?
Yeah, I mean, it falls in line with expanding fighting game single player content to keep casuals on the game. And obviously, if you're buying DOA games, regardless of the genre, just for the tits and ass and the sexy content, then you're probably it would be fair to call them casuals. They're dedicated to the goon, but you wouldn't call them hardcore gooners, right? Or maybe you would. I don't know. But yeah, if they want to expand DOA to have all of these things that the girls are doing in the game outside of the fighting, if that's where DOA is making its money, I'm not going to sit here and be like, let's crush DOA. But at the same time, people that are saying, if you're making a fighting game, the fighting portion needs to be good. There's no, if they make a shit fighting game, it's not like these point and click games where you're getting the girl to go over here and bend over there and have a drink there and get in the swimming pool. It's a fighting game. How long is that game gonna last if you just put Gooner content in there and it's a shit fighting game?
Yeah, exactly. But so what you said, if you want to make a fighting game, but what it actually is if you want to sell a fighting game, but they don't want to sell you a fighting game. They want to sell you they want to sell you on Mary Rose. I don't know, man. I honestly think they think like that. They are sitting at the table and do we need good netcode? Do we want to sell them a fighting game? No. What we actually want to sell them is the island. So, okay, yeah, you're right.
So basically,
how much money?
What you're saying is the Gooners have effectively destroyed this series.
You can say destroyed. You can say happily transformed. You can use what word you want to use. Yeah, that is basically what I'm saying. Yes.
You could say they've got a monopoly on it. They've got a monopoly on your franchise.
No, but no one can say here, by the way, no one can say here, this is what Itagaki wanted. I'm right, by the way. They have transformed this game. They have overtaken it. And no one can now say, this is what Itagaki wanted. This is fucking not what he wanted. But I mean, sometimes your original creation births a side project that then takes it over, and I think that happened. I think they have transformed it, destroyed it.
Well, I understand that they are the majority because no one's playing the fighting games right now. But you know what I'm like, and if if there's other DOA players like Matt Ponton or Emery Reigns or Hoodless or any of these guys that are pushing for the game to have rollback and to have online training and basic features, then I'm going to support them. I'm going to use my platform to support them as much as possible. And if these gooners don't like that, God forbid we want the game to be good outside of it having nipples on display. Like, I'm not even saying don't have your boobs. We're just saying we want this side of the game to be good. Why is that so bad? I know this is what I don't understand. In all of my ramblings, in all of my videos, I have never said don't have your gooner content. If you ask me, yes, I would rather the sex appeal be more in line with 1 to 4 or dimensions. But if they want to have that content in the game, fine. Do the fucking content, bro. I'm not going to lose sleep because you want to look at Ayane's feet, whatever. But we're saying we want rollback in the game so that we can enjoy the game for years to come. Oh, no, you FGC people. You just want to ruin the game. How the fuck are we ruining the game by saying make the game better?
This is the main point. This is the main point. Maybe I have made a tactical mistake in making the thumbnail what I did. Because people ignored every single point about the product being bad, and they assumed I wanted to take their sex appeal away, even though you know as well, Mike, I say it again, you are more of an hardliner than me. If I am anything, I'm one of them. I put Reyna in fucking skimpy outfits. Like, yeah, I do that. Holy fuck, yeah, I do that. But I enjoy it. It's because the fighting game is good, right? Like, I got into Tekken because the fucking my main game, because the fighting game is fucking good. That's why I got in there. I wouldn't even get to the Guna shit or mods or whatever if the fighting game wasn't fucking good. And also because there was one in the chat, guys, please don't cope about this, guys. There is nothing to cope about here. The Guna game, the actual island that is 10 years old, has 50 times the player base in a day than any other DOA game combined. Like DOA fighting game. Guys, there's nothing to cope about here. There's nothing to cope here. They did win. For now. They have the game. They have the universe. DOA is theirs. There's nothing to cope here.
No. The DOA fighting game is up in the air right now. We don't know what they're going to do with DOA 7. DOA 6 last round, maybe we're beating a dead horse there, but we're still going to try. There's still some time before it comes out. Stranger things have happened. But DOA 7, we don't know. No one knows where this is going to go. So, we have to continuously put pressure on the developers to give us basic features so that we can enjoy the game the way we want to. We're not telling the gooners they can't have their bums. Have all the bums you want. As a matter of fact, I saw some people saying they want every single character on the roster to be a female. If that's something that Koei Tecmo did, I'd rather they didn't. I'm still not gonna bat an eye over it. I just want
Emery Woods. Bro, Emery Woods.
I know.
Emery would do a backflip for the last time from a bridge. I'm gonna be straight up honest, man. If they get Hayate out of the game, but
yeah, I'm not saying that you should remove men from the game. I think that would be a completely stupid move. But what I'm saying is that these people are, in my opinion, that we've gotten to the point now where they are brain rotted. They're not listening anymore.
They're not listening.
Yeah, you could say 100 times, I don't care if you have your tits and bum in the game. I don't care. Okay, what I care about is the online infrastructure going to be good? Is the game going to be fun to play? It doesn't even have to be tournament viable. It can be like Mortal Kombat X, where it's an absolute shit show. It's like chaos, but it's fun. As long as we have a fun fighting game that we can play together online, we have lobbies, we have ranks, we've got basic features that fighting games should have. Have your plus 18 costumes, go buck wild with them, but don't sit there going to me, you're new to the franchise, don't speak because I'm saying give us rollback. The fuck are you talking about? You're trying to ruin the game because what, do you think rollback is going to take away from the fact that you can't put a toe ring on Ayane? I don't understand what the issue is here. I don't get what the problem is.
How hard do you think it is to mod DOA? I don't know. I've seen it happen in 2D games, but I don't know about 3D games.
No, yeah. No. There are mods a lot, and it's not. No. There are mods also. You can turn Mila into Ada Wong and shit. No problem.
Just mod the game into what you want. Mod the fucking.
Yes.
I think Chad was showing me when you win, you can move around the camera for infinite times to look at different angles. I'm like, just mod that shit out. Mod the goonery out of your game.
Also, you mean do you mean to mod in the opposite? Yeah, you can do that as well. Look, I have, to me, the weirdest argument that someone made was, nah, bro, Finn, you are wrong. People want to goon that hard that they go into Resident Evil Remake, which was censored. It sold super well, but people want to goon so hard that they make the Ashley mods, right? But the actual point is they make these mods and even engage with these mods because the game is good, right? Like, I mean, because the game is good, they want to mod it. It's not... These people, I don't know, man. I can't get to them. I cannot reach them because I think they don't care. They don't want a fighting game. There are no fighting game players left anymore besides Emery Reigns and very few others, and that really frustrates me. I think, Mike, they're
not listening. They're not listening. That's the problem. They're it's in one ear and out the other. I was literally just reading a comment saying, "When are you going to put some responsibility on Koei Tecmo?" What did I just say, bruv? What did I just say? Did I not just say that we are on Twitter pushing for the developers to fix the game? And now there's someone in
Emery
chat
does this.
When are you gonna hold the developers accountable?
Oh my god, bro.
Swahili.
Emery does this every single day. Koenji reposted Emery. Everyone reposted Emery. I reposted Emery. Everyone does it, bro. We are holding the developers responsible. Emery fucking reigns for years. And it wasn't popular because the Gooners were already in the high number. When the game came out, Emery was the one who was so split on it because he wanted to I watched every video. You probably didn't. He was so split because he wanted to hype the game. He knew this is a chance. We can make DOA popular. Holy fuck. And he was so torn apart because on one side, he wanted to hype the game because he loves DOA. And on the other coin, he wanted to be fair about the game and protect players, right? Because it's not okay. And what did he do? At the end, he was fair. He said, nah, okay, this is not okay. Like, I can't, like, this is not okay. Like, you can't do this, man. You can't. Where are our updates? Why does this game launch without lobbies? What is this monetization, guys? What the fuck are you doing? What is this meta stuff? Like, people act like they didn't hold them accountable. Everyone held them accountable for this. But they don't care because they no longer need to make a fighting game.
What did they call him? They just because Emery wants DOA to be in the best state possible, they called him a dog.
Yeah. What the Gooners are after Emery.
Yeah, yes. They called him a dog, bro. The man wants DOA to be in a healthy state. I didn't hear Emery saying censor their tits and bum. The man was advocating for the online infrastructure to be strong, and they called him a dog. That's why these people that are saying, "Oh, these people ain't DOA fans," it's like they've either got wax in their ears or they don't speak English. Nobody is saying censor DOA. Nobody is saying censor it. We are literally just asking for the game to be better, and they're calling him dogs. They're saying he's a dog.
Emery Reigns is on record. It is in my video. Emery Reigns is on record saying, bro, no one wants to take your titties away. He says, am I there for titties bouncing around? No. But it is part of the identity. No one wants to take that away. We want the game to be good. He is on record saying this. And like, I really don't understand how people can treat him like this. Although, you know what it is? Okay, I'm being an asshole right now, but let me be fucking frank here. If you are like a basement dweller gooner with cum-stained hands and besides you now is literally a lotion bottle, I can imagine what you look like. And honestly, I want to be like, look, if you look at someone like Emery Reigns, right? They are probably it's probably like their natural enemy. If you look at someone like Emery Reigns, look, I say it. I will say the quiet part. Like I will say the quiet part out loud. These people look at Emery and are probably thinking like, this bastard, like, why he's only here for the fan. Come on, man. I call it for what it is. I didn't
say all that. Yeah,
I say that. I fucking say that.
I don't want to.
And Emery's a Chad. I hear what you're saying.
I say that.
Okay, but the problem is, right, is that there's no point in going down that road because we're making a lot of assumptions there. I hear what you're saying. I don't want to attack these people for their looks or lack thereof. I want to attack their arguments because their arguments are bullshit. That is why, like anyone that is in chat right now that disagrees with what we're saying, you're more than welcome to send me a message and you can jump on. I don't want people to jump on. I don't want people to jump on that agree with me. I want people to jump on that disagree with what I'm saying right now.
Yeah, this guy, Chano. This guy. I want this guy. Chano Borg Rebellion 5454 U.
No, but if they jump on, then you two have to mute because we can't dogpile them. We can't all sit here to attack. That's not going to be fair.
I'll jump out. happily.
What? No.
Finn, you don't need help.
Bro, they are in the majority. Mike, we are the minority. We are the weak side. What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, but the problem is that unfortunately, some people view my podcast like Piers Morgan, where they just get jumped by the regulars on here.
When did that ever happen? When did that ever happen? Tell me. I'm here for months. I'm here for a year. I'm here for 1.5 years. 2 years, basically. No, 2 years. More than 2 years.
It's not about it happening. It's that's how they perceive it. They think that if they come on this podcast, they're going to get jumped. People that have been on this podcast have told me, I feel like I was attacked by your panelists. Now, obviously, to me, when I read it, I'm like, I sigh. I'm like, oh my God, like no one attacked you. But that's how people feel. So in the interest of making people feel like they can actually come here and say their piece, we'll do it one at a time. So what we'll do, C4 don't have to go anywhere. We'll let this guy jump on. If one of the mods can, actually, I'll just put it up on here on the screen. We'll let this guy jump on, and then he can say his point, and he can choose who he wants to address. And then the other guys will stay quiet until it's their turn.
Okay. Just one thing, because I don't know. There's one guy, he's also under your video. I can show you the comments, but I just want to make this very clear. People are literally lying. They are literally lying about Emery Reigns. All the videos that he made for DOA 6, they are still online. This guy said, oh, Emery is only an arrogant fucking piece of shit that didn't talk about anything. He didn't talk about the monetization. He didn't talk about the story mode. He didn't criticize Meter. He didn't criticize. I watched those videos. Emery literally criticized everything. He said the story is fucking bad. He explicitly said the stories in the other games were like actually good. And said like, oh, when you enter DOA tech, and it's like, Emery is on record doing this. People are literally lying about this in a way I have never ever seen before. Like, honestly, people don't lie about this, about Tom Brady, that insane and hard of like, yeah, he never did this. It's like, holy fuck, I don't get it. Like, people are literally lying about this. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Chono, my Discord is on screen. It's Midnight Rubbish Mike. Just add that, and I'll add you to the call.
You should not let these people pillage your land of DOA, because even if you fight back, they can still go to their island. You should not let it happen.
Do you know what?
If you have nowhere to go, if
was
DOA
terraformed
goes,
into
the
an
flying game
island.
players don't have anywhere to go. But the Gooners, if DOA dies, they can go back to the island. Don't let them pillage.
Do you know what kills me the most about these arguments? Again, it's something that Punisher brought up. They seem to think here that if like people come to my channel, and in recent history, it's been a lot of Tekken stuff on here. But before that, it was Mortal Kombat. And before that, it was Soul Calibur. But in their minds, they think if you play one fighting game, that's where you need to stay. They forget that we just play fighting games. Like, we play loads of different fighting games. Tekken's not always going to be the main fighting game on here. We're going to move on one day, and it's going to be a different game. It might be Virtua Fighter, it might be Dead or Alive, or it might, I mean, right now, to be honest with you, it's Bleach and Tekken. I play Bleach more than I do Tekken most of the time. But in their minds, they're like, you make Tekken content. Why are you talking about DOA? You're grifting. I'm just like, are you stupid? Like, there's one guy messaged me today, and he was like, I know what you play. You hate everything. I was like, bro, I sat here today because we did the stream at 10 o'clock. I had loads of free time because I wasn't working today. I sat here playing DOA 6 for about 2 hours. And I played Bleach for an hour. And then I played Yakuza for a bit. But these man, they think because they see me on YouTube and they're like, oh, I see you playing Tekken, that's all you play. I'm just like, bro, are you dumb? Like, what planet were you born on? You cannot be that dense. There's just no way.
I had the same thing happening with DOA now, where people accuse me of that. Oh, you stay in you don't like literally like, oh, you don't even play this game. I'm like, motherfucker, like, I played this game. What are you talking about? Like, I probably know more about this game than you. But one community I have to protect here, or where this didn't happen, funny enough, MK. I did the MK stream, Mike. I had suddenly Mortal Kombat players were showing up, like literally players who still right now play MKX, and they were like, hey, cool, blah, 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 hey, do you know this? Can I show you? Like, they were really fucking cool. Not one of them said like, hey, why are you who are you? Like, why are you even, you know what I mean? Like, none of that. Like, MK players are pretty chill about that. Like, they just want you to mix people, man. They just, hey, are you mixing as well? Good shit.
Yeah, it's right. There's I think the smaller the community, the more like tight. They run a tight ship. Like they forget that people just play fighting games. Like there's fighting games that I play that I don't talk about. I don't tell anyone that I'm playing them. I don't tell people that I set up Tag 2 a week ago and played it for a couple of hours with a friend. I don't tell them that I was playing Spectral versus Generations, I don't know, some random weekend. I don't tell them that I was playing 2XK with my girlfriend, but they seem to think, oh, I saw you on YouTube. This is the game you play. You cannot be that dumb. Honestly, that whenever people say it to me, I'm just like, oh my God. And you read stuff on Twitter and the way people talk to you, and I try to be diplomatic. I really do, bro. But some people on Twitter really push your buttons.
Yeah, Mike, just one quick. Sorry.
I'm gonna bring Cherno in here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna I'll let him talk, and then he'll choose who he wants to address, and then we'll go from there. Whoever he chooses, the other people stay quiet, just so it doesn't turn into like a shouting match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, cool. Cherno, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me turn you up a bit. Speak again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I made like several comments and they kind of been like all over the place.
Okay.
And my like whole point is that I like really believe that this gameplay versus like fan service debate it shouldn't be like happening like at all, because I don't think like I think they intersect, but like the way like each position kind of like presents themselves, they make it seem like they don't intersect like at all. So I'm trying to figure out like why are we like having like this argument? And
okay. What about my position makes you think they don't intersect?
because I've been following like this issue like a few of the guys that like on Twitter, like the Gooner guys, like I follow them. And it's all about like, and by the way, I'm not co-signing like everything that they say, not even most of the things that they say. I just kind of just follow them, like just to kind of like see like what's going on. And what they say is censorship, aesthetics, girls, gooner shit. I rarely see like gameplay like actually mentioned. Whether there be like 4, and if it is, it's just like an offhand comment, like, oh, it sucked. It's like, oh, like 6 sucked or something like that. It's not like it never goes like super like in depth. So, and I get like these guys are like annoying, and they say like wrong shit. They throw around Igaki's name a lot, but I feel like the best course of action, is to like ignore them, because, and this is me going on like on the gameplay side. I like put it like in quotations, because I do feel like there are people that do kind of want to like go at like the fan service side, but they kind of like need like a guise to do it. So they use like gameplay to like do it, and they kind of like approach it. They kind of like approach the argument, kind of like, well, why aren't you talking about gameplay? Why aren't you talking about this? When majority of these guys don't talk about gameplay like at all, and if they do is like very little.
But my question was, because you were making comments about what we were talking about. So what about my position makes it so that the fan service and the gameplay don't intersect?
I don't understand the question. What?
You said that like it's one side or the other. Like you're either gameplay or you're fan service, and both sides are not really seeing eye to eye, right?
It's well, like, no, that's not what I meant. I meant like on a technical way, because people who like make like the gameplay argument, they set it up as in like, well, I don't care like how such and such looks, aesthetics, whatever. I'm just focused on the gameplay. And since you're not focused on the gameplay, your position is like bad. or it's like harmful. Meanwhile, if they're not focusing on the gameplay, it's like why are we here like having a discussion with them? And yeah, this is like my first time like on stream and stuff like that, so might not be saying stuff right. So yeah, you gotta work with me a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your comments here that you're saying you guys are not listening to yourselves right now. What are you referencing here?
Okay, so I thought about this for a little bit, and both sides, they'll both say DOA 6 is bad for different reasons. So basically, nobody's happy with the game. The fan service side say like, well, censorship happened, this happened, marketing, they betrayed us, da 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 da. Gameplay side, they'll talk about meter and lobbies and netcode and stuff like that. So they're pretty much saying you pretty much like just missed the game for like different reasons, and nobody's really defending it. So I don't get how like the argument will like start.
Is that what you're referring to when you're talking about us?
When I say like y'all not listening to yourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me start with a question. Gameplay wise, what's like the biggest issue like with 6? Well, or some of the biggest issues like people have like with recent DOA or 6 or even 5?
The meter, it seems to be the biggest talking point when it comes to 6. With 5, I don't hear much complaints in terms of gameplay. The only complaint that I've really been reading into was that Itagaki didn't like how competitive it was, apparently, in his interview with Emperor Cal. But I don't want to derail from what you said though. Like when you said that we're not listening to ourselves.
No,
right
but I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to put like the comment into like kind of like context a little bit.
Okay.
I'm trying to make a point with that. And I'm also like aside, I don't like how like DOA on PC launched like without like lobbies. I think that was stupid. Like I literally like bought my friends like DLC characters so we could all play together, and we didn't have lobbies and shit. Yeah. It's like I care about the gameplay too. But when you mention like meter, like meter, which had more influence of like of putting the meter in? People wanting fan service or other fighting games being successful with meter, and them looking at that and then them adding it in.
Can I say something to that?
Oh, obviously the latter.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
Just before you say something, Finn, I just wanted to make the point though, because I need to know where this is going, because he said that we weren't listening to ourselves. So I want him to make the full point so I can understand.
The last comment that I made like on the video, it kind of hit me, of like what like the real issue was with Tecmo, DOA, and like whatever. I feel like we're kind of like the sides are kind of like arguing each other, and whether like they're right or wrong. Some people like misquoting Itagaki, throwing his name around, all this other like mud flinging. When like I look at Tecmo and I see like the recent announcement of like last round, and like it has like no rollback and like no crossplay and like basic fighting game features. I feel like we shouldn't have to like tell them to like add these features in, because it should be like a no duh type of thing. So, people rallying for like fan service or not, I feel like something like this in like a post Strive world, like majority of like the major fighting games have been adding rollback for like 5 years now. Crossplay is like industry-wide standard for like multi-platform games like at this point. So it's looking like more like incompetence, unless like Tecmo's listening to one side or the other. Is looking like more like incompetence.
No, they don't. Yeah. They have no interest. Like, wait, I don't really. Do you know why why we didn't even arrive at a gameplay discussion at all at any point? Like, is meter good? Is the sidestep meter good? Should they have killed the Oki as much as they did with 6? Was DOA 5 too competitive? Is stun launch good or is stun launch not good? Do you know why we didn't even arrive at that? Because no one arrives at that, because the gameplay itself gatekeeps that so much because everything else is bad. Like the netcode is bad, right? The netcode is bad. They sometimes don't have online when the game comes out. They don't have lobbies. They don't have a proper ranked mode in place. All this stuff, right? Now, I agree with you that it looks like incompetence, but if you have seen the porn game doing 5,000 players a day, I think it's willingly laziness, like willing laziness, because they don't need to care about the fighting game. They don't really care about it anymore. It's done for them. It's a sideshow. You know what I mean?
But even then, like, you know, that's still like not those guys' like fault. They're just kind of just playing their game. Like, what if you're just like a guy who had like no interest in the fighting game?
No one said it's the fault of anyone.
No one said it's the fault. This is the problem that I have with this discussion. Though we never said it's their fault. You put up this comment saying, where does responsibility on Tecmo though? And we were saying, I said it about 100 times, why we're putting responsibility on Tecmo, why we're on Twitter tagging them, telling them to give us certain features. So what I don't understand is, I think this is a good example, is that like we'll say something in plain English about DOA and people just ignore it. Like we were literally here saying, it's Tecmo's responsibility to fix this game. It's not the Gooner's responsibility. I don't blame them for wanting to play their Gooner game. So I don't understand, why did you make that comment?
I'll follow up with another question. Where does the argument between both sides start then?
But I mean, no one, look, me and the Gooners, right? Like, let's say me and Punisher or me and Manga Lawyer, right? We can both agree changing hair color for $1 on my waifu, no matter if I want to play the fighting game or not, because Mike would also like to change the hair color on Hayate if he plays Hayate. That's complete bullshit, right? That is completely on fucking Koei Tecmo, because they don't care. Because you and me, or me and Mike, or me and Manga, or me and Punisher even, every one of us would say, does Koei Tecmo not know how it looks like if you ask your player base to pay $1 to change your hair color 10 years after Tekken 6 did it for free? Do they not know this looks bad? No, they do know. They just don't give a fuck about that game. They literally don't care. That's my proposition. You know what I mean?
No, I just want an answer to the question, though. I don't want you to answer it with a question. I just want to know why you said that when we were putting responsibility on Tecmo, and you know that Emery and other pro players and commentators are trying to put responsibility on them. I just need to understand why you made that comment.
I'm just talking about like the friction between like, you know, the people like on Twitter and like the other side. I'm trying to figure out like where like this friction like come from, and if you both like want two different things.
We don't want two different things though. They want something. They're not listening. I've said it 100 times that I don't care if they make the characters as sexy as humanly possible. We're trying to fight for the online infrastructure and the battle mechanics to work. That's not me taking away them being able to look at their characters in a certain way. All I did was give my opinion and say, if it was up to me, I would have the game made in the light of DOA 1 to 4. I think that the way that women were presented in those games is better. They don't like that. So it's not because we are not we're being combative with them. It's the other way around. The minute you say something that goes against what the Venus Vacation crowd like, they seem to think that you're starting drama with them or you're fighting with them when you're simply giving an opinion. Like, are we not allowed to give an opinion on DOA? Do they have a monopoly on the opinion?
I do feel like, you know, they're like kind of like overzealous, you know, and like their comments and stuff like that. But sorry, let me get some water here.
Can I ask him a question when he's hydrated?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you play DOA for? You play for the fine game or for the boobies?
Both. How do I play it?
Oh, so the follow-up question.
I was just gonna like explain how like a typical like DOA like session goes.
I think it won't answer the question, so I should ask another question.
Yeah.
Blame me. I asked the wrong question. If DOA 7 comes out with the stuff that people have been saying, right? No crossplay, no rollback. Are you still going to buy DOA 7?
No.
Okay.
So
That's
you
what I
do
need to know.
you think that those things matter more then?
Yeah, to me, yeah. But it's like I just don't see like how like they like conflict like with the fan service. And that's kind of like another thing like I kind of see is like the other side. I'm not saying like you guys like in particular, but like to like give like the guys on Twitter like some credit. When people like kind of like put forth like the gameplay argument, they do start to like kind of like sneak in like, oh, we want to like tone it down so we can get like mass appeal and like a wider audience, and this is like sexist and like objectification and all this other stuff. So like and also like they might be like kind of like overzealous for like the censorship comments and stuff like that, but extreme is like region locked, and it didn't like come out like in the US. Like that's something that like legitimately like happened to them, and what was it since like 2016, and there hasn't been like a extreme game like released like in like the western regions for like how long is it, like 8 years?
Is Extreme the fighting game or the island game?
It's the island game.
So, but that's different, right? The island game is not the fighting game.
He's just saying that they don't bring it out here, and the blame is apparently on people complaining about the representation of women.
It's like I'm trying to like say like it's like they do kind of like have like something to kind of like point to, and like a little bit like of like other examples of like something happening. So as overzealous as they can be, and disrespectful and kind of like ignorant, they do have like cases and examples and like in some like happenings.
Can I ask you another question? It might speed up where we're going. Do you play the island games? Not trying to shame you.
No, I think they're boring.
Okay, so you don't play the island games, and you play DOA, and if the game fundamentally doesn't work well as a fighting game, you wouldn't buy it.
No.
So how do you not see why Finn and Mike are saying if the fighting game part of DOA doesn't work, all of the fighting game players lose? Like they don't have anything.
No, I agree. I just don't. It's just the argument between like the other side. I don't think they're saying, "Hey, we want the fighting game to be bad. We want it. We don't want rollback and like crossplay and all
but
those
they're
other
indifferent. Things. They're indifferent, and they can be indifferent to the game having rollback and crossplay or whatever. But what's happening is they're taking shots at people that want the fighting game part of the game to be good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Chano, if you want to go on Twitter and you want to point out, because obviously you're here on my podcast, so I'm assuming that you probably have seen some sort of back and forth between me and them. You point out to me where I went at them about their fan service, where they hadn't started on me first,
No,
and
I
I'll
think
say
you
fair
did.
enough. I didn't. I didn't even do it in my video. I was as polite as possible in my video about the whole situation, and they went on Twitter and they lost their shit, and I was like, and they were accusing me of starting drama just because I'm talking about a video game. This is what I mean. These people are perpetually online to think that we're starting drama because we're talking about a game.
No, I agree that they're just steeped in like this like culture war like stuff, and everything is just like Twitter ads and like back and forth and stuff like that. I agree that they're like annoying and stupid sometimes, but as far as like overall like affecting like the game gameplay wise, I don't think they're like doing that, and so
Okay,
Well, they're attacking
let
the
me-
people that are asking for the good
let me give
changes.
you an example for this shit, yeah? Mike, this, maybe you can put this on screen. So one thing I want to highlight here, there is no, they don't, as Mike said, no one says they want it to be bad or something. No. They literally don't care in the slightest. They only care about the fan service. And my problem is they only care about fan service so much. And note that fan service does not mean player service, right? We have no player service. That's my issue. The only thing they care about is player service. Fan service, because they are not players. They only care about the fan service. We have no player service anymore. And this tweet, did I send it to the right? Mike, did I send it to you? Yeah, I did. So this is Zachariah's tweet. This is way, way, way before DOA 6 last round got announced, before, when was it, 2024. This tweet, yeah? And so for context, Zachariah, I think I'm not mischaracterizing him here. He is a weeb. He actually is a weeb. So he is not. It's not that he like hates Guna shit or something.
No,
And all
I
he
remember
says-
this tweet, and I could like
Yeah.
point to like where like you can't where like they
So-
kind of like got triggered at.
When you read this tweet, right? You're like, okay, so updated graphics, new moves, remove unnecessary meta mechanics, and dial back on the overt sexualization. So the people only focused on dial back on the overt sexualization. That's my issue with the other side. They only focus on this one sentence, and they don't even say, you know what, Zach? You know what, Zachariah? You're right on. You're completely right. This should be number one priority. We need to have a good fighting game with a good foundation, with basic features in 2026. At this point, obviously, Zachariah didn't know they're gonna ask $40 for a re-release without anything. But no,
No,
they only focused on that's the issue, right? That's the issue with the Guna side, or the issue I have with the Guna Island, because they don't even care about the other points. They didn't even mention them. They only went haywire on this guy. And by the way, he's one of the best players, content creator, everything. He loves this game more than probably every one of them. And they only focused on dial a little bit back on the overt sexualization. That's the issue here.
Because it attacked the part that they loved. That's why.
He didn't attack the part that they loved. He said we can the part. Look, the part that they love, they have in essence, in abundance on the island, which is for them, which Itagaki explicitly excluded from the game when he was still had the reins.
They want it in the game. They want it in the fighting game, though.
All right,
Like-
Colin,
Yeah, but
can I
the fighting
just
game,
say
that's the
something?
issue.
Can I just say something? This argument is so easy to pull apart because DOA 1 to 4 were still appealing to Gunas, right? It was still sexy. But if you say to these people, we want a Dead or Alive game like DOA 1 to 4, technically that would be scaled back because 5 went over the top. But they don't care about that. They don't care about Dead or Alive in its entirety. It's not about being true to DOA. It is about having as close to nudity as possible on the screen, regardless of where it came from. And it didn't come from the games that Itagaki worked on. It came from 5, and it comes from the Venus game, which is not a fighting game. So them saying that we want it, that this is part of DOA's identity, all of it is. So if we say that we want it to be scaled back, that's not censorship because the older games were scaled back. Unless we're saying the only DOA game that matters here out of all of the fighting games is number 5. Is that what we're saying?
It's like I know like why like they're upset and like stuff like that, and I know like they say like a bunch of stuff. They make like what's the word I'm looking for? Like absolute statements like, oh, like this is DOA and this is this and this is that. But it's like we all like know like like what like they're really talking about, in which is like the content and like 5 and like 5 and up and like the island games and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So when you like make like a tweet like this to where like it kind of like says, oh, we want to dial back the overt like sexualization of like of the female cast, and then you have to remember they just had their game region locked like 8 years ago. Like they're still like releasing content and updates for both those games. They released the game like last year, and that game's like still like region locked as well. So when they hear that, it's like a Vietnam like flashback, like goes back in their heads. You know, like goes off in their heads, like, oh, they're coming for everything.
That is
Okay, so we're not talking to sane people then. Is that's what you're saying?
You're making them sound worse.
They sound
making them sound worse. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't sound. What you've basically just told me is that there's no point in having conversations with these people because they're not sane of mind.
Because you're making the brass size go down by like 1 cup.
Would you agree would you agree with my premise? These people, right? Then because he said like he kind of attacked what they love. Okay, let's run with that. These guys have 8 games. These guys have 8 games that basically are extreme games. Like they focus on the sex appeal. They have 8 games. All these guys, all the actual Dead or Alive players ask for, hey, can we have, they don't even say don't sexualize it. They just say, can we have maybe one game in the actual fighting game genre that this all started with that focuses a little bit more on being a good fighting game? And they don't even say, make it like, they ask for rollback, bro. They ask for a good netcode. They ask for crossplay. They ask for tag mode. That's what they ask for. And they get attacked because the people literally tell them, no, all that shit doesn't matter. Your FGC components of the game don't even matter. What you are saying puts active focus away and resources away that they could put into Guna shit. That is what they are telling them, and that is insane.
Can I see like a tweet of them like explicitly like attacking like crossplay and like rollback?
Yeah, you can look. You can just go through Twitter. I mean, look. Wait. Okay. You can
because like I seen like Punisher like mention like the lack of like crossplay and rollback too and how that's bad and like I believe like another guy like mentioned that too and they're like
I'll tell you where the attacks are. If you go onto my page right now, you'll see the latest posts. In my video, we spoke about what we've spoken about here today, and even you yourself said that I wasn't disrespectful to them, that we were just talking about how can we improve this product, how can we like help Emery or whatever and like getting rollback into it and giving suggestions on it. And they might not explicitly say like I'm attacking you for rollback, but if I'm saying that we want DOA to improve as a fighting game product without taking away all of your goon stuff, then you are attacking me for that because that's what I'm talking about. Like you don't need to explicitly say I'm attacking you for online infrastructure, but if my video is about making the game better online and making sure the balance is there somewhat, then that's what you're attacking me for. Otherwise, what are you attacking me for? Like, why are the tweets even up? What is everyone getting their knickers in a twist about?
Yeah, I just feel like this like whole conversation is kind of like the argument. It shouldn't have happened, and I can acknowledge that.
Yeah,
like
what
very
is
like overzealous.
What is the argument? That shouldn't be happening.
Gameplay versus fan service.
That's what
we
they're
didn't
making.
Get to gameplay. Gameplay is not even the issue here. Gameplay is not the issue. Basic features. They ask for basic features. We are not at gameplay. This is not a form over function or form versus function discussion. They ask for basic features to just let the fighting game aspect shine in any way. Basic features. They ask for basic features. For example, DOA 6 last round. That's all they ask for.
But like that last tweet that you guys like had up, if you like took away that the dial it back comment, would you think they would have showed up in like an attack?
No, but like you said, these people are not sane of mind. Like they saw that and they went mental. Like what well-adjusted human being sees that dial it back automatically means let's go and attack this guy? Because like I said, dialing it back could mean DOA 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's not censorship. Those are still DOA games.
To be fair, what if they just don't want that?
Well, that's tough shit then. And we're just going to be in a tug of war. They're basically saying then that the only real DOA fighting game is DOA 5. The rest of them, that's all. That doesn't matter. It's DOA 5 or nothing. That's what they're saying then, right?
Well, even if they don't like explicitly say that, but what if they just don't like want that? I just,
Well, what if we do want that?
then they have a point. They have a point. You're trying to take away something they want, then
They're trying to take away something that we want as well. You don't see me going buck wild on them.
are they trying to take away rollback?
No, we're talking about the sexualization. If I don't want the women presented like that, and I'd rather they be like they are in DOA 1 to 4, then if they push for what they want, technically we're not getting what we want. But you don't see me attacking them for that.
Sounds like they're actually trying to take away legacy. By the sounds of it.
People do actually, yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying the people that want the
They don't go like directly at them, but you know, they like make like the comment like in passing, and then they show up like what the fuck. But yeah.
So yeah, it's okay for them to ask for the legacy to be removed.
The legacy of like a DOA.
Yeah.
How you removing the legacy?
Because they're trying to make it more juicy, voluptuous, and that's
like saying you like removing like the legacy of like of MK by making it more gory.
Okay, so I'll ask again. I'm not like Mike. You can't sidestep my questions. Is it them asking to remove the legacy if they're asking it to be not like the older versions of DOA?
What would be like not like it? What would be like it like being like less like it? Like what? Like more something else?
Bigger boobies.
I just don't see like how that'll make it like less like the older versions of DOA.
Well, the older versions of DOA, they weren't so extreme with the sexualization, right?
Yeah, but is Guilty Gear Strive still Guilty Gear?
I don't even know what that means. But so when the quote unquote gooners are saying, well, when they're saying they want their game to be more sexualized, that is going against what the older versions of DOA was, correct?
In like what aspects? It's like questions like that. It's like like dialing in like on specifics. Whether or not it's like a negative or not.
Clear. I think I said that so clear. The fact that you can't answer it is you being so bad faith. So I give up. That was a crystal clear question. Like 3 times. So I give up.
So like how is it making it like more sexual going against like the old legacy of DOA?
Well, if the games were presented in a certain way in 1 to 4, and then after Itagaki's no longer working on it, right? Since people keep on invoking his name, like we have no choice now but to bring him up. Then how is it not? Like if just because it is still in line with sexualization doesn't mean that you take underwear and then you suddenly have the characters being paraded around naked. Now, like I said, if they do decide to do that, I'm not going to attack anyone over it. The problem here is that you're almost making excuses for them going crazy on people on Twitter because someone had a take on DOA that they disagree with.
I'm not co-signing the bullshit. I'm just thinking like their position is not their position isn't like solely like invalid. And when like I have like that question of like, you know, taking away like the legacy of DOA, like my mind automatically goes back to like, like the first Street Fighter, like the first Mortal Kombat is like like modern Street Fighter, not Street Fighter because it's not played like with trackballs in like arcade cabinet, and it's not like a single player beat 'em up.
Yep, they took away the legacy, so everyone should have got mad about it. Correct. So can you answer my question now? I've answered yours.
Maybe there was a person mad about it, but I don't think it's taking away the legacy of like what they want. I believe yeah, I believe you can have like good gameplay, good story, you know, and even like, you know, streamer mode features, rollback. I believe we can have it all.
You can't have the
And
streamer mode feature then though, because you remember the tweet I put in my video? There's a streamer mode in DOA 6 where it's like less exposure, minimization of exposure. And Punisher put a tweet up saying this is trash.
he
So
said like to be
you
fair,
can't.
to be fair, he did just say like one word, and he did kind of just put words in his mouth when he
He
said
said it's
that.
trash.
Yeah, but I'm not Punisher. I don't think it's trash.
No, but we're
Like,
having this conversation because of the way they behave on Twitter, and you're saying that you can kind of see it from their point of view. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we weren't attacking them. We were talking from our point of view and what we want to see in the game, and they started attacking us. They started attacking people that were saying, "Oh, I don't really like the sexualization." People are allowed to have that opinion. Like
no,
it's not
no,
crazy
I
to
feel
say
you. I feel you, and I think like they're mostly idiots. I think like
that.
they're mostly
Okay.
idiots on that front. But I don't see like the need to like engage back and then kind of like adopt like positions like against them and like against like the other things, because like, you know, I
Why
believe
did
we
you
can,
come? Why
because
did you come here today?
I'm kind of like in the middle, and I kind of, because I don't think, you know, like certain people shouldn't be like engaged with, and because I don't think like what they're saying really like affects like much like in the grand scheme of things. And I feel like, you know, like the whole like kerfuffle just shouldn't have just happened like in the first place.
Well, I don't see it that way. I mean, obviously, you have a right to your opinion. If you don't want to engage with certain people, then that's fine. But I try to engage with everyone, you know, whether they're against me or they're with me. So this whole like, don't engage with this person, don't talk to that person. That's not how. And I'm sure you've watched the channel before. That's not how we do things here.
No, no, I understand. No, I understand having the discussion, you know, just for like discussion's sake, just to get like an insight like in people's like minds and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
Just
essentially what it is. I would love to actually sit down and have a respectful conversation with these guys, like we did with Leon today, who had different takes on it, and then we, you know, hopefully go our separate ways and not have to cuss each other out. But what these guys do is they sit behind their keyboard, they hear something in another language, this language no one else spoke, and then they go on Twitter and they start mashing their keyboards about things that people weren't even talking about. So I don't understand, like when we're talking about, when you made that comment saying we don't know what we're talking about, and like you kind of see it from their point. I don't see it from their point. Them attacking people for having opinions is ridiculous. These are I'm assuming these are grown men. At least Punisher, I assume he's a grown man. To be behaving like that is ridiculous. He doesn't have a monopoly on DOA. He doesn't get to tell people how they feel about DOA. I could have been playing DOA for a week and I could have my opinion on it. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I understand, but that's just like just the internet. It's just, yeah, maybe I got like a different view on it. That's just like the internet, like that's just normal.
Can
You
I?
know, shit flinging is just like normal. Just like normal to me.
Well, they're gonna get shit flung
I
at them.
don't really, yeah, it's as they should, but yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Like these people, right? Like Punisher and whoever these idiots, the other names are. Do you think it says something about how much they actually care about Dead or Alive, the fighting game, if what they focus on is, well, mainly the sexualization and mainly, manipulating a little bit the trailer that was shown to make it out that this is like a huge censorship agenda about a game that isn't even probably coming out in the next 2 years, instead of actually focusing on the real scandal here, actually, which is Dead or Alive 6 last round, which I don't know if you have seen the TNS tournament, but did you see the like lag spikes for like 5-6 seconds? They are not going to do rollback. They're not going to do crossplay. They're not going to give you two characters. This game is a scam basically, right? It launches with 2 characters less, and they want $40 for you. This is a paid product, which should be the definitive version of Dead or Alive 6. the fact that these
it looks
people
bad.
don't,
It looks very bad.
it looks incredibly bad. So the fact that these
Like-
people are rather talking about that than highlighting this and supporting Emery and the others and Sakurai in their quest to get anyone to like even acknowledge from the dev team that this might be a problem, they don't even get an answer. Like, do you think that they don't even seem to they don't even seem to be interested to like really put pressure on this? And my suspicion for this is because they also, like Punisher and Punisher, or at least like Manga Lawyer for 100%, they don't really care about the game. Like, they don't really care about the fighting game. Like, does that maybe also like make my problem with this a little bit obvious?
No, I get it. I get your frustration, but at the same time, we can't really like tell people like what to care about in like particular games, like you know, and like their products and stuff like that. And like I remember like in like the what was it like 2-3 streams ago when you like had like Tom Brady on, and I was like listening to him like talk about like, you know, his like history with like DOA, and it was mainly about like, you know, the scene and stuff like that. You know, the scene and his history, like, you know, with other players,
Yeah.
and like how it was at the time, like when the games came out like in arcades, but it was mostly focused on that. And I kind of like had like some words for that, and it's like, well, okay, I had like a point, but I was like fucking yeah, I went off, but it's like okay, well basically like I feel you, and but you can't like tell people like what to care about like in their particular games. People play games for like different reasons, even if the game is like mainly like focused on this. Like for example,
True. But
you
they make it
also-
out to
Sorry,
be that they make it out like they really care about it. They really care about DOA. They know what's good for the game. They know what's best. And it just really irritates me. It really irritates me that then when Mike or me, we are just highlighting the like actual problems, like fundamental issues, right? I think no one can defend that DOA 5, the great game, last round released on PC without 8 months, like with 8 months without online, not without ranked or without lobbies, 8 months. They sold this game without even online functionality and missed their own deadline, which was 3 months after release, which is already unacceptable. It's now years ago, but they don't seem to improve any of those practices. And you know, my biggest issue is all the people who care about the sexualization, they have the island to go to. They have an island, but every player who is interested in the fighting game portion, they don't have it. They don't have an island to go to.
and I don't think that they're overall like fighting like against like what you guys like want. And I just, you know, I just looked at the tweet that I seen like Punisher like mentioning like rollback and like no crossplay, and like framing it like as a framing like the whole package of like last round was like as a negative. And yeah, here's like another like culture war guy saying like you know, no, he didn't say, he's basically saying like, hey, it hasn't been denied yet. So they are like aware, and they are like checking for it. So
Then they should have no problem with what we're doing.
but it's just like I'm trying to like say like the issue is like people be like in the green until like you kind of like step on like on their like side of the grass, and then like and then like they show up. And
No one did that though.
the last tweet that said dial back the overt sexualization, and that's where I would consider like their side of the grass is.
No,
You know,
they don't have a monopoly on what we want to see on the game. They have their opinions and they like what we see on the game, but other people can say stuff.
No,
What
I
you're
get it.
basically
No, I get
saying
it.
is that because these guys enjoy the gooning side of it, then if I make a comment or Zachariah makes a comment or Finn makes a comment that doesn't fall in line with the way they think, now they're going to go on attack mode. Who do these people think they are? Do you know
And
how
again,
stupid this is?
And they have a whole universe with that. They have a whole game universe, the extreme universe, with overt sexualization in abundance. Like, this is also where I like the entitlement is insane. I don't get it. I really don't understand them.
Yeah, and it's just not gonna fly. It's not. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
it would be better.
Okay.
It would be
Okay.
better if
So
they just spoke with a level of respect. Because
okay.
what's gonna
Okay.
happen? Hold on.
Okay. Let me
What's
pull it
gonna
back from
happen?
them.
Hold
Let me
on.
pull it back from them.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
What's better is that if we will just get along, it'll be fine. Because like I said, I don't mind if they have their gooning stuff in the game. But what's gonna happen is that if they keep on going on the attack, they're just gonna get it back, and it's gonna turn into this like a back and forth in the lead up to DOA 7, and no one really wants that. Now, earlier on when I was talking to Punisher, he just said a bunch of shit that didn't make any sense. I called him out and then he stopped replying. There's no need to like spin narratives because you're desperate to get your mummy milkers in the game. No one's trying to take it away from you, bro. We can have it, but we are going to have conversations about other things that are important to DOA. You don't have a monopoly on what we want to talk about, and you're not going to dictate to people what they talk about either. And it doesn't matter if I'm newer to the game than you or anybody else. I'll talk about whatever game I want. That doesn't make me a grifter, what? Because you don't see me playing DOA all the time. I'm a grifter. Like, these people there's something wrong with them. Like, you don't see me putting My Hero content on the channel. I play My Hero. I think it's a great game.
Like, who are you grifting, by the way? Who are you grifting, Mike?
So
yeah, exactly. Who am I
like
grifting to? A franchise with no one playing.
So like the main issue is like mainly like how like they say and like how like they approach, and not like necessarily like what they say.
No, it's both. It's both. 100%. They're talking shit and they're behaving like children.
I think it's mainly like, like mainly just like on their behavior and not necessarily like their points. Whatever they're wrong about, like they're just wrong about. I don't feel like it really like affects anything, but like willing the game to have like certain type of content in it. I don't feel like there's nothing like wrong with that, but I feel I mainly have an issue like with the with the Twitter brain behavior that they like exhibit. But
did you message Punisher about this then?
No, I don't talk to him. I just follow him.
But you talk to Mike, saying that he can't tell people how they should enjoy games, but Punisher can do that to Mike.
He can't do that. Punisher can't do that either. It's literally
you're not saying it to Punisher. You're not saying it to Mike.
I'm not saying it as in like I'm ordering Mike to do something. I'm saying it as in like it's physically impossible.
Okay.
Punisher's not reachable. Like, he doesn't appear on podcasts or do anything like that. He doesn't engage with people outside of Twitter. So it's kind of impossible to try and get a message across to him.
Like I'm not.
I don't expect him to show up and defend his points because I know he can't.
I mean, I've been in his stream before.
It's like I'm not coming here telling you like it's like do anything, because I can't tell you guys to do anything. Like, we're all grown here, we're all grown as men. I'm just just having a discussion and trying to like give my perspective, because I kind of feel like like I kind of feel like I'm like in like the midst. I'm in like the middle, like in the bullshit like of all this, because I don't like the volleyball games. I haven't played like the older volleyball games like either, yet. I tried the island game. I don't really like gotchas, but I like the fan service, and I wouldn't mind a few outfits here and there. That's like on the volleyball game level, hitting the game. And
you've been hiding your power level, sir.
Have I?
Now it makes sense.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not. I know I make jokes, but
okay. You want me to explain how I play DOA 6?
No, it's cool. It's cool, because what Finn was saying all this time about you have an island to do all that stuff off. You just said, "Oh, I don't like the island."
Fight on the island. I can't do holds and throws and strikes on the island.
Yeah, but okay, so why don't you play the fighting game and do all this triangle stuff, right? And then when you want the boobies, go to the free-to-play game and see the boobies.
I want the boobies in the fighting game.
I think you need to talk about the spaghetti and ice cream again.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, that's the problem that you can't solve, right? Because the spaghetti was always, I mean, that was Itagaki's whole thing, right? The spaghetti was always in the ice cream. Now you argue with people how much spaghetti should be in the ice cream, or how much should be vanilla, how much should be chocolate, to use Jason Montoya's analogy. I just think the ice cream cone needs to be there, which is the basic features of a fighting game, right? Because it doesn't matter how much vanilla you have, it doesn't matter how much chocolate you have, if there's not even an ice cream cone to hold them in, yeah, everyone is kind of fucked. But the problem is, the people who want vanilla, aka the fighting game, like Emery Rain, Zachariah, Mike, me, we acknowledge, hey guys, the cone is extremely important here, and we should focus on first having a cone. What I see the strawberry or chocolate side of things doing, which is the island side, they don't even ignore. They don't even. I mean, come on, who really cares about the cone, bro? Who really cares about the ice cream cone? We need more strawberry in this shit. And this is my problem. This is my problem. While Mike never says, "Oh, we shouldn't have any strawberry in here or any vanilla or any whatever," he doesn't say that. He says we need a cone, guys. Like we need a fucking cone to hold this shit in. And yeah,
It's a free-to-play game, man. It's free-to-play boobies. Just
yeah, it's even, yeah. And they have it, right? They have a look. That's my issue, right? The fighting game players go to the ice cream shop, right? And they get like a rotted fucking dog shit straight out of like Plankton's chum bucket or whatever. And the people who want to goon have like the utmost premium store where they have like 8 titles in that franchise. It's even free to play. Right? They can even go to other websites where they can experience like the utmost cherry on top in like the most high fit. Like we don't have that. If you want to play the fighting game, yeah, you're fucked. You're just fucked. And again, I want to say this. I want to again mention the black pill here. I totally understand Koei Tecmo and Team Ninja. I would not give a fuck about the fighting game, the ice cream cone, the whole fighting game ice cream shop as a whole. I wouldn't give a fuck if my Guna shop is running well, and it does. So now we make that the main attraction. I fully understand them. I want to say I'm black-pilled as fuck right now, and I get why Koei Tecmo doesn't give a fuck about the fighting game and will not give a fuck about the fighting game.
But I just want to stress that I'm not saying go to the island and enjoy your boobs. I'm saying that you can have them in the game, but I just don't give a shit about them. I'm more interested in talking about the rollback and all that other stuff. That's why I don't care if they have their fan service in the game. Have it.
that's so
Do
reasonable.
whatever. Huh?
That's so reasonable. It's actually insane.
Well, we've got to be reasonable. I'm trying to be reasonable here, but these guys are hearing me speaking in Swahili. I put out a whole 30-minute video trying to be reasonable, and they were like, "Sounds like you're calling for censorship." I was like, "What the? I don't know what to say. I don't know. Maybe this is why Leon is so extreme, where he's like, yeah, just drop bombs. Like he just outright said it. Because it's like when you try to be reasonable with people, they're like, no, fuck your opinion. I don't care. Like I don't know what to say.
Exactly.
What more could I say? Have your nipples in the game, bro. Full show, display them, no problem. It's just not. I don't care about it.
It seems like a case of, oh, you like pancakes? That means you hate waffles.
Yeah,
like, I'll have both, please,
bro. As long
as they're both cooked, I have both.
Bro, it's mind numbing. It's like when you say, oh, like I like Ichigo, or you saying that Naruto's a pussy. Well, I didn't say that. Like, that's what this conversation's like. That's why like it's frustrating.
Okay, so to bring it back. I was like, I get like these guys are there, but how would you say like the discussion with me has like gone? You know, would you say that I've been like respectful and such and all the other stuff?
Yeah, you've been respectful, but you do dodge questions. You do.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I don't know if it's because like, obviously you said it's your first time on stream. I can respect that, but I did ask you the same question about 5 times. It's
a little bit of nerves and also like you know with the question, you know, I'm like kind of like thinking of counter examples like in my head, and they're kind of like not like verbalizing like out my mouth like correctly, but as far as like what these guys want and like what you guys want, I want everything. I want everything like in the game, like with the ice, like with the ice cream shop example. With the ice cream shop example, ice cream and spaghetti. I didn't hear like the full like example like when it's like initially like pitched, But I could go down to Street Fighter. I can get my ice cream, and if people don't want to see ice cream, they can go down to like the outfit editor in like the settings and say, hey, I want the game to look vanilla. I want the game to look this way. And I believe that we can have that in DOA.
Yeah, but
I'll use that feature.
We need the basic features. Like we need fucking a working online environment. And this is where I'm like super black-pilled because look, I mean, DOA 6 last round comes out $40. Nothing
Me
there.
too.
Nothing.
Me too. To be fair, but for a different reason. It's like, you guys think they're like catering to them. I think they're just like incompetent and just like stupid.
No,
because
they are not. How can they be stupid? They do you think they don't know what rollback is?
They know.
So why not put it in? Why not put lobbies in? Like, and that okay.
Alex is so right, by the way. Sorry.
They don't care, bro. They don't care about the fighting game anymore. The main attraction in the theme park that is DOA is the Gunnar game, the Gunnar universe. That is the main attraction.
So why are they making new fighting games then?
Well, as C4 said, as a funnel.
They're trying to funnel people to a game that's like region locked in like half the planet.
I mean, why do you think the only thing they ever sold for DOA 6? I think they never even sold you a stage. Why do you think the main thing they sold you is just outfits and shit for like insane prices?
No, I get what I get exactly like where you're coming from.
Agreement for the Gunnar game.
No, I get exactly like where you're coming from. My point is, if this was the case, they can't even set up the hustle right. If this is like the grand scheme, they're doing a bad job at it because they could go like a lot harder and a lot more like efficient. They're doing a horrible job.
They could. Okay, like, I agree with
of gateway drugging. Like if this is the master plan of them like gateway drugging people into like the DLC, the island game, the gacha, and all this other stuff, they're doing a horrible job. They drop content.
I agree with.
Bro, they're sending you the same thing twice because you're going to go into the fighting game, you're going to pay for the fighting game, then buy the DLC in the fighting game, and then go to the island, which is free, but gacha to try and get the same costume. You're buying the same costume twice.
No, I get it, but like here's what like that you guys aren't listening to yourself comment kind of came from. It was not about the argument. It was about like Tecmo's decisions and like how like we're interpreting them. DOA 6 came out in 2019. So now 7 years later, if this is like the overarching scheme, 7 years later, Venus Vacation came out before DOA 6.
Yep.
If DOA like Venus Vacation was like the end goal, or like funneling was the end goal, as the narrative and stuff like that. I'm just trying to like point out like if they were trying to do this, like they're doing a horrible job because 7 years later, here we are with last round. They could have came out with last round in like a year after they stopped like support of like DOA 6, and the fact that they stopped support of DOA 6 and stopped dropping outfits, and stop dropping outfits. If this is like the end goal, they just go dark for a game that's like region locked in like half the world, and they just made like another game, and it's still region locked. It's just like
when you buy it, they're winning.
No. When you step back and you like examine it, it doesn't make sense.
No, it does. It makes perfect sense.
It doesn't make sense. Okay. So Tecmo's been like waiting in the shadows to like gateway drug, for like 7 years with like a new like shitty release, and they don't even lay out the bait right.
Like the gateway drug is look. The overall thing is they don't need to care either way. Like they don't need to care either way about the fighting game. They have the Gunnar universe going straight. I mean, you saw the numbers, right? You are aware that Gunnar game that is now almost 10 years old has as many players as Tekken 8. As Tekken 8. Like they don't need to care. It runs perfectly well. Their machinery runs well. They focus on that stuff. and they released DOA 6 last round, like that is an obvious cash grab. Like that is, I almost called it like almost like unethical, that form of release for something like that. And
I get what you're saying. I just don't think like that's the. I just don't think like that's the case.
Do you know you're the example of this working, right?
Wait, but then what is the case?
Wait, no, Finn, watch.
Okay.
You are the example of this working because you play the fighting game, you've purchased the fighting game, but you also said you got the free-to-play game, you just didn't like it. So they got your money for the fighting game, and you still got the download for the free-to-play game.
I didn't get the fighting game to play the free-to-play game. I got the fighting game for the fighting game.
Wait, hold on a second. What I said was correct then. You've got the fighting game, which you bought, yes?
Yeah.
And you downloaded the free-to-play island game, correct?
I kind of just did that just to see if I could at the time.
Okay, I'm going to bed. You,
but
you did that for science. For science went to see, is this actually free to play?
Yeah, I was like, hey, if I call on the VPN and I go on Steam, would I see the game? Like,
okay, I'm out. Because earlier when I asked you this question, you said you didn't like it, which means you tried to play it. Or
I did try to play it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna see what this is about. I didn't spend a cent on it.
I didn't. Yeah, okay, I can't. It's 4 a.m.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up now anyway. Was there anything you want to end on, Kimo, before we get you out of here? Or China, sorry.
I get that those guys are idiots, but I just kind of like want to like show up and to like show like people who who do like want like there are people who do like want like the best of both worlds, and to be kind of like a slight like representative for like the other aspects of the game, and that it doesn't always have to be like flaming and like disrespecting like attacking and stuff like that, because I do like want like both aspects of the game to be like right, and I do believe that they can be right.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate you being on, bro. Thanks for the conversation.
Thanks.
All right, man. Catch you in a bit.
My closing statement would be, you all should be completely blackpilled by now. They don't give a fuck. They will forever run minimal, like economic wise, from a company's perspective, they will run minimal principle on the fighting game. Minimal, completely minimal. They just make it a barely working game. That's what they're gonna do, because they don't need to care about this at all.
Don't be blackpilled, guys. Like, hang in there. OJ, thank you for the $5. If people are going to cry about a piece of an argument instead of addressing everything because their feelings are hurt, the argument will never be logical. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Which is the problem with this conversation. If you go to Twitter and look at the conversation, how they've punished it is absolutely ridiculous, because he just doesn't really address things. He just makes shit up.
Why do we never get those people? Why do these people that say this shit never? I asked this other guy under your video, why are they never showing up, man? It makes me fucking angry, man. It's crazy. We always get the people who are like, oh, I'm just here as a communicator. Yeah, I'm not really them. Yeah, I'm not really, bro. How do we get these? Sometimes I wish I had the power to just drag these people out of their cum-stained rooms and just talk to them.
The reason
that say that I picture Shinji's hand, bro.
I can't. The reason that they won't show up on these podcasts, and the reason that they don't talk about these things on YouTube, but they do it on Twitter. I mean this with no disrespect. It just is what it's. This is the reason. I don't think that they can articulate their arguments away from a keyboard. I don't think that they want to be challenged on their viewpoints, because if they are seen to like have their talking points pulled apart, then if they go back to Twitter, they're not going to be able to focus on, whatever agenda they've got. They're going to have to deal with people saying, hey, man, you fucked up, blah, blah, blah. And I think it ruins the mystique of a lot of these people. That's honestly what I believe. I believe if someone calls me out on Twitter and they're like, oh, I want to debate you on blah, 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 and like they're being serious, I'll debate them on any topic on a fighting game that I'm privy to. I'll speak to them openly about it. But they won't do that because they're worried about the image. And if you destroy their image on Twitter, then what's left?
Yeah,
what is there? There's nothing.
What? And I need to, because sometimes, Mike, sometimes people ask me like, why are you always angry? Why are you sometimes so angry? Why are you unhinged? What is exterminatus? Look, this guy, Daniel Rain, I will call you out now publicly with all the fucking might I can bring up. This guy is also under your video. Daniel Rain YouTube. You even are a content creator. Now, I will make this really clear now. It doesn't take long. It takes like 1 minute.
Wait, before you say that, Ben, let me just set the scene real quick. Before you start your all right, you can go.
Yeah, this description of Daniel Rain, by the way, owner of the best video game screenshots gallery ever made, 44,000. Doesn't fucking matter. I will now tell. Okay, look, listen to me. I already established Emery Reigns complained about lack of basic features every single time. He complained about killing the Oki. He complained about Meta. He complained about everything and protected the players at every single point after DOA 6 released, even though he was involved directly with Team Ninja. He acted like an anti-shill when he should have been a shill. And all I said under Mike's video is support Emery Reigns' quest for rollback and crossplay, and Team Ninja Tecmo have some decency if you ask $40 for a re-release with 2 characters less. Give it basic features. Now this clown answers, yeah, but Emery Reigns is a fake clown emoji that just wants to get hired by the company when they, the devs, have listened to people like him. 6 flopped hard. Like, how can you be this retarded? Emery Reigns asked for tech mode. He criticized even the destruction of the Oki. They didn't listen to Emery Reigns at all. The game wouldn't look like it's these people are fucking insane. I want this guy with me right now. Holy shit. Like, I mean, what is this? How can you? And he left the same kind of retarded comments time and time again under my video. Or this one guy, and he has an Eliza fucking profile picture. Yeah, fucking doesn't surprise me. Fucking parasites. Eliza profile picture, right? And just writes the utmost dog shit, but they never have the balls to come into a call. Never. Never. And some of these people are even content creator. Both of these cunts have YouTube channels. Like, holy fucking shit, man. I can't take this anymore. Because these are the people where I really get angry. That even lie about Emery. Like, holy shit.
Yeah,
sorry.
Well, like I said, Finn,
I'll be sorry.
In order for this to continue for some people, an image has to be maintained. So, like I said, I think you're more likely to get them on your stream without like me and C4 here, or I'm more likely to get them here without you two here. They might see you guys and they're like, no, fuck that, I'm not going there. Which, you know, it's funny because they go on Twitter and they get their goons to dogpile you, but that's neither here nor there. I don't mind, but you have to understand some people are just not equipped to, and I'm not saying this as a put down, they just can't convey their arguments like using words. On Twitter, you can do that. You know, it's Chat GPT. Somebody could do the speech for you, or the whole spiel. But on here, like, you haven't really got any of that. The most you can do is have your computer in front of you and check things when we're asking you. But then we know that you're fact checking stuff, but you don't know off the top of your head. So I ain't mad at them for that. I understand why people don't engage in like live streams, because, like I said, once that's out there, that's it. Game over. Like, once someone puts your talking points to bed that you've been vehemently beating people over the head with, then it's that's it. It's over. So I get it.
I think Finn has the strongest argument, and I don't think he's ever going to get an answer. And I kind of made this to Weeb when he was on, when I was talking about the just going in there if you want to see those kind of things. If you have free, if you buy DOA for the boobs, and I didn't even know this, if you have a free alternative, why do you demand that DOA has the boobies when you can just go to a free version of the game that gets you boobies? It's more focused for the boobies as well. Like, you don't have to beat someone to see them half naked. Like, you can just go straight to the action. No foreplay.
It's the culture war, though. There's a line in the sand, and it's not about You can go over here. You can. It's literally a culture war, and that's why there's no. That's why I'm saying, like, have the boobs in the game. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care.
Daniel
about
Rain, I will fucking annihilate you now, Mike. Can you quickly put this on screen? So these are the people we talk about, right? Who write the utmost retarded shit. So this is exactly why am I not surprised? Why am I fucking not surprised, Mike? Can you like this is on YouTube? He posted this as in his post section.
Can I put this on stream?
Yeah.
It's not. It's a post. I mean, it's terrible. It's on YouTube. All right.
So, why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised, Daniel Rain? You suck. Why am I not surprised to see this?
Oh, was that on his timeline?
Yeah. Why am I not surprised, Daniel Rain? Why am I not surprised that you lie about Emery Rain? Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? God, like it figures. And you know what? Enjoy your island. You got the game, you got it. But if I ever see people like you getting like strong in Tekken and you get a voice, I will go to war. Okay? So just don't ever show up in my community, okay? Thanks.
Let me just read out these last three super chats. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. Damn, I expected the stream to be over, but honestly, I'm not surprised at this point. Probably missed out on a good conversation. It was a decent conversation, I'd say. Leo Breaker, thank you for the $2. Finn, you are a blessing, dude. Never change, man. Yeah, we need Finty around here. We need Exterminatus.
Thanks, Breaker.
Mr. Mars, thank you for the $10. With you, Finty, fuck these people. I'm tired of it all. Tekken is cooked, DOA is cooked, and VF is nowhere to be found. Literally MIA. I'm going on a run tomorrow. You guys have a good night.
Yeah, VF, I agree. But you know, let them cook. Like, let them cook. The last time they showed up without anything, like without a steak, right? At the presentation. So maybe just let them cook. Like, just let VF cook. Let them cook.
Yeah, we don't know what VF is going to do yet. It's a little bit disappointing that they've been silent for so long, but maybe they are cooking something up worthwhile. As for this whole like conversation, I feel like I've been diplomatic. I feel like I haven't like been disrespectful. I feel like I tried to meet them in the middle, but there is no middle ground apparently. So it is what it is. I'm not gonna change my stance despite how childish they've been. But we'll see in it. We don't know when DOA 7 is coming. All we can do now is hope for a rollback in DOA 6. Because
yeah,
for sure. I know maybe we're fighting a losing battle, but we gotta help Emery, man. He's out here posting every single day about DOA 6 last round, this DOA 6 last round, that, and he's really been fighting the good fight for a long time to get DOA 7 out there. So even if we lose that battle, I still think it's worth fighting.
This is the last thing I'm going to say. Do you remember when I came in here like months ago and said I dropped like, hey, DOA, I play it right now. It's like super sick, but now I know what an abused community looks like. And I said this before they even announced DOA. I said this, what I now know what an abused community looks like. I said that before DOA 6 last round got announced. I would never have imagined in my wildest dreams that a company announces the definitive version of a fighting game, puts a $40 price tag on it, and says it has an improved photo mode and 2 characters less. And no netcode improvement and no rollback. Pay $40, you can't. Like, I cannot believe that it got worse than this. And I don't even know what I would say. Like, at this point, it kind of, now my white pill that I draw out of this is maybe Tekken ain't so bad, man. Like, maybe we don't have it so bad, bro. Like, honestly, man. And Emery said that. Emery said it. Emery said, you Tekken guys, you don't know how good you still have it. Here is the suffering. And he is right. I have to give it to him. He's kind of right, man.
No, we're not doing that. Just because we're in one circle of hell doesn't mean that Emery's not in a deeper pit.
Okay,
like, there's levels to it. And we're not going to let Tekken off just because DOA dropped the ball even further. Like, Tekken is well, next week we're going to find out how far into the pits of hell we actually are, or if we're climbing up. But just because DOA is in the 9th circle right now doesn't excuse Tekken for what is happening. Yeah, let's not let Tekken off the hook. I understand Emery's plight. I get it. I play anime arena fighters. I understand. But Tekken's still not. We're not letting Tekken off the hook. No way is Tekken getting off the hook. Tekken should be held to a higher standard because it's a more successful game and they've done these things before, the things that we're asking for. So DOA has been a continuous fuck up online. That is a long-standing fuck up. But Tekken's not done that. So we should be holding Tekken to a higher standard, in my opinion.
And and DOA was once the game where people look to, right? Like one of the first games, if maybe actually the first, who did the cool lobby, the lobby mechanic where you can walk around and every lobby has a different theme and a different music. And like, I don't know, they were once the game you look to for like, look what this game has, like all the cool feature it has on top of it, right? Like tag mode. How can I sit here and be not super mad that Shimbore, I will call him out by name, says, oh yeah, tag mode, I'm a super fan of it, but we can't do it in DOA 6 vanilla because we also released the game for PS4. It's hardware limitations, guys, hardware limitations. And now the definitive version comes out only on PS5, next-gen consoles, and PC, and they don't do tag mode. Yeah, like, yeah, you're totally not scamming me, you dumb bastard. Like, it's crazy, man. I holy fuck, man. And then these people come in and say, no, the sex is what we need. The sex appeal is what we need. Like, God, fuck off, man. I don't know. It's just suffering, man. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we'll see that we got a couple of months. We'll probably revisit this conversation at some point. Hopefully not anytime soon. We need to get back to having some fun. Tomorrow, I think we're going to do that. C4, you still free tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah.
Finn, I think we're going to do like a trivia stream tomorrow. Like fighting game trivia, if you wanted to join.
Yeah, I see if I'm around. If I'm around, I would love to join, bro. Fighting game trivia is sick. I wonder what I know, even because I don't know that much.
Yeah, we're gonna do like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire style stream. I'm gonna ask Tom Brady to come up with some of the questions because I know he knows some serious law.
Bro, that's hardcore. That's like level 100, like sage level of shit.
Yeah, well, I will start off easy and the questions will get harder. But yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. It's meant to be C4, Shinblades, Jay, Yaya, and then you can join. Obviously, I'll ask the questions. I'll get Tom Brady to write some. I'll come up with some easy ones to start to ease people in, and then what will happen is the winner will get to choose the punishment for one person on the panel. So like C4 wins, he'll probably punish Yaya, for example.
I would definitely watch it 100% though. Like
I'll punish Jay. That fucking PR bullshit. He's gonna learn.
King J.I. All right, guys. All right, we've been here for 3 hours longer than I thought we would, as is the case on this channel. But no, I appreciate you guys being on here. Was there anything you wanted to end on, C4?
Yeah. That last bit that you showed with the pictures that Finn gave you, it reminded me of the old saying about Strive. It's not all DOA gooners, but it's always a DOA gooner.
That's a perfect way to end it. All right, guys. Yeah. I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Good night.
All right. See you later.
In a bit, guys. All right, guys. Well, that's the stream. Damn, I got work soon as well. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for all the super chats as always. It means a lot. Sorry if the stream turned into a bit of a mess after Leon left, but that usually happens here. We'll do that trivia stream tomorrow. I don't know what time I'm going to start. I'm going to find out what time everyone's free. But it'll be scheduled on the channel if you want to come and watch and take part. If anyone's got any questions that they want to send in as well, then you can Discord me or Twitter. Send me a Twitter message and I'll try to add them into the stream. But I will catch you guys very soon. Get some rest and I'll see you tomorrow.